The Track, written by Martina Dale, performed by Melissa Maybeck and John Lane. Chapter 1. Drew. I hate a lot of things in life, but charity dinners are right at the top of the list. I hate all the pompous assholes who look down their pointy fucking noses at me, all because I'm an American. They despise me even more because my own personal wealth probably outstrips the whole lot of them put together. Not that I show off or brag. I'm probably the least flamboyant in the room. It doesn't matter what the hell they think of me. As long as my mom and dad are proud, that's all I give a shit about. 2 hours is my maximum time limit for this type of event. I arrive last, eat the mass-produced food, have a couple of drinks, and then leave as soon as I've deposited my check into the donation box. I have 2 reasons for attending. First and foremost, to piss off everyone else in the room, and second, to support the charities that need my help. Some of the charities I've never heard of, but I want to spread some of my wealth around where it matters. As usual, the event is being held in one of the big hotels just out of town. Big chandeliers, and chairs covered in white cloth with stupid bows attached to the backs. Fuck, I hope I'm not paying for all this shit. I'm standing at the bar minding my own business, waiting for a drink when I feel a tap on my shoulder, and as I turn around, I'm completely speechless. "Mr. Blackmoore?" the stunning brunette asks, and I nod my head in response. "May I ask if you wouldn't mind changing tables this evening? I would really like the opportunity to network with the people on your table, and I've been placed with people I already have strong connections with." The beautiful woman in a bright red satin dress, ruby red lips, and eyes as dark as night asks me politely. I clear my throat and compose myself quickly. "May I ask who you are already seated with?" "Oh, of course. I'm supposed to be on the table with George and Felicity Walker, Mary and Walter Beauchamp, and Thomas and Carol Doyle." "And you don't like them, am I right?" I ask, raising my eyebrow. Her tale of wanting to network is exactly that, a tale. "Well, Thomas and Carol are my parents, and I don't really want to spend the evening listening to them say how I'm the biggest letdown since—" Okay, I'll switch. But on one condition. "What's that?" "You tell me your name and give me your number." I give her my signature smile, the one that usually gets me whatever the hell I please. "You can have my name. It's Zara. But I can't give you my number, I'm afraid." "Okay then, Zara. You take mine and give me a call." I pull out one of my business cards and hand it to her impeccably manicured nails. Everything about this woman screams rich. She doesn't look like the normal gold digger I more often than not pick up at these types of events. "Thank you. I know my father is looking to buy a few horses, so it might work out for the best," she says as she walks away. I watch her ass sway as she crosses the room and switches out the name cards on the tables. Fuck. I could sink my teeth right through that tight fabric and listen to her moan. My dick instantly twitches at the image I'm creating in my mind. "What can I get you, sir?" the bartender asks as I turn back to the bar. "Scotch. Make it a double. And hold the ice." The evening goes as it always does, but I can't help sneaking a glance over at Zara and watching as she laughs and jokes with the people at her table. I, on the other hand, have been in a discussion about a few horses I have for sale. Thomas Doyle wants a horse. He won't tell me what he intends on using the horse for, but he insists it needs to be a bloody good one. I scoff at his words. I only deal in the best horses. I breed, train, own, and race the best horses on the planet. They are my life, my loves, and my only constant companions. I trust them more than any human being, with the exception of my immediate family. I have 3 brothers, Braxton, who owns a chain of theme parks, Kane, who owns nightclubs and dance venues all over the U.S., and Carter, who owns a football club here in the U.K., and then Mom and Dad, who are retired now. Braxton and Kane are both tied down and have kids. Carter? I'm not sure what's going on with him right now. He's been quiet in our brothers' chat, and it's so unlike him. I make a mental note to drop in on him soon. "So, when do you want to come and have a look?" I ask Thomas. "Tomorrow morning, would that work for you?" he replies, and I think for a moment. "Yes, I can do around 11 a.m. I'll be in the training paddock until 10:30, so please don't arrive too early. I will need to understand your use for this horse by then, though. I'm not going to sell you anything that isn't suitable." "Fine," he sighs. "It's for my daughter. It's an investment. She's a little flaky, and I want her to have something to focus on. A horse will really help. She'll have responsibility, and—" "Can your daughter even ride?" I interrupt. Yes, of course she can ride. She's been riding since she was 2 years old, but she's never owned her own horse. She's always ridden her cousin's. You do realize that I'm talking about thoroughbred racehorses, not ponies or... Yes, of course I do. He interrupts me this time, and that frustrates me. He can come and look at my beautiful creatures, but if I get one tiny inclination he doesn't know what he's doing, then it'll be a wasted journey for him and wasted time for me. My 2 hours are up, and I make my excuses and leave. I can't help but wonder if the woman I met at the bar is his only daughter. Zara doesn't strike me as the equestrian type. She's more of a trophy princess. Something pretty to look at, but not a great deal going on in the brains department. I arrive home and decide to go and check on my girls. I can see through the window that Jasmine is sound asleep, so I decide to head straight to bed. Thoughts of Zara flit in and out. The way she smiled at me at the bar, her sly glances over to the table when she thought I wasn't watching. But what is bugging me the most is her father. He was quite rude about her, almost as if he doesn't really care for her much, and that makes me feel kind of weird. My mom still fusses over all of us, and Dad, well, he's just one of the boys. It would really hurt if they thought about me the way Doyle thinks about Zara. My eyes close and I dream of her hot, tight ass and her plump and firm tits. And when I wake up with a raging hard-on in the middle of the night, there's only one solution. My hand takes hold of my hard dick and I close my eyes, my mind wandering to Zara again and how I could just bite those perfect lips. Fuck. I lick the palm of my free hand and slowly roll it over the swollen head. Fuck. I groan as I imagine it being her tongue grazing slowly. Oh, fuck, yes, I yell as I cover my hand and stomach in my cum. A few more pumps and I finally catch my breath. Fuck, that was intense, crazy, and hot as fuck. I look down at my hand and stomach and then lie back on the pillow, unable to move for a moment. No wonder women don't mind using condoms when this is the mess it leaves.
Chapter 2. Zara. How did last night go? Laura, my cousin, asks as she sits down on my bed. Laura is the only person outside of the house I have regular contact with. She's taller than me by a good 6 inches, and she has the most amazing blonde hair and blue eyes that could rival any sapphire. She is so beautiful, and has had her fair share of male friends. My mother and father don't like her. They think she's a bad influence and a trouble causer. Oh, and that she plays fast and loose with too many boys. It was okay. I managed to switch seats with a totally hot guy. You've heard of Drew Blackmoore? Yeah, he's like sex on legs. Did you get to speak to him? She asks excitedly. One better than that. I got his number and Father has a meeting with him this morning. He's still hell-bent on buying me a horse to make me stay at home more. Where are you going to stable it? That big building that he's just had built at the entrance to the field, the one we thought was an annex for me. It's stables. It even has central heating, a kitchen and a bathroom. At least you'll have somewhere to escape to when he starts with the whole "you're such a disappointment" crap. Yeah, but he'll also know where to find me. I don't want a horse. I love horses. I love your horses, especially Jasper, but I don't want one of my own. You know he's doing this so you can't move out like you threatened. Yes, I'm well aware of his tactics, but I'm 24, Laura. I don't want to live with mother and father for the rest of my life. I want to experience things, have fun, be bad. You wouldn't even know where to start with the being bad, Zara. She laughs at me. I would give it a bloody good go. I watch the TV programmes like Love Island and Big Brother, and I wonder how the hell those women have the confidence to walk around in a bikini in front of strangers on national TV and sleep in the same bed as a stranger. That's right. You've never had the totally dirty one-night stand thing, have you? This isn't about sex, Laura. It's about experiencing life. I've been all over the world, but with my parents. I've sat on the bow of the yacht and watched the paragliders overhead, wishing I could do that. Why didn't you? I wasn't allowed. It wasn't a good look for me to be photographed with my hair blowing and legs akimbo, yada, yada, yada. I'm sorry, Zara. I really am. She rubs my back in sympathy. It might look like I'm a privileged, spoilt brat, but I'm nothing more than a prisoner. Do you think you'll ever find a man that can stand up to your father? She asks, and I shake my head. No. My father has a knack of scaring everyone off, except you, of course. I do think that if our mothers weren't sisters, he wouldn't let you near the house. Maybe you should run away. Not forever, but for a few days. Make them realise what they are doing. Laura, I don't even have my own money. If I bought anything on my card, it would be traceable within minutes. Remember when I bought those Laboutins? He went crazy until I told him that they were to go with a dress for a charity do. Oh yeah, God forbid you would look out of place at one of those events. I don't understand why you still go. I gave up years back. I go because I have to. If I don't go, I don't have anywhere to live, and the gala season is just starting. I open the door to my walk-in wardrobe and look at all the expensive clothes. Every garment is designer, and I hate 90% of them. Come on, take your pick. It's time for a clear-out. Just don't take back the jeans and T-shirts that you gave me. Everything else, especially the dresses, you can have. My bedroom is huge. I have my own private full bathroom and walk-in wardrobes. And when I say wardrobes, I mean 7 rows of outfits, each row stretching at least 15 feet long. It's bigger than some of the houses I see when being driven around. Have I ever told you that you're my favourite cousin? Mother would go mad if I was seen in the same outfit twice, so you may as well have them. You know the deal, though. When I'm finished with them, I donate them to charity. Yeah, it makes me feel like I'm doing my bit. I don't even want all these clothes, and more will be arriving soon. It's gala season, after all. Just tell them no. Tell them you don't want to do it anymore. I wish it was as easy as you make it sound. You won't know until you try, she says, and I give her a slight smile. I have tried. It caused World War III. Mother didn't speak to me for a whole month, and my father didn't do much better. He only spoke when it was really necessary to keep up appearances. I really don't know how you've coped all these years, and the fact that you were homeschooled and didn't even get the chance to go to prom, never mind college. I feel like it's all been wasted too. I don't even use my education. I really do think you should just pack a bag and run away. Go and see the world on your terms. Haven't I already explained why I can't? Yeah, sorry. I just wish I could help you a bit more. If your father does buy you a horse, I'll help you. Maybe he'll let me rent a stall off him. We could do it together. That would be great, but I don't see it happening. This is all about keeping me away from the rest of the world, and sadly, that includes you. Are you going with him to look at this horse? You'll need to have some sort of connection with it if it's going to be yours. He didn't say I could, but yes, I'm going to go. Hurry up and grab what you want. I need to get ready. Half an hour later, I race through the huge country manor house and wait by the front door, and when I see my father approaching, I can see I've already got a fight on my hands. What are you hanging around here for? He snaps. I'm coming with you. I want to make sure that the horse and I will get along. It's a lot of money to spend if it doesn't like me and I end up not being able to ride it. I can nearly see the cogs working as he thinks about it for a second, and a glimmer of hope appears in his eyes. I suppose you should be present. After all, it is going to be yours, and yours alone. Thank you, I reply and follow him out to the waiting car. Don't be getting too friendly with this Blackmoore fella. He's not our type, he grumbles as I sit beside him in the car. He seemed perfectly respectable last night, I say, smiling, remembering how hot he looked and how his eyes sparkled when he talked to me. He's an American. Americans are good for nothing. They come over here and flash their money around and expect us all to bow down and kiss their feet. I don't want you getting anywhere near friendly with him. He's also a player, and you know what that means. I do. I wasn't thinking of asking him out on a date. I was only remarking on his behaviour last night.
Well, we never see him with a wife, do we? He's either on his own or with some high-end hooker. I'm not asking, I'm telling you. Stay away. You see the horse, you pet the horse, and then you get back in the car. Do you understand?
He says, and his voice becomes deeper and more frustrated. Yes, Father, I understand. What the hell has Mr. Blackmoore done to piss off my father? I've heard about him before and even seen pictures of him in magazines, but I've never heard of any business dealings between him and Father. I'd ask, but I know he won't tell me. This isn't unusual, though. Every guy who crosses my path is a good-for-nothing creep, according to my parents. No one is good enough for their little girl, and it makes me so freaking angry. I once had a crush on one of the gardener's apprentices. My father realised and had him fired. We had never even spoken 2 words to each other. I used to sit looking out of the window, wishing I had the courage to take him a cup of tea or a glass of water. My teacher must have told my father, and poof, he disappeared quicker than Houdini, never to be seen again. As the car twists and turns down the country roads, I glance over at my father, who is concentrating on his phone, as usual, his eyes glued to the screen. All I can see is green and red vertical lines on a white background. Obviously, the stock market is far more important than making conversation with his daughter. We are only in the car for 30 minutes when we turn into Blackmoore Equestrian Centre. The expanse of fields goes on for miles. I can see the white railing of a training track, and there is even a grandstand that would put some small racecourses to shame. I wonder if he holds his own private races here. The car pulls up in front of a huge building that looks more like a hotel than a stable, and when I turn my head, I see the house. It's modern and sleek, black lines and glass. Nothing like my father's house at all. There is not a single element of it that says history or heritage, but, strangely, it doesn't look out of place. It suits Mr. Blackmoore. It matches his style perfectly.
Don't forget, you will not be making friends with this man. Am I clear?
My father asks, his eyes burning into mine. Yes, Father. I remember.
Chapter 3. Drew. I've been up since before dawn exercising 4 of the horses that I want to show Thomas Doyle today, since I couldn't get back to sleep. They're all pure-blood thoroughbred and can be a little excitable if they haven't had a good run-out. The last thing I need is him getting a hoof to the bollocks. On second thought, maybe I should just let one of them have a bit of fun after all. I still don't get why he wants a horse for his daughter. She didn't strike me as a girl who gets her nails covered in horse shit and hay. Maybe I was wrong about her. Maybe she is a spoiled princess who has demanded a racehorse for her birthday, and father must oblige. The thought sticks in my throat. I won't part with one of my beauties if that's the case. I've showered, changed into a pair of jeans and a black button-down shirt, thrown on a blazer that was hanging on a chair, and brushed my hair back off my face. I look in the mirror and smile as I arrange the collar of my shirt and blazer. "Fuck, you are one handsome bastard," I say, and then laugh. My grandfather used to do the exact same thing. He was always joking, but it stuck with me, and now it's a habit when I need that extra bit of confidence, that edge. And although Thomas was polite last night, I have a feeling he's going to be a royal prick today. I hear the sound of tires approaching on the gravel path and head downstairs and out into the yard. A big black chauffeur-driven Bentley pulls up, and I'm a little taken aback when the dark-haired beauty from last night steps out first. She gives me a small smile and then bows her head as her father gets out behind her. "Good morning, Blackmoore," Thomas says, reaching for my hand to shake. The hairs on my neck instantly prickle. It's either Mr. Blackmoore or Drew. You choose. I make eye contact with him, and I don't move a muscle until he says, "Someone got out of bed the wrong side." He chuckles and then straightens his face. "Okay, Drew, let's get on with it. I believe you met my daughter Zara last night." He glances at her quickly, but then looks back at me. "Briefly, although now I feel like it was a setup, with you wanting to come and look at a horse and all." I smile, although I'm nearly already done with this meeting. She's not having one of my babies. I direct them both into the stables and introduce them to the stable hands, the grooms, and then one of the trainers who works alongside me. I've got 4 possibles. This one here is Bailey. His racing name is Bailey's Broken Promise. He's 5 years old, a good temperament, not the fastest in the paddock, but he has stamina. He can outrun the best. Now, what am I saying? He is the best at the long game. I open the stable door and lead Bailey out into the walkway. He's 16 and a half hands, so a big boy. I smile and wink at Zara, who blushes but doesn't speak. She walks forward and comes close to Bailey, her face level with his. She's not scared. That's a surprise. Then she places a gentle kiss right on his top lip and... Fuck. I feel jealous. Jealous of a freaking horse.
He's beautiful, but I think he's a little too much for me, she says, stepping back next to her father.
This whole situation is creeping me the fuck out. It's like she's a doll or a robot. We walk through the stables and I show her 2 more horses, which she very politely declines. I'm impressed with her reasoning. Each excuse has been about the horse and its welfare. So, this is the final horse I have to show you today. Jasmine. Her racing name is Jasmine's Keeper. She's a stunning example of a young racehorse. She's only 4 years old, 16 hands, and flies like the wind. She's amazing on the flat, not so great over the hedges. She still needs a little more gentling, but she's mostly there. She just gets nervous around huge crowds. We're building her up to that. But if you're not going to be entering her into any major races, you should be fine.
What if I don't want to race her at all?
Zara asks. Then I'm not selling. She's a racehorse. It's what she does. You don't race her and she'll get depressed, and all the training we've done will unravel. We'll be racing her, if this is the one Zara picks, that is. I notice the looks between Zara and her father. Zara has no intention of racing this horse, but as she steps forward, I notice the communication between Zara and Jasmine. Jasmine whinnies and shakes her head in excitement as Zara strokes down her nose.
I'm not sure. It's a big responsibility,
she says, looking at her father. And it's what you need. You need something to focus on, something you can channel all that wasted energy into.
I know, but a horse. It's a living, breathing animal. What if I mess it up?
You won't. He snaps at her and she dips her eyes and her head in response. Can you have it brought up to the house tomorrow? Thomas asks. Yeah, but we haven't discussed price, or even if I'm going to sell her to you yet. What's the price? He huffs, and I don't want to cause a rift by refusing to sell, so I double what she's worth. 100,000 English pounds. Okay, I'll transfer it to you if you send me your account details. I expect all the paperwork to be in order, and the deed over ownership transferred for that price. Shit, think of something. Okay, no problem. Slips out faster than my brain can work. And have it to my house by no later than noon. I have appointments all afternoon, so I need to be keeping Zara busy. It. Jasmine is not it. What the hell have I done? We walk back to the car they arrived in. I admit I have a driver for when I need to be places, but this guy, he's wearing a uniform that wouldn't look out of place at Buckingham Palace. Who the hell do they think they are? And when he calls him Jeeves, I nearly piss myself on the spot. I keep looking forward and focus on the most beautiful scenery I've seen in a while, Zara's ass. And what a peach it is. She gets into the car and her father gets in the other side. She doesn't even say goodbye. And as they drive away, I head back inside, rubbing the back of my neck. What the hell just happened? Something up, boss? Carlos, my main trainer, asks as he meets me outside Jasmine's stable. I think I've made a terrible mistake. Why? What have you done? Sold Jasmine to Thomas Doyle. I just have an awful feeling. The young woman looked okay. She looked like she likes horses, he says, trying to put me at ease. There is just something weird about Thomas. I can't put my finger on it. Did you notice anything strange about his daughter? She was quiet and polite. That's the thing. She wasn't that quiet at the charity event last night. She was quite chatty and was smiling a lot from what I could see. I'm sure she will look after Jasmine. I can go and keep an eye on her now and again, as the person who trained her. That's not a bad idea, but I think I'll be the one doing the checking. We need to get Jasmine's tack together and give her a good bath before she goes. Do you want to take her out in the morning? Carlos asks. Absolutely. I pull Jasmine's face round to mine and give her a good rub down her cheek. Don't you worry. I'll make sure you're in the right home. You're a big softy, you know that, Drew? Carlos says, laughing. When it comes to my four-legged fillies, you're right. I laugh back. And I promise you, Carlos, if any harm comes to Jasmine, I'll snap Thomas Doyle's neck. I know you will, but let's not get ahead of ourselves and just keep an eye on things. Can't wait to see those perfect fingernails covered in horse shit. I laugh. What have you got against the girl? He asks, and I stand there quiet for a moment. I don't have anything against her. She seems nice. I just noticed her perfect attire, and it worries me that she'll be more worried about getting shit on her pants than making sure Jasmine is settled. You should send one of our stable hands over to give her a hand for the first few days. Maybe. Carlos walks away, leaving me and Jasmine together. He'll be okay. Zara seems nice enough. I whisper into Jasmine's neck, and she whinnies back and rocks her head. You're a good girl. I give her a good, solid slap and a rub, then lead her back into her stall and close the gate. I've bought, broken, and sold hundreds of horses, and I've never been this disturbed about a transaction. Nothing makes sense. Zara is a grown woman, a beautiful woman, not the type of woman that I'd expect to get her hands dirty. A spoiled little princess who does exactly as father says. It wouldn't be the first time I'm wrong, but my gut is never normally that far off. For the rest of the day, I try to keep my mind occupied. Selling Jasmine still doesn't feel right, but I email over the documents, and within 30 minutes, the $100,000 is in my account. My stomach churns at the thought of Jasmine being mistreated or left to rot. There's no way I could live with myself if that happened. So, tomorrow, I will go and deliver her myself. Make sure that everything is as it should be, and maybe run Princess Doyle through her paces. Just in the interest of Jasmine, of course. When the sun sets, I finally make my way up to my apartment over the stables. I have a main house, but I like to be close to my horses. There's no telling when one of them might get sick or an intruder breaks in. The sound system plays, and I can hear the horses downstairs whinnying and eating their feed. It's the only thing that helps me sleep. Babies like white noise. I like the sound of my horses. It's restful and calming to know that they are all safe, happy, warm, and content. The only thing missing is a woman in my bed. I flick through my phone and go down the list of possible hookups. Marina, no, she gets too clingy. Deborah, no, she kisses weird. Samantha, no, she's... Fuck. The only woman I want is the one I don't have a number for. Princess fucking Doyle. I jump in the shower and then slide into bed, her pretty face still haunting me. The way she didn't really look at me directly, and only spoke when it was necessary, still has me intrigued. More than intrigued, fascinated. Maybe I shouldn't be too harsh on her tomorrow, or maybe I should be the asshole her father thinks I already am. Sleep happens quicker than I thought it would, and when my alarm blares at 5:30 a.m., I wish I could sleep for another hour. My bed feels like heaven, but I know I've got to get up and prepare Jasmine for the short journey to the Doyles. It's only about 30 minutes away, just on the other side of Little Downacre. Little Downacre is a small town about an hour from London. It's far enough from the big city to be able to breathe clean air, but not that far if I want to go and party and have some real fun. That reminds me, I still haven't caught up with Carter yet. I make a mental note to call him after I've finished at the Doyles. My morning run takes me longer than normal, and I wonder if I'm subconsciously trying to delay things. I spend the next hour in the gym trying to expel the frustration building inside me. The money is in the bank now, and it would make me look like an absolute asshole if I backed out now. Maybe I'm just overthinking everything. I meet Carlos outside Jasmine's stall. Is she ready to go? I ask. Not yet. I thought you might want to take her out for one last ride before she goes. The guy knows me well, and he's right. I do want to take her out and let her loose for old time's sake. I saddle her up and head out into the field that Jasmine loves the most. Selling one of your horses is like your child going off to college, I imagine, only they won't be back for holidays and birthday parties. Sure, I'll hopefully still see her, but Jasmine and I have a bit of a special bond. When Jasmine was born, her mother had had a real hard labor. Jasmine was born with a damaged leg, and the vet said that Jasmine would never make a racehorse, and the kindest thing would be to put her down now. There was no way. Dragon, her mother, was already distressed, so I said no, fired the fucker, and left them to bond for a few hours. When Jasmine couldn't stand properly, as I knew she wouldn't, we intervened and fed her milk. I stayed awake for 4 days solid with her, making sure that she was as comfortable as possible. I'd read a book years ago that said if you strapped up the leg quickly enough and kept it strapped until the horse started to grow, you had a chance of the bone fusing together on its own. And it did. When Jasmine reached 2 years old, she managed to escape to one of the fields and surprised a lot of us. She ran faster than anything I'd ever seen. It was beautiful. She bucked, frolicked, rolled over, and played like the foal she was. I decided that day to train her and make her into something special, something she deserved to be. It took less time than normal to break her in, as we already had a ribbon of trust that ran between us, and even less time to have her beating some of the best horses in my yard. But Jasmine will never be a jumper. It's not worth the risk. If she lands wrong, that could be the end of everything for her. She's a flat girl, through and through. It's all written in her paperwork, but I need to make sure the princess understands. No clearing hedges or fences, and no dangerous cross-country work. The lump in my throat gets bigger as I turn around and head back to the stables. Why the hell am I doing this? I don't need the money, and I don't need anyone's approval. But my reputation as a reliable horse trader is on the line. I back out now, and my name will be shit for a good long while. I slide off the saddle, and Carlos hands me my brush. It's the one Jasmine really loves, and I give her a last brush down. I will be keeping an eye on you, young lady. No horseplay, okay? I say, smiling as I step back and admire her glistening chestnut coat. We load her into the trailer. Carlos is coming with me. I think he's coming to make sure I don't do anything ridiculous or slug old Doyle in the mouth. As we arrive at the Doyle's estate, I'm not surprised at what I see. A huge old house with a sweeping driveway and a monstrosity of a fountain in front of the grotesque oak double doors. My stomach flips and I breathe out a long breath. "What's up?" Carlos asks. This place, it's all shit. I just hope the stables are better than that old cranky environment-killing house. Will you stop, boss? Anyone would think you were in love with the bloody horse. I know she's special to you, but she's a horse, and if you play nice with the princess, you might be able to visit, Carlos says with more than a hint of sarcasm. I can feel my temper rising, but I hold my lips shut. I can't afford to fire Carlos. First, he's my best friend, and second, he would just tell me to fuck off and grow up. Wouldn't be the first time. We drive around to the side of the house as per the directions, and then I see it. A purposely built building. It's brand spanking new. The aluminium roof shines in the mid-morning sunshine. This makes me even more nervous. A brand new horse and brand new stables? I thought Princess might be spoiled, but this is obscene. The place is big. Not as big as my stables, but it's big enough. It could probably house at least 10 horses. As I jump out of the truck, Princess walks out of the building, not looking even a little bit excited. What's the deal with this girl?
"Good morning, Mr. Blackmoore. Carlos," she says politely.
"Morning," we both reply.
"My father has had some urgent business in the city, so he won't be here today."
"Oh, well, do you think you'll be able to manage on your own?" I ask before even thinking.
"Well, it's not like father was going to give me a helping hand or anything. He probably won't even visit, for fear of getting something nasty on his shoes,"
she replies, but rolls her eyes at the end. Okay, well, Carlos will go and unload Jasmine while you show me around your setup. I want to make sure you've got everything you'll need. She nods, turns around, and walks back into the building. The first thing I notice is the heat. Fuck, it's warm in here. Zara, is it always this warm in here?
"I don't know. It's the first time I've been allowed in. I wanted to come in yesterday after we got back from your place, but father had a dinner he needed me to attend, so I was sent off to the hairdresser's."
Oh, right. Oh, I don't really know what to say to that.
"Mr. Blackmoore, I'm really sorry, but my father is a bit of a control freak. He likes me where he can see me. I don't know why, but that's just the way he is."
She turns around and smiles and waves at a camera.
"Morning, father. See, everything is under control,"
she says sweetly, and then turns her back from the camera and her face drops. What the hell? Is he really watching her? I look between the camera and Zara, becoming more confused when Carlos appears in the doorway with Jasmine. "Which stall is hers?" he asks.
"I'm not sure. Which one do you think she'd prefer, Mr. Blackmoore?"
Please stop with the Mr. Blackmoore. You're only a few years younger than me, so it feels kind of weird. Please call me Drew.
"That's not possible, Mr. Blackmoore. I only call my friends by their first names, and as we are not and will never be friends—"
Are you serious? I ask, cutting her off, completely confused.
Oh, yes, my father's instructions, I'm afraid.
Well, I look around again, trying to understand this woman, and then I see the perfect spot for Jasmine. This stall here. She will be able to see you while you work with her tack and prepare her feed. She'll like that. Zara simply smiles and nods and then opens the gate and walks inside. It's already set up for Jasmine. Feed, water, and lots of hay. It looks comfortable. Can you show me around a little more? What supplies have you got? Again, she nods without speaking and walks away from me, and I follow like a damn pup. We enter the tack room and my whole body freezes as I look at the wall. It has every piece of equipment you would ever need to groom a horse and an array of crops, but my eyes are fixed. What the hell is that? I snap.
What?
She asks, surprised. This fucking thing. I grab at the whip and pull it from the wall. You ever touch Jasmine with this and I'll whip you so fucking hard you will be begging for your life! I yell at her, rage running quickly through my veins. Her eyes widen, but then they glaze over.
I didn't know that was even in here. I swear I would never use a whip.
Yeah, you say that now, but when you want it to win, I knew there was something off about all this.
You think there is something off with me?
She asks, her head bowed and her voice soft. Not you, per se, but this whole situation. Why do you want a horse anyway? I ask, running the whiptail through my fingers.
I can't talk in here, she whispers. Maybe we should let Jasmine see the field that she will be spending some of her time in.
Her voice returns to normal. This just keeps getting weirder by the minute. Yeah, okay, I agree. If only to get some answers. And if I don't get them, there is a good chance Jasmine will be back home in time for lunch.
Chapter 4. Zara. Jesus Christ. This man gets hotter by the minute. I thought he looked amazing in his very tailored tux, but seeing him in his dress-down clothes... Hellfire. His t-shirt stretches across his chest, and you can just make out the muscles underneath. His shirt hangs open, and his jeans fit like they were specially made for him. Even his goddamn boots are sexy. Slightly dirty, but well looked after. Why am I getting jealous of his bloody boots? Drew leads Jasmine back out of the stables and into the yard. I walk ahead and open the gate to the field. As I open the gate, I turn to face Drew, who is having a hard time with Jasmine. She doesn't seem very happy about going anywhere right now. She's pulling back, pushing him sideways, and she doesn't look like the nice, friendly horse I met yesterday. Is she okay? I ask. Yeah, she'll be fine, just a bit jittery, he says, trying to hold on to her. Then he stands in front of her, kisses her nose and whispers something I can't quite hear. I've never seen anything like it in my life. She stops pushing, nods, and buries her head into his shoulder. Come on, Jazz. Let's see if this grass tastes as sweet as it looks. He gently guides her towards the field, and as he reaches the gate, he lets her off the leading rein. She slowly walks in and gradually breaks into a trot, then a canter, and before long she's flying around the field, kicking and bucking and looking so happy. So, you were going to tell me why you wanted a horse? He asks as he closes the gate and locks it. Honestly, I didn't want a horse. My father wants me to have one. He thinks that if I have responsibilities here, then I will not be able to leave. You mean move out? Yeah, or go travelling, or even spend a weekend away. I'm 24 and have never been anywhere without my parents. But you don't have to worry about Jasmine. I'll look after her, and I know I'll fall in love with her. She's beautiful, Mr. Blackmoore. Please call me Drew. Your father has the honour of calling me Mr. Blackmoore, not you. I don't think my father would like it. I should keep this formal. Don't you think? I stutter, panicking. Formal? You mean, businesslike? He asks, raising his eyebrow. Yes, exactly. Can I ask you another question? Yes, of course. Have you ever had a boyfriend or seen anyone for a while? Oh, God, no. Father wouldn't like that. I'm not, as naive as he thinks, but I've never had a relationship. He says with a slight smile on his lips. What? I ask, nudging him with my elbow. He stumbles and then laughs. You're not what I imagined. You must be quite the heartbreaker. Not begging to get tied down, married and kids. The guys must get pretty pissed off when you dump them. I don't dump anyone. I don't get into it with anyone. Anyway, this is not a conversation for the first time we really meet. It's not the first time, though. It's the first time we've had a conversation. It's the first time we've been alone. But we've met before, a few times. Ah, yes. The galas, I say, rolling my eyes. I'm introduced to so many people and shown off like a prize pony. Do you hate them as much as I do? He asks. I don't know. How much do you hate them? I'd rather have root canal treatment, but the dentist won't oblige when it's not necessary. Why do you go to them then if it's so painful? Business. To mix with the right people and to see what's on offer. You mean women? Yes and no. It depends on what mood I'm in, and if the mood takes me, then I'll maybe find something interesting to do with the rest of my evening. So you don't have a wife or regular girlfriend? I ask, and I have no idea why. No wife. I do have a couple of friends who I see occasionally. A man has got to eat, princess. I take in what he says, and then his smirk hits me. Oh, you were talking about Mr. Blackmoore. Drew, and if you call me Mr. Blackmoore, I won't answer you. And yes, I was. I was waiting to see your reaction. Not the broad-minded type? He asks, his smile widening. I'm broad-minded. I just wasn't expecting you to be so crass. You think that's crass? You wouldn't want to be alone with me in my bedroom. Crass doesn't even come into it. Oh, God. I can feel the heat pooling between my legs, and as I move from one leg to the other, I notice his smile getting even wider. He knows exactly what he's doing, and I want him to stop. Now. But I don't want him to stop. The longer I stand next to him watching Jasmine run around the field, the more his scent is invading my normally logical brain. His arm keeps brushing against mine, and the tingles shoot all over my body. I've no intention of finding out. Really? That's a little disappointing. Why? You've got your friends. You don't need another one. I might. And you're more like me than you think. How so? I ask, my mind racing and my chest heaving at the thought of being alone with him in his bedroom. You don't do relationships, and neither do I. I manage to gather myself just enough to speak clearly. You know my reason for not getting into a relationship. What's yours? No real reason. No broken heart or fear of commitment. I just don't have time. My horses come first, even over my family. I don't know a woman who would put up with that. I'm not broken. I'm not a project to be fixed. I just haven't met anyone who would be happy living with me, and I wouldn't want someone to waste their life on me. That's not what I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to tell me the old, I've been cheated on, I don't trust women, or you might even have had gold digger issues. His eyes sparkle with mischief as he listens to me admitting my assumptions. Jasmine looks fairly settled, so I might head back home. Carlos took the truck. Do you think you could drive me home? His lips smile widely and show his perfect white teeth. Good teeth say a lot about a man. I would love to, only I don't drive. I've always wanted to learn, but I've never had the opportunity. Plus, Father wouldn't like it. My smile fades, and I dip my head. I'm sounding more and more pathetic with every word. I could ask one of the staff to drive you. No, I'll call Carlos and he can come back for me. We both turn and walk back towards the stable building. He turns as if to say goodbye to Jasmine, and freezes. "Fuck!" he yells and runs back towards the fence. Jasmine is racing up the field at speed, and it doesn't look like she has any intention of stopping. He reaches the fence, and before I can even think about following, he's sat on top of the fence. "Whoa, Jasmine," he says soothingly as he raises one hand and then the other, but she's still flying like the wind. My pulse races as I go to stand behind him. If he falls back, he could really hurt himself. "Whoa, Jasmine, I'm not going anywhere," he says loudly but still with a kind tone to his voice. But she's still coming, and fast. "Jasmine, stop!" he yells. And finally, she decides to listen as she slows down quickly into a trot and then finally comes to a stop right in front of him. "Jesus, Jasmine, were you trying to kill me? You silly girl," he says softly as he rubs and kisses her nose. I wonder if I run at him like that, whether he'd pull me into his arms and kiss me softly like that. "Is she okay?" I ask, stepping around from behind him. "Yeah, I think she just panicked. We should have brought her in before I left. I think seeing me walk away upset her." "You have a strong bond with her, don't you?" I say. More of a statement than a question. "Yeah, I've had her since she was born. She had a few problems, so I spent a lot of time with her. I think she sees me as a father figure." "I wish I felt that way about my father," I whisper under my breath. "What was that?" "Oh, I love it when my father leaves me alone. I wish he'd do it more often." "I think this is a bit different," he says harshly. "Oh, yes, I never meant... Look, I'm sorry, I never meant to annoy you." "I've been a constant in her life, always been there for her, and I've just sold her on. How would you feel if your father did that to you?" "I think I'd be relieved to get out of this place," I say without thinking. "This is not a joke, Zara. Horses have feelings. They are very intelligent and astute animals. If you don't know that, then I think I should rethink the sale." "Please, Mr. Blackmoore, don't do that. My father will wonder what the hell I've done. I promise I will look after her and give her everything she needs," I beg. "Fine. But I'm going to come every day to check on her. If I feel that she is getting depressed or anxious, I'll be taking her back." He jumps off the fence into the field and takes hold of Jasmine. "I appreciate that. Thank you," I say as I watch his strong arms take hold of his baby and lead her to the gate. I open the gate and admire his control as he leads her across the yard and into the stable building. The way his muscles in his back move under the t-shirt, the way his arse cheeks move in the moulded jeans, and those thighs, those legs. Oh my God, I don't think I've ever been attracted to a person's back before. Jasmine's hooves clip-clop loudly through the stables, and as he closes the door to her pen, he gives her another kiss on the nose. "I'll be back tomorrow. Be a good girl and don't cause any trouble." He rubs her nose and turns to walk away, but I'm standing so close to him we end up in an embrace. Sorry. I shouldn't have been in your way." "You can get in my way any time if your eyes are going to sparkle like that." Oh God, he's flirting. Shit, the cameras. My eyes flit quickly to the cameras that are everywhere. "It was my fault. I'm sorry. It won't happen again," I half yell so the cameras pick it up. He catches on quickly. "Make sure it doesn't," he says loudly. "But if it does, be prepared, princess," he whispers into my ear, sending electric shocks through my body that all lead to one specific area. I can feel the heat building between my legs, and I'd love nothing more than to pull him into one of the pens and let him have his way. Thankfully, I'm not into making porno, so that's completely off the table. I step back and gather myself with a couple of deep breaths. Jesus, that was close. "Did you call Carlos?" I ask, half hoping he says no. I texted him. He should be here any minute. "Oh, right. Well, I suppose I'll see you tomorrow?" "You will. I'll be here." He checks his calendar on his phone. "Around 11 a.m. I suggest you don't turn her out until I'm here. I wouldn't want any accidents. I'm more than capable of turning her out.
And do you think you could stop her from jumping the fence and trying to make her way back to her old home?
His eyes are dark and serious, pulling me further and further in. No, I don't. Thank you, I reply. The sound of tyres on the gravel pulls us both out of the staring contest, but when we step outside, I'm surprised that it's not Carlos in the truck.
What the hell are you doing here?
Drew growls. Who the hell is this? And what are they doing here?
Chapter 5. Drew. As we walk out of the stable building, I'm expecting to see Carlos, but my blood boils when I see the very noticeable sports car. A sports car I know well and would love to ride a tractor over. "What the hell are you doing here?" I ask. "Well, that's some greeting, Drew." The dick, Richard King, smirks as he closes his prick machine. I turn to look at Zara, and I'm relieved when she looks as confused as me.
Who are you?
She asks, stepping forward towards him. "Richard King, horse trainer to the stars, darling."
Okay, but why are you here?
"To train your horse, of course. Why else would I be here?" "She doesn't need a trainer," I snap, my temper beginning to show. Well, I've been hired by Mr. Doyle. He wants to make sure Jessica wins her next race." "Her name is Jasmine, and you know it. Cut the crap, Dick. What are you really doing here?" "I've come to train Jasmine. Well, I've come to have a look around and see what else we will need to make her a winner." "You're not training my horse," I growl through gritted teeth. "It's not yours anymore. It's Mr. Doyle's, and he hired me, so you're not required." "It is a she, and she is Jasmine. Have some fucking respect. And you're wrong. The horse belongs to Zara. Jasmine is in her name. Mr. Doyle is paid up front. I don't have to tell you what letting a client down will do to your reputation, now do I?"
Excuse me, gentlemen, but I don't really understand what's going on here. There seems to be a dick measuring competition which I don't want to be part of. However, I do want to know why you're here. Richard, was it?
"Oh, darling, you don't listen very well, do you? I've just explained. Now, please, can you show me where you're housing Jasmine?" he asks in a sickly, sweet voice that makes me want to punch him hard in the gut.
I am nobody's darling, Dick, and no, I will not show you where my horse is. She doesn't need a trainer. She's already got one.
I watch, stunned, as this beautiful, shy girl turns into a strong woman, a woman who's just ripped off Dick's balls. "I've been hired, sweetheart, and there is nothing you or him can do about it."
Really?
She asks. She puts 2 fingers in her mouth and whistles so loudly I wince at the shrill noise. Not 1, not 2, but 3 Rottweilers come bounding around the corner. I slowly maneuver myself behind Zara. I'm not scared of dogs in the slightest, but if she's called them on an attack command, they won't have a clue who is going to be lunch. "What the fuck? You crazy bitch, call them off now!" Dick screams as he tries desperately to open his car door. The problem with these fancy sports cars is when the doors open vertically, they take a little time to get fully open. Zara lifts her right arm and points in the direction of Dick and smiles. The dogs change direction slightly and charge at the car. I breathe out the breath I'd been holding, and a slight laugh escapes. Dick is now screaming for help, and it's only when the dogs are within a foot of the car that she lifts her arm out in front of her and signals them to stop. She lowers her arm and signals them to sit. All 3 hounds are barking and growling at the open car door while Dick tries frantically to pull it shut.
Now, Mr. King, let this be a warning to you. These dogs have your scent now, and the next time you come around here, I might not be here to call them off. Have a nice day, and please drive carefully, she says with a smile that you could almost take as real. She points to the ground by her feet, and the 3 dogs instantly move and sit in front of her, looking at her expectantly. Good babies, you did a really good job. I'll get you some treats in a minute.
As if they understood every word, they look at each other with disappointment.
I never break a promise, guys. I just don't have any on me at the moment.
I dig into my pocket and pull out a packet of mints. "Are these any good?" I offer.
You're a lifesaver. They won't stop sulking until they get some.
She takes the packet of mints and gives each dog one. They don't even taste it as they swallow it down, but they do look a little more content. I didn't know you had dogs, I say, surprised.
They're not mine. They belong to Shepherd. The gardener's brought them with him every day since they were puppies.
Where did you learn the hand commands?
Shepherd taught me. He used to be one of the top gun dog trainers in the country.
But they're not gun dogs.
No. His house got broken into and they took his dogs and a lot of his equipment. He decided to get some dogs that would be less easy to steal.
I bet. So they're guard dogs.
I think they'd like to be. There's just one problem.
What's that? I ask, wondering where she's going with it.
They only know how to play at being guard dogs. All three of them are softers. The whistle I blew was a playtime whistle. Shepherd and I used to play hide and seek with them, and when they found us, they'd bark and go crazy.
So Dick was never in any danger? Zara starts laughing, and suddenly I feel an urge to pull her to me and kiss her, take her in my arms and strip her naked.
No. Well, I don't think so. I've never really played that game with anyone else before.
So they could have attacked him?
No. They are really well trained in hand commands. You might think they are not looking, but believe me, as soon as I move, they know it.
They are lovely dogs, but I've got to say, they are fucking huge. Doesn't it worry you a little that they might turn?
No. I've been with them nearly every day since they were 8 weeks old. I'm their mama, just like your Jasmine's daddy.
I'd like to be your daddy right now. Shit, don't go there. The sound of tires against gravel snaps me out of my dirty thoughts as we both look to see Carlos pulling into the yard. What the fuck are they? He asks, leaning out of the open window.
This one is Mavis, named after Shep's ex-wife.
She points to the smallest of the three.
This one is Trent and that one is Burton. They're named after the place they came from.
Where the hell is Trent? I ask, not even knowing why.
No, Burton-on-Trent, near the Uttoxeter racecourse.
Oh, yeah, I've seen the signs, I say. What the hell am I even talking about? Idle chit-chat is not usually my bag. Boss, hate to break up the tour of Britain, but we need to get a move on. I've got a shit ton of work to do before I finish, and you've got a visitor. For Carlos not to say who my visitor is tells me it must be a female. His ability to read situations is far better than mine. I'll see you at 11 tomorrow. Don't be late, and don't take her out until I get here.
Absolutely. Do you mind if I sit with her for a while, though?
I climb into the truck and look at the beautiful woman waiting for my response. Go for it. She likes company. I slam the door closed and give her a slight wave. Don't say a fucking word, I say to Carlos, who is smiling like he just won the fucking lottery. You want to bang her, don't you? He laughs. Bang her? Bang her? No, Carlos. What I want to do to her hasn't even got a name yet. Oh, Drew, you need to be careful with this one. Her father is a prick, and as far as I know, she's never even dated. I didn't say I wanted to date her, I snap. I just want to see if she's as hot between the sheets as she is out of them. Drew, look, she's a nice girl. Don't go and ruin her. His words hit me like a knife to the chest. Is that what he thinks I do with women? Ruin them? Who's at the house? I ask, changing the subject. Now you ask. He smiles and then winces when he says, Veronica. Didn't you tell her I was out? I did, but she said that you'd have to come back sometime, so she'd wait. You could have told her that I was away in Australia for a month. She'd only have come back in a month. You need to make it clear that you don't like her. I've tried, but she doesn't listen. When we get back, don't leave me alone with her. No matter how hard she tries to get rid of you, don't go. Drew Blackmoore, are you scared to vinegar tits Veronica? Yeah, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. Vinegar tits Veronica wanted to be a jockey. I tried to train her, but she just wasn't cut out for it. All she wanted to do was get into my pants. It wouldn't have been so bad, but she was 15 years old, and no way on this living earth was I going there. She gave Carter, my brother, a hard time and was a bitch to him. That's where she got the name Vinegar Tits. And it kind of stuck. By the time she turned 18, she was a real thorn in my side. I'd used her age as an excuse every time, but now she just keeps coming around and offering herself on a plate. It's the ugliest thing I've ever seen. She's grown into an attractive woman, but the way she blatantly tries to give herself to me turns my stomach. Did you see King Dick on your way to pick me up? I ask. Yeah, he was all over the road. What happened? Those 3 dogs in Zara, I laugh. Her father tried to hire him as a trainer for Jasmine, and Zara set the dogs on him. It was fucking hilarious. I wish I'd had the thought to film it. I bet it's on camera anyway. That place has more security than the tower holding the crown jewels. My mind begins to wander. Why is her father so hell-bent on watching her constantly? And why did he hire a completely different horse trainer? It doesn't make sense. Richard King is the son of Derek King, a wealthy businessman from Old English money who also hates us Americans. Derek and Doyle have been in some sort of partnership for years. If one is at an event, then so is the other, thick as thieves. Richard got into horses at an early age, and as he never wanted to really work for a living, he pretends that he has a gift that's cost his father a lot of money. When Richard has finished training a horse, they usually end up with me to put right everything he's done. His little dig earlier about reputation was because I'd taken on a horse that Richard had trained. It was totally out of control. He damaged it so badly that it took me longer than I'd said it would to fix. A month before I handed the horse back, people started talking behind my back, saying I was a con man, that I couldn't do what I promised. I wanted to shoot them all right between the fucking eyes. I took my father's advice and ignored them, and eventually I broke the chain of torture that Richard had inflicted on the poor animal, and broke all his training. I handed over a perfectly sound and stable horse, a horse that went on to win the Cheltenham Gold Cup. I was lucky enough to be stood close to Richard at the track when it crossed the finishing line. The look of embarrassment on his face made me feel triumphant, and knowing that everyone in that paddock knew I'd trained yet another winner made it all the sweeter. As Carlos parked the truck, I spotted Veronica out of the corner of my eye. Remember, you do not leave my sight. You do and I'll fire your ass, got me? You don't need to threaten me. Fuck, she scares the living daylights out of me, too. Safety in numbers, boss. Safety in numbers. Carlos chuckles as he steps down from the truck.
Oh, Drew, where have you been? I've been here ages waiting for you.
Veronica squeals as she comes up too close and too personal to my body. I've been working. What's it got to do with you? I snap, hoping she gets the message.
Don't be tarty with me. I missed you, that's all.
Veronica, please go home, I say sternly.
You don't even know why I'm here.
Why are you here, Veronica? I whine. You can actually see the cogs ticking. She hadn't even thought of a reason to stalk me. I shake my head and storm into the barn with Carlos by my side.
Wait, I wanted to book some riding lessons.
Nope, I reply.
But I really think I need to improve my...
No, Veronica, no. It's as simple as that. No. Do you hear me? Do you understand?
I hear you, but I think it's you who doesn't understand, Drew. I want riding lessons,
she says, smiling, and then she looks over to Carlos.
Can you give us a moment? I need to talk about something personal with Drew.
I can feel Carlos's attempt at holding in his laughter. No, sorry, I'm on protective duty today, he says with a slight giggle.
Well, then I suppose I would just have to ask for what I want in front of the paid help. I want riding lessons, and not with a horse. There, I've said it,
she says, her cheeks pink and flushed with embarrassment. It's almost sweet, but it isn't. You want what? I ask in shock. No, don't repeat it. I heard you the first time. No, no, and no. Now, please go, or I'll have to call the police and get a restraining order. This is getting to be too much now, Veronica. Go home and stay the hell away from here and me. I almost feel sorry for her as her eyes fill with tears and then they spill over onto her rosy cheeks. Hold firm, Drew. It's nearly over. She turns away, but before leaving, she turns back and gives me a squinted look that has me frozen to the spot. This isn't over, Drew. And then she's gone, out the door and hopefully out of my life. You should really have a chat with her father. I don't think he'd be too impressed, Carlos says, leaning against the wall. Let's just hope that the message sinks in. You wouldn't want her causing you any trouble, not while you're trying to get into Princess Zara's pants. I'm not trying to get into anyone's pants. If I wanted to fuck the princess, I could. You know that. But there's something not right with the whole setup. It feels off. Never had you down for a guy with a conscience. Treat him mean, keep him keen. Isn't that what you drummed into me? Yeah, but I have a feeling that she's already been treated mean. You gonna find out? I might do a bit of digging over the next few days. Jasmine had a bit of a sulk on when I tried to leave, so I said I'd go and help her out and help Jasmine settle in. So you've got a soft spot for the princess, then? I'm not a totally heartless bastard, regardless of what people say. Anyway, I need to make sure Jasmine is being cared for properly. This is a big upheaval for her. I get that, but you've never been this involved before. Are you sure that you're the right man for the job? He asks with a smirk. Fuck off and mind your own business. I'm still the boss around here. Yeah, and I'm your voice of reason. Just don't go and get in so deep you need rescuing, that's all I'm saying. The Doyles are a weird family and have even weirder connections. Just don't go and blacken that already charred reputation. Okay, father. Fuck, anyone would think I'm a man whore. Well, aren't you? You haven't dated in years. You have regular hookups, but no one that you ever spend any real time with. What's with all the relationship shit? I don't know. I have not seen you look at a woman like that for a long time. I don't look at her any differently to any other woman. I sort of feel sorry for her. I don't know why, but there's something. Yeah, you've said. Anyway, I've got work to do. We've got a few horses to turn out. You could give me a hand if you like, Carlos says as he walks out of the office. I nod and follow him into the stables. We each take a horse and lead him through the yard and out into the paddock. His words are running through my head over and over. You've got a soft spot for her. You haven't dated in years. What the fuck does he know? After we've turned out 12 of the horses, I go upstairs to my apartment and shower and dress. Carla suggested that we head to the village pub and have a few beers. It beats staying in watching shit TV, and by 8 p.m. I'm downing my first bottle. The cold liquid feels like heaven on my throat. Carlos joins me as I'm ordering my second drink. You trying to get smashed tonight? He asks, patting me on the shoulder. No, I'm just thirsty. I've worked hard today. We both have. True, but you don't want a hangover tomorrow. Having a hangover tomorrow might not be a bad idea.
Chapter 6. Zara.
What the hell were you doing?
My father yells at me as he grabs my arm hard. I stand in front of my father in the grand hallway of my home. I'm angry, but tears are threatening to fall. I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't try and fool me. I sent you the best trainer for that old nag and you set the fucking dogs on him.
He continues to yell, his grip getting tighter. You're hurting me, I cry as I try to move my arm out of his grip.
I'm hurting you, you ungrateful bitch. I spent a fucking fortune on that horse and it needs to win to earn its keep, and what do? Turn away its best chance.
No, I'd already agreed with Drew that he would help. I didn't need another trainer.
It wasn't and isn't your decision. I don't want that Blackmoore asshole anywhere near my house, or you, for that matter.
But he knows Jasmine better than anyone.
That is not your choice. You will do as you are told. If he comes up here again, then I shoot him on the spot for trespassing.
You can't. He's only trying to help.
Help himself to you. I saw the two of you. He was 5 seconds away from... It doesn't matter. He's not to set foot on my land. Do you understand?
He barks at me and then releases his grip on my arm and pushes me away. I breathe a sigh of relief and rub my sore arm as I balance myself off the wall. But he's coming tomorrow.
That's even better. You can tell him to his face to fuck off.
He points his finger into my face and I raise my arm to take cover. It wouldn't be the first time a point has turned into a slap. He storms away, leaving me in pain, shaking and leaning against the wall. I should have known better than to answer him back. I should have known better than to set the dogs on Dick. I knew it would come back to bite me, but in that moment I felt strong. I felt like I had a say in my life. I'm up at the crack of dawn and out in the stables with Jasmine. I don't talk loudly to her, but I do tell her what went on and how sorry I am that I have to stop Drew from coming to visit. As if she understands every word, her eyes become sad, and she whinnies in sympathy, rubbing her nose against my jacket. After mucking out and brushing her down, the time has soon passed, and at 10:55, Drew pulls up into the yard in his truck.
"Morning, Princess,"
he says, smiling at me. Glad you said morning, and not good morning, I mumble.
"What?"
Why, is everything okay? He asks as he walks slowly towards me, his eyes boring into mine. I slowly close my eyes, take a breath, and shake my head. What do you mean, no? Is Jasmine okay? I nod back at him, my eyes not leaving his. I can already feel tears threatening. So, what is it? He asks, standing right in front of me. My head tilts upwards. You have to go. My father doesn't want you here. He said he'd shoot you if he caught you on his land. He laughs at first, and then quickly realizes I'm not joking. You can't be serious, he snaps at me. I turn to walk away. Seeing the shock in his eyes hurts even more, but then a sharp pain stops me in my tracks and I cry out, Ow! Let go! Drew has a hold on my arm, the arm that my father gripped so hard last night. It's black and blue with bruises. Shit, sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you, he says, his face full of worry. It's fine, it's nothing. But you have to go. I turn and face him, desperate to rub my arm, but knowing it'll only cause more questions. I'm not going anywhere. Get your father down here and let him tell me to my face. It's my job, not his. She's my horse after all. I'm not leaving. Who else is going to help you? His eyes search mine, and then the penny drops. Oh, right. Dick the prick. Is this because you sent him on his way yesterday? I suppose, but my father has his ways. I don't have a choice in the matter. I can hear my voice cracking. Yes, you do. Like you said, she's your horse. And I am asking you to leave. I try to sound strong, but my stomach is twisted. No, he snaps, and his arm reaches for me again, but I quickly move out of his way. You need to leave now, and please, Drew. I take a breath that fills my lungs. Don't come back, I blurt out. The rage on Drew's face scares me. It's one thing being controlled by my father, but seeing Drew this angry and at me is petrifying. Fuck you, Princess. You're not keeping Jasmine. I'm not leaving her here with you. You have no choice. She's mine, legally. We'll see about that. Don't get used to her, Princess. She'll be back where she belongs before you know it. My father won't let that happen. Don't make this any worse than it is. Please. He turns and walks away, but as he gets to his truck, he turns and looks back at me. Fuck you, Princess. Fuck you, he bellows. And no more than 3 seconds later, he's tearing off across the yard as my body shakes, tears threatening to fall as I watch him leave. I walk into the stables and open Jasmine's gate. She shakes her head and stamps her foot as if trying to tell me she's pissed off with me too. I stroke her neck, and before I realise it, I'm hugging her, and the tears that were threatening to fall are now free and soaking both my cheeks and Jasmine's hair. I don't hear anyone coming, but Jasmine nods her head and breaks me out of my thoughts. I take it you told him? My father asks from the other side of the gate. Yeah, I did, I reply, and start to brush Jasmine's coat. Why are you crying? Did he hurt you? He asks as if it would be bad for anyone to lay a hand on me. No, of course not. I think Jasmine will miss him. It's a horse. It doesn't know any different. You live in a dreamland and it's about time you woke up. What do you mean? I ask, confused. You think you can choose what you do and who your friends are? I choose, and I say who comes into this house. I'm not having your head turned or risking your reputation. No one will want you if they think you've been ruined by an American. My heart stammers. I don't understand. I don't see what the problem is with Drew. Drew. You refer to him as Blackmoore if you have to in front of me. He's a womanizer. Everyone knows the type of women those Blackmoors associate with. Take his brother, for instance, the footballer. He's done nothing but fuck his way around England and America. If you hate him so much, why did you buy Jasmine from him? I ask, continuing to brush her glossy coat. That's my business.
Finish what you're doing and go and get cleaned up. Richard is coming by soon to take a look at this stupid animal. It is as good as Blackmoore said, or I'll send it to the glue factory."
"Father!" I screech, wrapping my arms around Jasmine's neck. "She understands more than you think. Richard is not the right person for Jasmine. She doesn't like him."
"She's a goddamn horse. She'll do as she's told or he'll make her regret it."
I nuzzle my head into her neck and hope that he leaves me alone soon.
"You've got 10 minutes and then I want you in the house. We've got work to do and money to make. Look your best."
He snaps and then turns on his heels and walks away. I breathe a sigh of relief and whisper, "I won't let anything happen to you. I promise. He's just a nasty old man who likes to boss me around." I give her a kiss and then turn and put all the brushes away, fill up her troughs and head over to the house as my father demanded. As soon as I walk through the door, I can hear my father yelling at someone. I sigh, but relief floods me, knowing it's not only me he's angry with. I take the stairs 2 at a time in the hopes I can get into my room and lock the door before he realizes I'm home. My bed is just how I left it this morning. The sheets are screwed up and the pillows are all over the place. I set to making my bed and thank my lucky stars he didn't see it earlier. Everyone thinks I'm spoilt, but I do everything inside the house. I cook, I clean, do all the laundry and any other jobs my mother leaves on my to-do list. Shit! The to-do list! I didn't have chance to look at it this morning. I was so worried about Drew arriving it completely slipped my mind. I turn on the shower and wash away all the dirt I've picked up and give my hair a good wash with my favourite coconut shampoo. The smell reminds me of happier times when I was a child and I had a nanny. Florence was the nicest person I ever met. She was also my teacher until I turned 12. Florence was the one who talked me through my first period and explained what was happening. I remember thinking I was dying, and her holding my hand and telling me that it was the start of me becoming a woman. Thinking of Florence is bittersweet. My mother became jealous of our relationship, and my father didn't like the lessons she was teaching me. So, suffice to say, shortly after my 12th birthday, Florence left and never returned. My father said she'd had enough of me and couldn't cope with my tantrums, but I knew that was lies. Florence and I never even had a cross word. I knew they'd told her to go, and it hurt. She was the only adult in my life who didn't want something from me. But I smile, like she'd want me to, and prepare for the afternoon with Richard. As I'm cleaning the windows downstairs, I see Richard's car drive past the front of the house and head towards the stables. I throw the cloth on the floor and run outside, my heart hammering in my chest. I don't want him to go anywhere near Jasmine. Drew would be so angry. Richard has a reputation of being a vicious trainer, and I don't want him to break my horse. As I round the corner into the stable block, I see Richard already standing outside her stall. "I don't need your help," I snap at him. His head turns, and there is a wicked smile on his face. "I don't answer to you. You're not paying my invoices." "I don't want your help. Didn't you hear me? I don't need it."
"Really?"
Richard asks with a smug look on his face.
"Saddle her up and take her for a ride, then."
He laughs quietly. He must know I've not ridden her yet. I wanted our first time to be just the 2 of us. "No, I don't need to prove anything to you. She's fine, so there's nothing for you to do here."
"Okay, then," he says, unbolting the gate. "I'll take her out, put her through her paces, and see what she's made of."
"I said no!" I yell. Jasmine reacts and starts whinnying and stamping her foot. I move forward to put the bolt back across, but it's a second too late. The gate flies open and Jasmine escapes, heading straight for the paddock. Her speed picks up quickly. The gate to the paddock is locked, but this doesn't stop Jasmine. She flies over the fence like stepping up a curb and clears the fence with both ease and grace. "Jasmine! Jasmine!" I yell, running after her and climbing the fence.
"Let her go. She's a dumb animal. She won't come back to your calls."
"This is all your fault. You scared her."
"No, Zara. It was you with your yelling. You need to stop that. It's not ladylike." I'm sorry, are you actually telling me how I should behave in my own home? Zara, I am a guest here. You shouldn't speak to anyone like that. Especially not me. He stares at me, and his eyes pin me in place. I can't move. I've never been scared of Richard before, but I don't like the way he's looking at me. Go into the house while I try and get this stupid animal back in. No, I won't. I snap at him. I think you should leave. I'll get her back in later. It looks like she wants to release some energy. That horse should do as I ordered, not be left to pick and choose. Go away. Go home. I'll bring her in myself. I turn and walk back into the stables, hoping he does as I've asked. The next thing I hear is his engine roaring and his tyres crunching against the concrete road. I bend over, putting my hands on my knees and breathing as slowly as I can. How fucking dare he come here, cause trouble, and then blame me? I know that I only have a few minutes before my father comes out to give me hell, so I grab some water and some feed and go and sit on the fence and wait for Jasmine to calm down. I'm surprised when I look at my watch and realise that it's been over an hour since Richard left, and Father hasn't come out to tell me what a disappointment I am again. The whole hour, I've watched Jasmine run and turn and run some more and then stop for a graze. It looks like she's having fun, more fun than I ever had, and my thoughts drift to Drew. I wonder if he'll ever speak to me again. He was so angry at me, and I understand why. I just wish I knew what my father's issue is with him.
Chapter 7. Drew. The day I walked away from Jasmine and left her at the Doyle's property was one of the darkest days of my life. I should never have sold her. I don't even know why I did. I don't need the money. Carlos has been keeping an eye on things. He set up a camera that looks out to the paddock, and he makes sure Jasmine looks okay. My lawyers have told me I don't have much chance of getting her back unless we can prove she's been mistreated, and from what Carlos has said, she's doing okay. I know he's not telling me everything, but I can't bring myself to watch any of the footage. I wouldn't be able to stay away if I saw something that didn't feel right. It's a waiting game. A long game I wish would end. It's been 2 weeks, and I've also not stopped thinking of Zara. The way she flinched and moved away from me. The tears that threatened to fall when she told me to go. After my anger calmed, I believed it wasn't her decision, and that it hurt her to kick me off their property. I just don't understand her. She's beautiful, seems to be bright, and she's kind, from what I've seen. Is it just the connection with Jasmine that's got me thinking of her 24/7? I don't think so. That wouldn't explain the long showers I've been taking, a vision of her on her knees with her perfect plump lips wrapped around my cock, my fingers wrapped in her hair and her eyes staring up at me, full of tears as she takes me as far as she can until I explode, coating her throat with my cum. Fuck, I wish I could stop. But each time it gets better and better, and now I have the need and desire to have her for real. I need to know what she's like. I need to know if she's as dirty as the girl I've imagined. Tomorrow I fly home to New York. My parents are having an anniversary party and we've all been summoned. I don't normally mind going, but knowing that Jasmine could be in trouble tarnishes the excitement of seeing all of my brothers and the possibilities of getting laid. I have a few girls I can call on back home when I need some light relief, but a couple of them are getting a bit clingy. They know I'll be home for the party and have been texting nonstop, offering to show me a good time. Normally I'd be all over it, booking myself out left, right, and center, but I don't have the enthusiasm. I need to get laid, I know I do, but I don't want anyone I've had before. I know who I want, but that is never going to happen. I remember Carter having a bit of an arrangement with one of the team on the private jet. I wonder if she'd be up for a bit of turbulence at 36,000 feet. I smile at my own joke and call our pilot to arrange for her to be on our flight. He texts back saying that Carter had requested specifically for her not to be on board. This only fuels me. Carter has played some pretty shitty tricks on us over the years, and this might just be a way of getting him back. So I tell the pilot not to worry. Carter is just being dramatic and to make sure she's on the flight. When I board the plane, I can already tell I've made a monumental mistake, but as we take off, I realize there is no backing out. especially as Shelley, the hostess, shows me an awful lot of interest. Carter is furious, and his lady friend Brooke looks so confused. She obviously doesn't know too much about Carter and his ambition to fuck his way around the world, but looking at my brother now, I've never seen him look embarrassed and uneasy. I'm a bigger fucking prick than he could ever be. He's pulled some stunts in his time at this. I win the trophy for being the shittiest brother of all time. There's only one thing for it. Take Shelley in the bedroom and get her out of the way of my brother and Brooke. 4 rounds of mediocre sex and 2 shit blowjobs later, it's time for us to land. I really don't know what Carter saw in this woman. She's so into the sex, I'm pretty sure she forgets the person she's fucking, or supposed to be getting fucked by. I had no ambition to take control, which is unheard of. I just wanted to keep her busy for the whole of the flight. But when she slapped me across the face and left scratches, I nearly threw her from the fucking plane. Never again, I vow as I make my way back to my seat. Carter's stare is like nothing I've seen before, and I can't bear to look back at him. So I close my eyes and try to sleep for the last half hour. I wake up to the sound of a vacuum cleaner and an empty plane. Carter and Brooke have gone, and the pilot and Shelley are cleaning up. And it dawns on me, they fucking left me. They left me on the plane. I jump out of my chair and race down the steps, only to find the car that should be waiting for us is gone. Bastards. Hey, do you think you can get me some transport to the terminal? I ask the pilot as he looks at me with a raised eyebrow. The car will be back for you soon. Your brother thought it best for you to sleep. Thanks, I mumble, and take a seat on the last step of the plane. Fucking bastards. Why did they leave me here on my own? I say to no one. Because you were an asshole to your brother, a fucking sick bastard. And was it worth it? No. The weird feeling I had before I left for New York is still there. I can't work out now whether it's missing Jasmine or Zara. I feel like I've spent so much time with her over the past 2 weeks, but it's all been in my head and the palm of my hand. I don't know her at all. But something in my gut tells me I want to. I really want to. For the first time in forever, I don't want to be here with my brothers. The 2 eldest, Braxton and Kane, are all loved up and have small babies. Carter is doting on Brooke like she's made of sugar crystal, which leaves me, a fuck-up and the shittiest brother on the planet. Not that I'll readily admit to it. Carter has held that trophy for many years. It'd be a shame to take it away from him. After a quick visit with my brothers, I keep a low profile until the night of the ball. I don't want to fall out with any of them, and by the looks they all gave me, I'm not their favorite person right now. When I see my 3 brothers all coupled up, my heart wrenches to go home, back to the UK. Although this is home to me too, I'm missing being in familiar surroundings. So when I get the opportunity, I lie and tell my brothers I've got to go back, that I've got a problem with a spoiled princess and a horse that's giving them problems. I know they believe me, but it's not a problem with Zara. It's a problem with me, and one I need to do something about. I land back in London, a plan forming as I drive the 2-hour drive back to my home. You're back early, Carlos says when I pull up outside the stables. Wasn't my bag. Too much to do here, I say, not meeting his eyes. A party? Not your bag? Really? He asks, challenging my response. Yeah. Anyway, we've got work to do if we're going to win any races, I snap back. The silence that comes from Carlos makes me realize I'm being a prick. Sorry, it was a turbulent flight, and I've not slept well in weeks. Since you were thrown out of the Doyle's property. I nod, admitting that I'm struggling with the whole deal. You know, we can always offer a lot more money to get her back. I never understood why you sold her in the first place. I don't know either. It was like I was in denial of what that damned horse meant to me. I think you were hypnotized by the princess. Carlos laughs as he turns and walks away. He's not wrong. After helping Carlos turn out the horses, I take a shower, and then the tiredness wins over. And when I wake, the stables below are quiet. As I turn over to go back to sleep, my brain comes alive, and the need to get up and go and see my girls overtakes me. My girls? What the fuck? My girl, Jasmine. It's dark outside, and as I drive up to the Doyles, my heart pounds. What if he really does shoot me? As I pull up around the stable block, I hear the unmistakable whinny from Jasmine. She sounds distressed, but the sound isn't coming from the stables. It's coming from the paddock. I get out of the car and walk over to the fence. Jasmine comes running towards me, her focus solidly on me. Whoa, girl, slow it down, I say, raising my hand as she gets closer and closer.
What are you doing here?
A voice comes from behind me. Zara. I missed her. I wanted to check she'd settled.
Well, we've had a bit of an issue.
What issue? Why didn't you call me?
She won't come in. We've tried everything, and she's so damn fast, we can't catch her.
Are you joking? Leaving her out here for what, 2 weeks? She's not been inside?
I know. We have tried, though, and I've been going out and giving her food and water. She seemed happier out here, though.
Anger bursts through me, and it takes everything in me to not call Carlos and bring up the horse trailer. She's a racehorse. She can't stay out here. The damp grass on her leg could make her lame. Have you even exercised her?
What do you think? She won't let us anywhere near her.
Us? Who else are you talking about? I can see Zara physically stiffen, and she bows her head. Who, Zara? Who have you had here helping you?
My cousin has been, and she hasn't had any luck, and...
She falls silent. Who? Who else?
Richard,
she mumbles. What? You let that asshole near my horse?
She's not your horse anymore, and it wasn't my idea. My father hired him. But I'm really glad you came. Father was talking about sedating her to be able to catch her.
I turn away from Zara and look straight into Jasmine's eyes. I rub my hands down my face and let out a deep growl. Don't you dare let them do that. You realize doing that means she can't race. I pull out my phone and fire off a text to Carlos. Drew, bring the trailer up to Doyle's. I'm bringing her home. Carlos. What the fuck? Okay.
What are you doing?
She asks, panic in her voice. Taking her away from here. You will not abuse her, do you hear me?
You can't take her, she belongs to me.
Yeah, she does, and you've just agreed to let me take her.
I didn't, she cries. You can't. Father will kill me. He'll kill us both.
Zara, I'm not scared of your father, but it's the best thing for Jasmine. She'll still be yours, and you can come and ride her anytime you like, but she's coming home. I'll even stable her for free.
You can't, you don't understand,
she cries again, and I'm half expecting her father to appear. Listen, if you keep her here, she will wither away. She doesn't like it here, and if she's not happy, you're wasting your money. She'll never win a race.
It's not about the money, Drew. She is supposed to be my responsibility. I am supposed to look after her.
You can, just not here. Can you grab me a leading rein, please? I ask, hoping that she'll go along with it.
Drew, you can't.
Okay, I say, and turn to walk into the stable block where all the tack is kept. A minute later, I return, wrap the lead around Jasmine's neck, take off her head collar that she's been wearing for God knows how long, and open the gate. It's as if she knows I've come to save her. Jasmine walks alongside me perfectly. She doesn't look too bad, so I grab her mane and jump onto her back. There's no better feeling than being bareback on a horse. She's lost weight, I can feel it, and she's lost muscle, too. I sigh as I realize the monumental mistake I've made. I'm going to walk her home. Tell your father the deal is off and I'll transfer the money back to him as soon as I'm back home. If you want to see her, you can come anytime.
I don't drive. How?
Call me and I'll get you picked up.
I don't have a phone,
she calls after me as I set off walking down the drive. Fuck. I'll pick you up at 7 a.m. from the bottom of your driveway. Don't be late. I don't have time to piss about. I'm nearly halfway home by the time Carlos pulls up beside me. Are you fucking loco? He asks as he stares at me on the horse. Just help me get her in the trailer quick before Doyle sends the cops after me. You know this is theft, he barks at me as I dismount. Really? Fuck, I better take her back then. Just shut up and help, I snarl back. I'm not involved in this. I'm not getting sent down. And you do realize, Carlos, you were never here, I say, trying to appease him. Jasmine enters the trailer with no problem, and it's not long before I'm settling her back into her stall. Keep guard, I tell Carlos as I walk away to go and get something to sleep on. Well, that plan went to shit fast.
Chapter 8. Zara. I can't stop shaking. He took my horse. I don't know if I should call my father, the police, or try and talk with him tomorrow. I know what I should do, but seeing Drew with Jasmine. She loves him, and she wanted to go with him. She hasn't come anywhere near me in the 2 weeks that she's been here. I sneak back into the house, praying I won't be seen, and head straight for my room.
Where have you been?
My father's deep voice snaps behind me. I just went out to check on Jasmine.
Did it decide to play ball?
I hate that he called her it. I shake my head, responding no.
I'll call the vet in the morning.
I nod, knowing I should tell him what's happened, but the only person who will suffer is me. I might as well get a good night's sleep first. I open my bedroom door and close it behind me. Every nerve I have is on high alert. He's going to kill me when he finds out what I've let Drew do. I don't sleep. I just toss and turn, waiting to get up and get out of the house. I'm usually downstairs first, so Father's going to notice when I'm not there. With any luck, he'll think I'm already out in the paddock. Richard won't be arriving till around 10, so that possibly gives me 3 hours to tell him around. I feel sick. Everything I touch, I either drop or knock over. My whole body is shaking, and as I close the door as quietly as I can, I swear I'm about to throw up. Hiding in the hedgerow, I make my way down the drive and out onto the road. I'm early, so I don't expect to see Drew parked up waiting. He leans over and pops the door open.
Get in, quick,
he growls, and as soon as the door closes, he sets off before I can even think about belting up. Nobody saw me, so you don't have to drive like a crazy person, I snap as I try desperately to click the belt in place.
I'm not risking it. You need to learn to drive. It's ridiculous that someone your age can't get around. It's not like you can't afford it, he grumbles and huffs some more.
You're right. Everything you said is right, but it's not my choice. I'm not allowed to drive. Not that I can't. I don't have a license, but I've driven my cousin's car a few times. She was teaching me until my father found out. He turns slightly to look at me. Does he think I'm lying?
So, no phone, no car, no license, no school, and from what you've said, your only friend is your cousin. Am I getting this all right? He asks, a hint of doubt in his voice.
Pretty much. I know you think I'm privileged, but it's not as glamorous as you think. He shakes his head. His fingers tighten on the steering wheel and his eyes squint tight. What's his problem? It's me who lives it. He doesn't speak again until we pull up outside his stables. Drew,
what?
He snaps, turning to look at me. You're going to get caught. You know that, don't you?
No, I'm not.
He snaps again as he gets out of the car and heads into the stables. I sit there waiting for a second until I realise I need to open the door myself. Drew! I call after him whilst trying to catch him up.
I'm not going to get caught. If the police come, you're going to tell them that you have decided to have her stay here for a while.
Oh, and you think my father will allow that? Drew, you don't know what you're asking. He will... Drew, please, don't do this. I'm running alongside him as his long legs stride away.
Zara, what the hell are you so scared of? She's your horse.
I'm begging you, please. He stops dead in his tracks.
Say that again.
What? That I'm begging you. As he steps towards me, I take a step back, and when he steps forward again, I take another step back. The fire in his eyes should be disturbing, but it's not. It's exciting and hot and... oh, God. What the hell? My back hits a wall just as he places one hand either side of my head. Is he going to kiss me? Shout at me? My breath stalls and I feel the panic rising, but in a flash the look goes out of his eyes. He focuses on my lips for a brief second, and then he pushes off the wall and walks away, leaving me panting, hot, and very bloody bothered. I take a deep breath and set off after him again. Will you please listen to me? If I let you keep her here, my life won't be worth living. He turns and looks at me straight on.
So, don't go back there then.
He takes his phone out of his pocket and looks at the screen and then at me.
Time's running out, Princess. Your father has been out in the paddock looking for you.
I've nowhere to go. I'd have left years ago, but I don't have any money of my own. I have no friends. I don't even have a passport that I can get my hands on.
What about your cousin?
He is stepping forward again. She can't get involved. She does what she can, but I'm not going to let her life go to shit too.
What's really going on, Zara? Why are you so scared?
Shit. I can feel the tears coming down. Not now, please. Nothing. I don't want to talk about it.
Well, I suppose if you have absolutely nowhere to go, you can stay here. I mean, you can stay in the house. I stay upstairs above the stables, so you'd have as much room as you need.
And why would you do that? You don't even know me.
I can tell when someone is in trouble, Zara. I don't know what kind of trouble, but a 24-year-old should not be that scared of her father. And I also know you're the only 24-year-old I know who doesn't have a damn phone.
I hadn't noticed, but he's standing right in front of me, so close I could rest my head on his chest. He looks at my mouth again, and his strong arms wrap around me and pull me close to him.
I promise you, I won't let him hurt you or Jasmine. But you've got to help me too, he says quietly as he holds me tight against him.
I haven't felt warmth like this in forever. My heart steadies and I finally begin to breathe slower. Thank you. But you can't protect me. He'll ruin you. He'll ruin your business.
Let him try, Princess. Let him try.
He whispers into my hair, and I feel the warmth of his breath tickle down my neck. I also feel, oh my God, that's either his phone in his pocket or, oh God. I pull away slowly and look at him. He's gorgeous with his dark hair, dark eyes, perfect stubble, and lips that look soft and inviting. My tongue darts out and licks my bottom lip as my top teeth graze and nibble. I want him to kiss me. I want him to devour me. His eyes are fixed on my lips, and as his head bends slowly, my heart flutters. Those soft, warm lips touch mine, and the hands that held me in his arms move until one is cupping my face and the other is twisting my hair. He lets out a slight groan as his lips push mine open, and he kisses me softly at first, but with each passing second it becomes more and more intense. A gruff noise sounds from behind Drew, and he pulls away so fast he leaves me dizzy and I almost fall over.
Carlos, any more news? He asks as he turns and walks in the direction of the voice.
No, he's still out there looking around. It won't be long, though. Don't you think we should hide here? I know a place that's not connected to you, he says.
No need. Zara has agreed to let her stay, and as the legal owner.
Are you sure about this, miss? Carlos asks. I'm not sure, and doubt starts to creep in. Did he kiss me to get me on his side? Was it all part of his plan? Make me feel wanted? I shrug my shoulders. Carlos raises his eyebrows and Drew spins around and looks at me with panic in his eyes.
Fuck. I swear I didn't just kiss you so that you'd... I swear. Ask Carlos. I've been wanting to do that since we first met.
What? Oh my God, I'm so confused. But I know that if I go home now, he'll never believe that I didn't just barefaced lie to him last night. Okay, but I'm going to have to stay here, and I'll need clothes and toiletries. The relief spreads across Drew's face, and Carlos instantly looks more relaxed. Oh, and I want my own room, but not in the house. That place looks too big. I don't want to be on my own.
Drew nods. Do you know how to shop online? He asks, and I raise my brow this time. Is the Pope Catholic?
Of course I know how to, but I don't have any money. I slide my hands into my pockets. I've never felt poor before. I don't like it, but the alternative is much worse.
Take this. It's not got a limit on it. He hands me a bank card. Have anything you want delivered, but make sure you buy some work clothes. You'll be helping out around here to earn your keep. You'll also need a good pair of boots. I look down at my boots. There's nothing wrong with my boots, I argue. Okay, suit yourself, but when you get horse shit inside them, don't complain to me. I realize what he means. My boots are riding boots, not working boots. He wasn't trying to control me. He was giving me advice. Warmth spreads through me again. Thank you. I misunderstood what you meant. Can you help me choose a pair that will be suitable? I'll get one of the stable hands to help. I've no idea what the girls wear, he says with a smile. I've only seen him smile a few times, but it does something to me. Drew, what do we do if, or more realistically, when, my father turns up? I'll tell him to fuck off. You're here with your horse. He can't do shit about it. But he'll make me go home. Don't see him then. Go and wait upstairs. You can see and hear everything on the cameras. And you won't tell him where I am? I ask, nerves kicking in. Not if you don't want me to. But he might need to hear it from you that you're safe, or he'll have another reason to call the police. I definitely don't want to see him. He'll drag me back. Do the cameras work both ways? I ask, feeling a little naive. No, but follow me, he says, smiling as if he just thought of something wonderful. I follow him up a wide staircase, and he enters a code into the lock on the door and then steps inside. This must be the apartment he talked about. It's beautiful, very masculine. No fleur-de-lis to be seen and no brightly coloured carpets. It's all neutral and really calming. He walks away and comes back a minute later. Here, have this, he says, handing me a mobile phone, a brand new, still in the box phone. Wow. Thank you, but I don't know how to set one up, or even use one, really. He shakes his head. I can tell his frustration is not at me, but him being frustrated irritates me, too. He opens the box, flips it around, presses some buttons, and then hands it back to me. My number and Carlos's number are in the contact list. If your father wants to talk to you, then we'll call you. All you have to do is press the green button. It's that easy. I swallow hard. This is a lot. First, I've let him steal my horse, then I agreed to stay here for a while, and now I have a phone. And let's not forget that kiss. My father will have a heart attack if he finds out. Half of me hopes he does, and then I feel guilty for wishing him harm. Thanks. I feel like I'm causing you all kinds of trouble. No, I shouldn't have sold Jasmine. That's on me. I don't know what the deal is with you and your father, but you're safe here, okay? I nod, my eyes not daring to look up at him. He steps forward, and I desperately want him to hold me in his arms like he did before, but he simply rubs my arm and turns and leaves. The tears I had been holding back fall silently down my cheeks. I'm such a mess. Part of me wants to run and go home to familiar surroundings, but the biggest part of me wants to hide away here forever. It's peaceful. I can see the stables on the TV screens. I can see the moment Drew leaves the staircase. Carlos is waiting for him. They don't speak to each other, obviously knowing that I can hear them. Drew unlocks one of the gates and brings out a huge horse. It's beautiful, and you can tell he's a winner. His coat is pristine, and every muscle moves like a well-rehearsed dance. I wonder if Drew is as well-toned as his horses. Stop it, I chastise myself silently. Now is not the time to be fantasizing over Drew whilst my father is on the warpath and heading our way. I sit watching the screens for an hour, and then there's movement. Drew and Carlos both stop what they're doing and walk towards the entrance. They don't go outside, but wait just inside the doorway. I hear my father's voice, but I can't see him yet. "Where are they?" he shouts. "Keep your voice down. I don't want you spooking my horses." Drew replies calmly. "Where is my horse and my daughter?" he barks, but a little quieter. "Safe," is all Drew says. Well, I'm here to take them back. You're here to take what back? There is nothing here that belongs to you. I want that horse and my daughter. I know she's here. And what makes you so sure? Drew asks so calmly, it's almost scary. Stop fucking with me, Blackmoore. Give me back what's mine and we'll leave the police out of it. Oh no, you call the police by all means. I have enough on you to have you locked up for a while. Plus all the bad publicity you'd get and... Do I need to go on? You have nothing. I'm as clean as a whistle, so stop fucking around and go and get Zara. I'll get Richard to pick up the nag. Although Drew is remaining calm, I see his shoulders tense when my father calls Jasmine a nag. I shake my head listening to him. I've always known he was a nasty man, but he's ignorant too. All of a sudden, Drew's voice changes, and his calm, almost soft tones are gone. Leave, he growls. No, not without my daughter. She doesn't want to go with you. It's such a shame. She's such a lovely girl. This is your last warning, Blackmoore. Go and fetch my daughter, now. Drew and Carlos both look at each other, and then, as if they've practiced it, they take one step forward and then another, and when they take the third, slow step, my father takes a step backwards, and in slow motion, my father walks backwards out of the stables. Get the fuck off my property. Come here again, and I'll be the one calling the police. You've not heard the last of this, my father screams. Never doubted that for a minute, Drew replies, and then I hear him laugh. Drew and Carlos walk back inside and pull the stable doors closed behind them, leaving my father locked outside. Give it 5 minutes and you can come down, Drew says, looking up at one of the cameras. I look around his apartment and find a bathroom and wash my hands and face. At least I manage to wipe away the tear stains and sweat from my palms. Tentatively, I decide to go down and face the music. Drew must think I'm awful, just like my beast of a father. He's gone, says Carlos with a smile. I'm so sorry. As soon as I can get enough money together, I'll be out of your hair. And where will you go? Carlos asks, tipping his head to the side. I don't know, but I promise I'll find somewhere. You were right to take Jasmine back, I know that, but I'm not your responsibility, I say, looking at Drew. Forget it. There's work to do. This horse shit isn't magic. It doesn't pile itself up outside. He winks and hands me a large fork. Fill your boots, princess. I'll go make us all some coffee. And that's the last we see of Drew for an hour. Carlos shows me what to do and where to put things. It's backbreaking, but when Drew comes back with a tray of coffee and biscuits, there's worry on his face. Is everything okay? Well, I know it's not, but he hasn't done something else, has he? I ask, concerned. No, it's not that. My brother has just got some shit going on, but the fact he didn't call me is more worrying. So how did you find out? I ask. My eldest brother, Brax, left me a voicemail. I never noticed it until I was making the drinks. Do you need to go? I pray he says no. He shakes his head. I'm the last person Carter wants to see right now. Brax will let me know if I need to do anything. I'm best leaving it to him, plus he has some people helping. I'd only get in the way. He takes a large gulp of his coffee and looks around. You've done a good job. Time to knock off now. She's worked hard. She'll need a nice long soak in the bath, though. I don't think you knew you had all those muscles, did you? Carlos laughs and squeezes my bicep. Pain floods through me instantly, and I can't mask the cry that leaves my lips. What the fuck? Why did you do that to her? Drew snaps at Carlos. I only squeezed gently. I'm sorry, Zara. I didn't mean to. It wasn't you. It's an old injury. You weren't to know. Please, don't fuss. It just shocked me, that's all. I watch the exchange between Drew and Carlos. They don't say anything, but I know this isn't the last we'll be speaking of it.
Chapter 9. Drew. What the hell was that? Carlos asks as we lead two of the horses out of the stables. What? I reply, unable to keep the smile from my face. You kissing the princess? What the hell are you thinking? He whispers loudly. It was nothing to do with you. It was in the moment and I wasn't thinking. Keep your voice down. You know you're getting us both into boiling hot water. Doyle isn't going to take this lying down. Oh, I know. And you can walk away from all of this. But there's something pulling me towards her. She's stronger than she looks. I hope so, because Doyle is going to rain all sorts of shit at us. You already know that Zara is his prized possession. Couldn't you have been satisfied with just taking Jasmine back? I thought about it, but she doesn't want to be there. I'm not holding her hostage. She can go whenever she wants. I'll even drive her back. So why is she staying here then? Because she said her father would kill her, and I don't think she was exaggerating. You've seen the way she behaves with him around. She's like a shrew, but she's not like that when you get her on her own. Sounds like you could be catching the feels. I never would have believed it. Don't be ridiculous. I just want to help her, and she seems pretty scared of her asshole father. Is it so wrong of me to help a fellow human being? It's not wrong, but it's unlike you. You saying I'm an asshole? That I don't care about people? It's not been something you've been known for. You don't smile very often in public, and you have this Batman thing going on. Batman? What the hell are you talking about? Have you been on the vodka again? No. I've heard the girls talking. They say you're mysterious. Carlos laughs, and I can't help but laugh a little too. Just because I don't put my life on social media and I stay away from female clients and younger women. Until now. So what's the plan when he brings his shit to the door? We face him, and hopefully he'll back off. I don't want to have trouble, but if he brings it... Carlos smiles. He knows I'm not scared of or worried about Doyle, no matter what he brings. But I'd rather not show my hand too early. The crunching of tires on the gravel path gets our attention, and when Doyle comes storming inside, I have to hold myself back. This fucking prick thinks he can come here and lay down the law to me? Try it, fat man. Fucking try it. Carlos and I both stand tall in the doorway. Carlos is only slightly smaller than me, so 2 6-foot-plus guys who lift bales of hay every day are not what you want to go up against. Especially when you're a short, fat, and balding guy in his 60s. Where are they? The fat bastard shouts. Keep your voice down. I don't want you spooking my horses, I reply, trying to keep my cool. Where is my horse and my daughter? Safe, I almost growl. Well, I'm here to take them back. I laugh and fold my arms across my chest. You're here to take what back? There is nothing here that belongs to you. His fat face turns even more red. I want that horse and my daughter. I know she's here. I control everything running through me just like I do at races and auctions. And what makes you so sure? Stop fucking with me, Blackmoore. Give me back what's mine and we'll leave the police out of it, he barks, his face nearly purple. Oh no, you call the police. By all means. I have enough on you to have you locked up for a while, plus all the bad publicity you'd get. And do I need to go on? You have nothing. I'm as clean as a whistle, so stop fucking around and go and get Zara. I'll get Richard to pick up the nag. My whole body freezes. He's just pushed the button he should have stayed away from. Leave, I snarl, almost losing my composure. No, not without my daughter, he replies, but I can sense him wavering. She doesn't want to go with you. It's such a shame. She's a lovely girl. I smirk, my nasty side almost coming through. This is your last warning, Blackmoore. Go and fetch my daughter now. I take a step towards him and then another. It's only then I realize Carlos is right beside me, and as I get within swinging distance of the fat bastard, a voice I've not used before erupts. Get the fuck off my property. Come here again and I'll be the one calling the police. You've not had the last of this, he shouts as he gets back into his car, pointing his stubby finger in my direction. I take the deepest of breaths and finally speak. Never doubted that for a minute. The tension floods out of me as he slams his car door, making me laugh. Fucking prick. I let Zara know he's gone, but to wait a few minutes to be sure. When she finally arrives in the stable block, I put her to work. She needs something to take her mind off her father being here, and hard work never hurt anyone, and I need coffee. I'm just finishing up when my phone pings with a notification. Voicemail. Hey, it's Brax. Brooks's friend has gone missing, so they are flying home earlier than planned. I dial Brax's number immediately. What the hell? Who is it that's gone missing? I ask. Evie. Something to do with an ex of Brooks. It's all under control. Grace's cousins have stepped up to help. Brax explains. Fuck, do you mean the McGarrys? Yeah. They were at a wedding, but they've driven down from Scotland to help out. It must be serious if they've got involved. I have a feeling it is. By the way, are you okay? That stunt you pulled on the plane, it's not like you. I'm fine. I was just having a bit of an off couple of weeks. Go on, he says, not giving me any option of not telling him. It's nothing. I sold one of my horses, and I wish I hadn't. I don't even understand why I agreed. Then Princess Zara's father kicked me off his land. Well, it was actually Zara acting on his behalf. So what are you going to do? He asks. I've already done it. I've been and taken the horse back. And what about the princess? Was she okay with it? Not exactly, but there is something weird going on with her dad. He's a fucked up fat bastard, and I have an awful feeling that he's been more than a bit rough with her. Don't get involved with family shit, Drew. It might not be what you think. It's a little late for that. She's staying with me for a while. In your apartment or your house? He asks, and I can hear the deeper question. The apartment. She didn't want to stay in the house on her own. Not surprised. It's creepy as fuck. So you're going to be having a female house guest? That's what I said, isn't it? I snap. Cut the crap, Drew. You like her, don't you? I might, but not like you think. I've only known her a few weeks and not really got to know her. Is she hot? I laugh and then a smile creeps on my lips. Yes, she's hot and beautiful and loves Jasmine almost as much as I do. Sounds like a match. Shut up, I interrupt. Let me know how Carter gets on or if you need me for anything. I can be there in a flash. I'll let him know, but take care, Drew. Don't bite off more than you can chew with this girl and horse drama. Catch you later, big brother. I need to make the coffees. I laugh and smile. Braxton is my eldest brother and often the one I'd turn to if I had a problem. He's also hot-headed, but he loses his temper far more than I do. Kane is the most placid of us all, and he hates any kind of problem. Carter is the joker of the family and always in some sort of strife, and that leaves me the youngest of us boys. My parents had pretty much had enough of bringing kids up by the time I was a teenager. Not that they didn't love me. I knew they did, and still do. But they were far stricter with Brax. But they never held any of us back. They always supported us in anything we wanted to do. Kane was into his music. Carter was a top football player who was pitched to be the best ever seen until his accident. And Brax followed Dad with his love of theme parks. The scarier, the better. I have always loved horses. I seem to understand them, and vice versa. And it wasn't long after my first junior race that I started winning on a regular basis. At first, I thought I'd inherited my mother's genes and was going to be smaller than my brother's. But as I went from teenager into adulthood, the inches kept coming until I was too tall to be a jockey, and to be at an ideal weight, I would have been far too unhealthy. By the time I turned 18, I was 6 feet 2 inches and too heavy to race. But that didn't stifle my passion. I just adapted it and began training, owning, racing, and trading horses. With Mom being British-born, she helped me find the perfect place to start up my business, and she helped me settle here. I still miss living in the States, but I need to be here as much as I can be. I've got several trips planned for the rest of the year to some of the world's biggest horse racing meetings. I've got the best horses on the planet, and this year they're going to make me a bucket load of cash. Imagine my surprise when I go back downstairs with the coffees and biscuits to see Princess Zara covered in horse shit and her hair hanging around her pinked cheeks and stripes of muck across her forehead and upper arms. My kind of woman. A woman dressed to the nines is attractive, but seeing Zara like this sends my dick into overdrive. So much so, the tray I'm carrying begins to shake. And when Carlos tells me Zara is going to need a long hot bath, it only makes it worse. Fuck. Why does she have to look even more beautiful kicked than shit? I've not shown Zara her room yet, so when we finished putting the horses away, Carlos says his goodbyes, which leaves us alone. I better show you around upstairs. I'm sure you had a look around, but...
No, I wouldn't, Snoop. I was tempted, but you've been so kind already, she says, blushing.
come on. I take the stairs 2 at a time whilst she follows behind, and when we get inside the apartment, I walk her through to the back. This is my room. There is a choice of 2 rooms just down the hall. Take your pick. Both have their own bathrooms, but if you want an actual bath, then it's in here. I open the door to my pride and joy. It's the most luxurious bathroom I could imagine when designing this apartment. The bath is a 2-person bath with 2 headrests, jacuzzi jets, and a rain shower that falls from the ceiling. When you've been riding all day, it's the best place on earth, and I like to spread out in the bath and stretch out my long legs.
This is something else,
she says, looking around.
Is that a TV?
Yeah, and there's also a music system. The water temperature is set to 40 degrees, so if you need to lower it, you just twist this here. I show her the thermometer. It'll stay at temperature for an hour or so, and no need to top up. It's pretty cool.
It looks it. Are you sure you're okay with me using it?
Yes, of course. I've got to ask, did you manage to order anything online? Clothes, toiletries?
I looked at a few things, but I didn't really know what would be good. Show me designer dresses and I can pick out a winner every time.
Okay, you take a bath. I'll get you some of my sweatpants and a few t-shirts. That should do you for tonight, and after dinner we'll have a look at kitting you out.
You don't have to do all this. I feel terrible.
Stop with the whining, woman. By the time the bath is run, I'll have everything sorted. Oh, don't put the jacuzzi on if you're using any bath foam.
Oh, makes sense, I suppose.
She smiles sweetly, and it's hard not to grab her and kiss her again. But today has been difficult enough, and I've already fucked up once. I show her how to turn on the water. It's all digital, right down to how deep you want it, and then I leave her to look around whilst I go and find her something to wear. I've brought you these, I say, handing her some towels, t-shirts, and a variety of sweats. You're a lot slimmer than me, but it's only for tonight. We can wash your clothes and dry them so at least they're clean for tomorrow. She looks at me strangely and then smiles.
Thank you. I really mean it.
Do you have any food allergies? Or foods you don't like? I ask, wondering myself where I'm going with my line of questioning.
No, I'm not a huge fan of mayonnaise, but everything else is good. Oh, and I don't like snails either.
That makes me laugh out loud, and she appears startled. You're not getting gourmet food, Princess. I just didn't want to poison you and add attempted murder to your father's list of charges.
You're funny,
she says, smiling, and it's like a beautiful sunrise. Her eyes are sparkling and her cheeks are flushed. Never been called that before. I'll go start dinner. I turn and walk away with a stupid grin on my face. I could have stood there talking to her all night, but that won't get my hunger sated, and she must be starving too, since neither of us have eaten much all day. I'm not a useless bachelor. I can cook and clean, but I'm not used to doing it for anyone else. I search the refrigerator and pull out some eggs, bacon, some potatoes I boiled last night and never got around to eating, some peppers and herbs. I lay it all out on the counter and rub my chin in deep thought. I then take a deep breath in and realize I need to shower before going anywhere near this food. Zara is going to be a while, I suspect, so I take my time, showering, shaving, and making myself look at least half alive. The last few weeks have been troublesome, and it shows with the dark circles that have started to appear under my eyes. At least tonight I'll get a decent sleep. Jasmine is back where she belongs, and Zara is right where she should be. I'm surprised when I walk back into the kitchen to find Zara standing over the stove. What are you doing? I said I was going to make dinner. I grumble at her, and her face turns from smiling to sad.
I wanted to help. You don't need to wait on me. I know you think I'm a princess, but I'm really not.
I'm only teasing when I say that. I did used to think that, but I've come to know differently. I wanted to make you feel comfortable, that's all. I walk around to where she's standing, and the wonderful aroma coming from the frying pan makes my mouth water. I was going to make something similar, but it probably wouldn't have looked as good as that.
It's an omelette, Drew. I don't know what those herbs are, but I added them, as I thought you must like them to have pulled them out.
I have no idea what the hell they are, but it smells amazing. 10 minutes later, we are sitting next to each other at the table. It's only a small table for 4 people. If I'm entertaining under sufferance, I would normally use the house. But as Zara is now my lodger, she gets to see how I really live, and it's not how you would imagine a billionaire's lifestyle to be. We both take huge forkfuls of the beautiful-looking dish. but as soon as it enters my mouth, I instinctively swallow it down. Oh my God, it's vile. I look directly at Zara, who is going red in the face, and her hand has covered her mouth. Spit it out. Don't force yourself to eat it, I say, laughing. She jumps up and runs in the direction of the bedrooms, returning a few minutes later.
I'm so sorry. That was the worst thing I've ever made in my entire life. I should have left you to cook after all.
I don't know what those herbs were, but they don't go in an omelet.
Why do you have them if you don't know what they are?
It's my turn to blush a little. I have a housekeeper who comes in once or twice a week. I do my own laundry and I cook mostly for myself, but sometimes she'll bring me a few bits, and half of the time I don't know what to do with them. I usually toss them in the trash, but I thought those might come in handy.
I know what one of those herbs are,
she says, lifting the plate up and smelling it. Really? What is it?
Mint.
Mint? And eggs and bacon? No wonder we both nearly puked. I laugh harder and harder.
But that doesn't help with the lack of food we've eaten today. I'll take a look and see.
Do you like cheese on toast? I ask, still laughing.
Yeah, but that's not enough for a big guy like you.
It'll do. Come on, let's get some food sorted. We ditch the omelets into the trash and Zara cleans up a little while I prepare the masterpiece that is Drew's cheese on toast spectacular. We both keep laughing whenever we look at each other. I can't get the picture out of my mind of her nearly vomiting on the table. It should turn me completely off, but it's doing the exact opposite. She's standing at the sink, her hands in the soapy water, and all I want to do is wrap my arms around her waist and kiss her open neck. Her wet hair is tied up on top of her head, and it's driving me crazy. Does she have any idea what she's doing to me? I don't think she does. She's not got a scrap of makeup on her face, yet she's glowing, fresh and beautiful. I'm not sure I'm going to get a good night's sleep after all.
Chapter 10. Zara. We joked about Drew poisoning me, and then I go and make a rookie mistake, add something to the omelette that I didn't know what it was. I put one forkful in my mouth and instantly felt sick. The taste made my stomach curdle. The worst thing was I couldn't swallow it. Drew was such a gentleman. He swallowed his before telling me to spit it out, which I did, in my own bathroom. I'm so embarrassed, but Drew has made me feel okay about it. He actually laughed, and I mean really laughed. I know Father would have gone crazy if I'd served it to him, but Drew laughing at it makes me wonder what else my father punished me for that wasn't really that big of a deal. We don't sit back down at the table to eat our cheese on toast. Drew takes me through to his living room and turns on the TV. I think we should have red with this, don't you? Yes. I don't really drink, but why the hell not? I smile widely, feeling like a real rebel. Good girl, he says, putting a wineglass down in front of me. His praise does all kinds of weird things to me. I don't think anyone has ever said that to me before, and there's a glint in his eyes, one that is making me nervous, but not totally in a bad way. He pours the wine and sits down beside me on the couch. When I lean forward to pick up my glass, I feel his eyes on me. I turn to see him glaring at my arm. Shit. I pull the t-shirt sleeve down and put on my best smile. Thank you for the wine. It'll probably go straight to my head. Who gave you those bruises on your arm? Was it Carlos? He growls at me. No, I did it at home. I banged into a door, I reply too quickly. I don't believe you, Zara. And if you're going to be staying here with me, you need to be honest. I don't like having to work out truths and lies. He says it so sternly it scares me, but it also sends shivers down my spine. He's not being an arsehole to hurt me. It's because I've been hurt. Okay. My father grabbed me the other day. He doesn't realize his strength. Didn't you tell him to stop? He asks, anger more audible in his voice. I dip my head and nod. I can feel those blasted tears coming again. Shame floods through me.
I should have fought him. I should have hit him back. I know this, but it's hard because if I did, the punishment would have been so much more. Fucker! You're not going back there ever again. Do you hear me? If I have to move you to the fucking moon to keep you away from him, I will. Drew, I don't want to hear any excuses for him. Where the hell is my phone? He stands and starts searching the apartment. Please, don't call anyone. He can't hurt me now I'm here. I'm not calling anyone. I want to take photos. We will have proof if we document them properly. I nod and lift up the sleeve to show him the full extent. Fuck, Zara. I swear, if he comes near you again, I'm gonna impale him on a pitchfork and bury him under the biggest pile of shit I can find. He clicks away, taking more photos than I think necessary. Are there any more? I feel like I can't swallow. My throat is closing and I can hardly breathe. Zara, are there any more? The hardest part is over. You've admitted that he's hurt you. I just need to understand a little more. Please, Zara? I lift up the t-shirt and expose my ribs and my lower back. The bruises have faded quite a bit, but they are still there. I hear him gasp quietly, and out of the corner of my eye I see him lift his phone and start snapping photos. Is this all of them? He asks quietly. I shake my head. I've got some on my hips and the top of my legs too. I don't really want to show you any more. Surely you have enough photos. We should really get photos of everything, but I can understand why you don't want to. It's been a lot. You've had a day of it. I can't believe I had you lifting bales and mucking out with those injuries. I'm so sorry, he says sweetly, lifting my head to look at him as he links his fingers with mine. I promise you, he will never lay one finger on you while there is breath in my body. His promise is heartwarming, but he can't promise that. Not really. My father will find a way to get me back to the house. It's only a matter of time. Time. I need to enjoy as much as possible. I don't know when I'll get freedom like this again. He puts his phone down on the table and takes my wine glass from my hand and places it next to his phone. He never once breaks the link of our hands. I'm so sorry you've had to endure that, and especially from your father. I will never let him near you again. I know you probably don't believe me right now, but I have more power in my little finger than he could ever dream of. I have more money than he could ever wish for, and I have the right kind of connections. If your father comes after you, Zara, he'd better be prepared for one hell of a war. He lifts my hand and kisses my knuckles softly. I can't help but lean into him. I curl my legs up and rest my head on his chest. I can smell his laundry detergent. It's soft and comforting. His body is hard but warm, and when he raises his arm, I cuddle into him, thankful for the safety he's promising. You don't mind if I watch a few races, do you? He asks, flicking the TV channels over with the remote. No, it will be good learning for me. I don't really know anything about it, just that they race, and one wins, and people either win a lot of money or lose the shirts off their backs. That's the problem with gambling. Never done it, never will. So you don't back your own horses? I ask, surprised. No, never. It's too addictive. I've seen people lose everything they worked so hard for on one race. The only gambling I do is with digital currency, and even then I only do what I can afford to lose without it making any difference. Carter looks after most of it. He's a cocky fucker, but he's good with the markets. So, I know you're rich, but... I stop before asking too personal a question. How much am I worth? He asks with a light tone. No, I didn't mean to ask. My mouth worked before my brain. I shouldn't have asked. I'm sorry. Let me get one thing straight, he says, moving some of my stray hairs off my forehead. You need to stop saying sorry. I'm not going to get angry for you asking me a question. If I don't want to answer it, I'll tell you it's none of your business, okay?
I nod against his chest, the urge to apologise again on the tip of my tongue. I'm so used to saying sorry for breathing in the wrong place. It will be hard to break the habit. We watch so many races I lose count. He gets a little excited every now and again and then sits back and relaxes at other times. Several times I hear him mumble and let out frustrated huffs, but when he gets really antsy, I decide to ask him about it. Did they do something wrong? I ask. Yeah, he used the crop too much. He was technically beating the poor animal into submission just to win the race. But isn't that the jockey's job? I ask naively. It's his job to win, but not beat the shit out of the horse. The jockey and the trainer should be brought before the stewards for that. So there are rules about it? Of course. Otherwise, there would be some really unscrupulous people in the community. You're not as grumpy as you first seem, you know, I say without thinking. It depends on the company. I don't tolerate or trust many people. I have a few close friends and my family. Everyone else is an acquaintance, and I don't share anything with them. Including smiles, I tease. He tilts my chin so that I'm looking up at him. I save them for really special people. His soft lips touch mine so gently that I can barely feel them, but the electricity that passes between us is unmistakable. A soft growl leaves his throat, and his eyes flick open for a split second and then close again before he kisses me again. This time, it's harder, and I feel every part of his mouth meeting mine. Fuck, you are so tempting, Zara. He moans into my mouth. I don't answer him. I can't. It's taken everything in me not to pass out. I've never felt a kiss this deep in my bones before. I'm no expert, but I'm not totally innocent. Although my father thinks I'm as pure as driven snow, I've had a couple of experiences, as my cousin Lara calls them, but they didn't mean anything. She said they were lessons and that at my age I should at least know how to give a half-decent blowjob, and there's no better practice than someone you're never going to see again. You need to remember to breathe, he says as he pulls away slightly. I do. I don't know why, but I was holding all the air in my lungs. I let out the breath I was holding and my body relaxes. You nervous? He asks, brushing my hair out of my face. A little, I mean, you're a god. You could break me in half if you wanted to. Oh, I want to. Believe me, I really fucking want to, but... No, don't say it. Don't say you can't. I wasn't going to. I was going to say, I don't think you're ready. I've never felt so small in all my life. I push on his chest and release myself from his arms. I'm going to bed, I announce, sounding very much like the spoilt princess he thinks I am. Whoa, hang on, what's wrong? You're getting a strap-on because I won't take advantage of you? Fucking hell, you women drive me nuts. What? You didn't even ask me, you just assumed that it was too much for me. I've had a belly full of people telling me what is and isn't right for me. So you would have preferred me to carry on and disregard everything we've talked about? Because once I start with you, Princess, there'll be no stopping me. His words hit me in my chest. I'm such a child. Why didn't I think that's what he meant? I just thought... He takes 2 large strides toward me. Do you want me, Zara? He asks directly, his eyes boring holes in mine. I nod, slowly. You're sure? He asks, taking a large step towards me. I nod again. Then let's go to my bedroom. I wasn't going to fuck you on the couch. He takes my face in his hands and lifts my chin. You are so fucking beautiful, and I want to kiss every single inch of your body. And as the last word drops off his tongue, he kisses me, and I feel like someone just lit a match inside me. My whole body bursts with heat so much I can feel warmth pooling between my legs. I can't stop the moan that escapes when his tongue meets mine and his hand tightens around my neck, his other hand raking through my hair. He pushes me backward, and although I feel like I'm going to fall or crash into something, I let him lead. His bedroom door crashes open as we both tumble through and land on his bed. "Fucking hell. I'm gonna ruin you, princess, I swear," he growls into my ear, and it makes me giggle. "Don't laugh at me," he says, and I can hear the light tone in his voice. It's deep, manly, but not threatening. "Wait here," he says, placing a small kiss on my lips. "I need to grab some condoms." "Some? Plural? Oh." He's back quicker than I thought possible, and his strong hands pull at the hem of my t-shirt until it's over my head, and he throws it on the floor. He then reaches behind him and pulls off his own in one quick movement. Fuck, Zara, I knew these babies were going to be amazing, but I never imagined they would be this spectacular. He plucks at one of my nipples and lowers his mouth down on the other. Oh God, I pant and feel his mouth widen as if he's smiling. "I'm going to kiss you again soon, but I have a greater need to see what else you've been hiding from me." He leaves my nipple and begins kissing down my stomach. When he gets to my belly button, he licks gently and then blows softly. The sensation makes me pull up my legs in need. "Stop teasing me," I moan. "I've not started yet, woman. You'll be screaming for me by the time I've finished." His tone has changed again. It's still deep, but it's more determined, more in control and more demanding. A lump forms in my throat. I've had a couple of sexual encounters, but this is so different. His hands land on my hips, and with a quick movement he's pulled off my sweatpants, and now they lay on the floor too. I can see his silhouette in the dark room. He's looking at me, and although it's dark, I feel the shame creeping in. "Drew, I think—" "Don't think, just enjoy." He grips my ankles and pulls my legs open, and then pushes them back, so my knees are bent. "Fucking perfect," is all he says as he uses his finger to trace circles around my pussy. It feels so good. I could lie here forever and let him do. "Whoa," I say in surprise as he places a kiss right at the top of my slit. "Hey, it's okay. I can stop if you want," he says, his warm breath against my skin making it hard to think. "No, it just shocked me, that's all. I can't see what you're doing with the lights out." "Oh, you want me to put them on?" he asks, and then places another kiss in the same place, only this time his tongue sweeps through my folds and flicks lightly over my clit. "Jeez," I cry out, but my hips rise and push forward, wanting him to do it again. "You taste just as I have imagined, like the purest honey mixed with a heavy amount of lust." He blows gently on my wet skin. "I need more," he growls as he pushes my knees backwards and my legs leave the bed. "Rest them on my shoulders." I'm completely exposed, or I thought I was. He pushes my thighs wider, and then his tongue pushes inside me. I've heard the saying being eaten out, but I never imagined it was actually being eaten. I feel the pressure of his tongue and then his teeth grazing at my lips, a finger slowly gliding up and down. His tongue begins to flick at my clit as he pushes a finger inside me. I let out a sigh as I feel some of the tension growing in me release. I squeal as he slides a second finger in slowly. "I don't think I can take any more," I pant. "I'm just warming you up, princess. You'll be taking a lot more than this." He thrusts his finger inside me hard and fast, each time grazing over a spot that is driving me crazy. "Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Drew. I cry out loudly as wave after wave crashes through me unexpectedly. My hips rise off the bed, trying to get away, but also wanting him to go deeper. "Oh my God!" I scream as my orgasm reaches its peak. I feel him move, but I'm too busy trying to breathe to think about what he's doing. His body slides over mine. "You okay?" he whispers into my ear. "I think so," I reply, completely unsure. "Good," is all he says before he lines himself up at my entrance. "Drew, please," I moan.
I wanted to ask him to go gentle, but those words never came. So needy, my dirty, horny princess. How can I deny you? I think he's going to ram into me and split me sideways, but he doesn't. He's slow and gentle, and then I realize why. I wince as he pushes in fully. He's so big. How can this be enjoyable? He pulls out a little and then pushes back in. It doesn't burn as much, and each time he moves it feels better and better, until I can't remember why I was wincing. I feel full, like he's a part of me. Get out of your head, he says as he kisses me. I can taste myself, and it makes me feel sexy, dirty, and a little bit slutty. His commanding voice drives me wild. My hips begin to move in time with his, my fingers digging into his muscular back. Thrust after thrust, he picks up speed and power until I can no longer keep up. My legs wrap around him in the hope of hanging on for dear life, but this position only makes it worse. I feel the waves starting again, and I can't hold back. Drew! I cry. Don't come yet, he demands, but it's too late. The floodgates open and I can't stop it. Oh, no, I cry out again. My nails are digging into his back and my thighs grip his hips as I barrel towards the exploding lights in my eyes. Ah! I scream as I hear Drew grunt, and then he slams into me harder and harder. 1, 2, 3, 4... Fuck! He yells, and I feel him throbbing deep inside me. His salty lips find mine, and he holds me tight until I feel him stop coming. His dick softens. I told you not to come, he says, kissing me again. It was pretty difficult not to. I smile and kiss him back. Don't move. I need to clean up. He slides out of bed, and I can hear the water running in his bathroom. I close my eyes for a few seconds while I wait. I wake up to the sound of horses. It sounds like they're chatting with each other. And then I hear Drew's voice talking to them. I look around and realize that I spent the night in his bed, and the noise I can hear is coming from the security system. I slide out of the bed, my legs aching and my body feeling completely used. But it's the best kind of used. He gave me so much pleasure that it took away all the pain. I stand in front of one of the screens and watch him work. His black t-shirt stretches tight across his shoulders, and his jeans mould perfectly. Then I notice Carlos working in another stable. So she's nice then? Carlos asks. Yeah, she's okay, Drew replies, and my heart sinks a little. Did you creep into her room in the middle of the night? Carlos asks, laughing. Don't be such a dick. I'm not going to be sneaking around at my own apartment. What the hell do you take me for? Drew snaps and my heart hurts a little more. I thought we'd had a good time last night. Chill, man, I was only joking. I know you like her. Whether I like her or not, it's none of your business. Now come on, we've got work to do. He grumbles at Carlos, and they both take a horse each and walk them out towards the paddock. He told Carlos it isn't any of his business. Does he not trust him? I thought Carlos was one of his friends. After a long, hot shower, I find my clothes washed, dried, and folded into a nice, neat pile. Even my underwear, which makes me blush. When did he have time to do this? We were still having sex until the early hours. And then I remember. I fell asleep. I make coffee and take the 3 mugs downstairs to the stables and wait for them to return. There are only 3 horses left to turn out, so I know they won't be long. It's only a few minutes later that Carlos walks back in and he smiles widely when he sees me. Late for work on your first full day, he asks, raising his eyebrows. But you've brought coffee, so you're forgiven. Who's brought? Oh, hey. I thought you'd still be asleep, Drew says. Walking over to me, he takes a mug and then kisses me directly on the mouth. I fucking knew it, Carlos says, laughing and spilling his coffee all over the floor. I don't kiss and tell. Not with this one, anyway. Drew slides his arm around my waist,
and I suddenly don't feel like an outsider. "What's going on?" a female shrieks as she walks through the doors.
"Fuck,"
Drew and Carlos say in unison.
"Don't listen to a word she says. She's lost the plot," Drew warns.
"Oh my God! Are my eyes seeing right? Zara Doyle, no less!" the young woman squeals. "Do I know you?" I ask as politely as I can. "It's Veronica. It's been a few years since we saw each other last, and I've grown up a lot since then. Haven't I, Drew?" she says, smiling at Drew, and I feel his arm tighten around my waist as if I'm now protecting him.
"What are you doing here? I thought I made it clear that you are not welcome here."
"Oh, come on, Drew. You didn't mean it. I know you love me coming around."
"No, Veronica, I really don't."
Drew rubs his stubble with his hands.
"Look, VVT, he doesn't want his girlfriend getting the wrong impression, comprende?"
Carlos says in a thicker Spanish accent than I've heard before.
Girlfriend? Girlfriend? You're not... Oh, Zara, this is epic. Does your father know? I bet he's having a coronary or arranging hitmen.
She says so quickly it's hard to keep up.
"You need to leave," Drew snaps.
"Look, there is a deal to be had here. I'll keep quiet, but you need to make it worth my while." She takes a step towards Drew, her chemically filled lips leading the way.
"You don't need to keep quiet," Drew spits. "Go and tell the world. Put an advert in the Financial Times for all I care. You want to be really careful about what you say and do next."
"Oh, I don't believe that for a second. This could ruin your business if Mr. Doyle found out."
What part of "I don't give a shit" didn't you understand? I suggest you take yourself back out the way you came in and fuck off.
Drew, that really isn't very nice. I could help you, and you didn't even want to know what I wanted in return. It wasn't even that much.
What? What is it you wanted? Just out of interest, not that I'm going to budge.
Carlos and I both look at Drew, wondering what he's doing. "So, you are open to a deal. Good to know." She smirks, and I feel myself pushing forward away from Drew. He tightens his grip and whispers into my ear.
"Don't. She's not worth it."
"I want a horse. A good one that can win races and make me rich."
"No. Now get out before I call the police on you."
"And they'd believe you over me? I don't think so."
"You're on camera, you stupid bitch." I finally snap and wrestle myself free of Drew. "Get out of here and go and do your worst. I'm sick of hiding away from the world. Come here again and the recording of this conversation goes straight to the cops. I don't care who you think you are or what you think you know. Get the hell out of here now."
I can't believe the words leaving my mouth, my anger overflowing. Veronica backs away from me and then turns quickly and leaves.
"Don't come back!" I yell at her back,
and then my body begins to shake.
"Jesus, Zara, you even scared me. Where the hell did that powerhouse come from?"
Drew asks, wrapping his arms around my waist again and planting a firm kiss on my forehead. "I don't know. I just didn't like the thought of her blackmailing you because of me."
"You don't know the half of it." Carlos laughs and Drew shoots him a look I don't understand.
"What? What am I missing?" I pull back from Drew a little.
"Veronica Vinegar Tits, VVT for short, as we call her, has a bit of a thing for Drew. She has offered herself to him several times, and each time he says no, she comes back with what she thinks is a better offer."
"Oh my God, have you—" I start to ask.
"Don't you dare even think it. She's a nutcase, and she's a child."
For a second I feel sick, but I've no right to. He's not mine. "And why did you tell her I'm Drew's girlfriend?" I ask Carlos.
"Dunno. It seemed like a good idea at the time. I was hoping it might stop her coming around. She's a fucking pain in the ass. Anyway, we need to get on with the work. The horses don't give a crap that we've got drama going on."
Drew releases me from his arms, turns sharply, and heads out of the stables. Carlos smiles and gives me a wink, whilst I stand there like a spare part. "What can I do?" I ask Carlos. "Nothing. The boss said you are to rest up, which is why he left you sleeping this morning." I don't think so. I'll go crazy with nothing to do. Let me do something at least." "You could make us sandwiches?" "I'm not being sexist, I just don't want to piss Drew off. It's been a long time since I've seen him in such a good mood." My little heart skips, and a warm feeling floods my whole body. I've done that. I just hope we can keep it going.
Chapter 11. Drew. It's not often I wake up next to a woman, and it's unheard of that I wake up with a woman in my bed. But somehow it didn't freak me out like I thought it would. She looked so peaceful this morning when I woke. My dick was crazy hard, and it was so tempting to wake her. But after the emotional day she had yesterday, I put her feelings before my own needs. The morning didn't get any better for Zara. My irritating pest gave us a visit, which I know is going to cause all kinds of shit, but I don't give a damn. If Doyle wants a war, he can have one. There's one thing I'm 100% on. He's not getting either of them back. I took photos of Zara's injuries last night for her own protection and for leverage if Doyle tries to cause problems. I'm damn sure he won't want his temper exposed to the world. I've given Carlos express instructions not to let Zara lift a finger today. I know she's going to be delicate after all. I didn't exactly go slow and easy with her last night. Guilt floods me as I think of everything she's been through and that I should have been more attentive and given her more time to warm up. But the pull between us was so intense I couldn't hold back no matter how hard I tried. I'd already taken 4 horses out this morning before Zara came down, and there's only one more to exercise, Jasmine. As I enter her stable, she's visibly excited, and as I tighten her saddle, I can feel her need to run. It's nearly as strong as mine. I don't know what is going on with me and Zara. I didn't think I wanted a relationship, but when Carlos announced to VVT that Zara was my girlfriend, it felt right. I just don't know how Zara feels. I've kissed her a couple of times this morning, and each time she's been open to the action. But she feels a little stiff, as if she's unsure too. I guide Jasmine out of her stall and into the yard, and when I'm finally seated in the saddle, I walk her down to the training ground. She loves this place. She can let go and be free. "We'll have you racing in no time," I say, patting her neck. She whinnies and shakes her head. I know this horse understands everything I say. "So, Jazz, I'm thinking of taking Zara on a date. Do you think it's a good idea?" She begins to trot, her head nodding, and I smile widely. "Okay, if you approve, then I'll do it." We break from the trot into a canter, and soon we're flying around the track. She's got a lot of pent-up energy, and as experienced as I am, I've never felt power like it. She's a beautiful beast. I've never felt a run like this before, the air flying past me as I knuckled down and let her go. It's exhilarating. I always thought this was better than sex, but having Zara last night has made me rethink. We only fucked once, but she was on fire, and she made me feel like a giant. Her warm body underneath me, her amazing tits, and her skin was so soft it felt like silk. Jasmine turns the corner, and I nearly lose my seat. Fucking hell, Drew. Concentrate. This isn't the time to switch off and start daydreaming. That's how people get killed. I pull back slowly and bring Jasmine into a trot and head back towards the stables.
"You were so fast out there,"
Zara says, leaning over the fence. I was giving her her daily run. She's pretty quick even with a big lump like me riding her. I smile and give her a wink. I'm so fucking cheesy, it's making me cringe.
"I'd love to be able to do that. It looks dangerous, though. I thought you were going to fall off at one point."
I nearly did. I let myself get a bit distracted. When you're going those speeds, you need to be fully focused. I pull Jasmine to a stop and swing my leg over and dismount. She's a rocket, and given the right training, she's going to make you a rich lady.
"Drew, you keep saying that Jasmine is mine, but my father bought her."
I know, but when I did the change of ownership paperwork, I put you down as the rightful owner. I wouldn't have put his name on anything.
"So, she really is mine?"
she asks, rubbing Jasmine's nose. Yeah, but don't worry. I'll not be charging you rent.
I need to pay my way, Drew. I can't stay here for free.
When your bruises have healed, you can start back helping in the yard. But you're on light duties until I say so. Got it? I say sternly. She smirks, and then a bright smile breaks.
You didn't think like that last night?
Did I hurt you? I ask, panicking.
No. Well, no. I'm a little sore, but not in a bad way.
Oh, so you like being a little sore, huh? Maybe I can add to that soreness later. I brush stray hairs away from her face and look up to the sky. The wind is picking up and it looks like it's going to rain. But I think we need to get Jasmine settled first. We both walk into the stables and I lead Jasmine into her stall as the rain starts to pelt down outside.
We just made it in,
she says, smiling. There's not a lot left to do today, so why don't we go shopping and then we can have a bite to eat at a pub or restaurant?
I'd love to, but I really should let my cousin Laura know where I am. She's the only one I care about.
Okay. Is it safe to go to her house? Will your father be there? I ask, just to be sure.
No, my father hates her and her family. He only just tolerates them because they're related to my mother.
Okay, well, we'll go shopping, have something to eat, and then call in on your cousin on the way back.
Do I look okay? I mean, are you sure you want to be seen out in public with me looking like a stray cat?
You're beautiful regardless of the clothes you're wearing. You're pretty gorgeous without them, too. I smile, but it earns me a slap on the arm.
I still can't believe...
She stops and blushes red. That we had sex? I can. The tension has been palpable between us since the night of the gala. I couldn't take my eyes off you. I didn't try hard, I admit. Her cheeks are burning and it's so sexy.
Can we go? And you need to stop embarrassing me. I'm not used to talking about sex.
Oh, my dear Zara, you better get used to talking about sex because I'd like to know what you want and what you like.
Drew!
She shrieks, slapping me on the arm again.
Stop it. You're making me...
My dick is so fucking hard right now, and her playing shy is killing me. I'm making you what? Horny? Needy? Wet? Do you want to go upstairs before we head out? She doesn't answer, so it's not a no. A little coaxing, maybe. I'm going to take a shower, and you can wash my back. I take her hand and pull her up the staircase into my apartment. I slam the door behind us and pull across the deadbolt. Carlos has a key, and he's around somewhere. Better safe than sorry with what I want to do to Zara. I don't waste any time in stripping off all my clothes until I'm standing in front of her totally naked.
Drew,
she says, covering her eyes but laughing.
Can you cover yourself up?
I'm going to take a shower. I can't shower with my clothes on. And if you're going to wash my back, you need to lose some clothes too. I stand there in front of her, loving that she's squirming. Zara, look at me. I don't bite, for Christ's sake. I watch as she begins to move her hands, and at just the right moment, I take my dick in my hand and give it a couple of slow pumps. Bingo. She stares at my hand and licks her lips. Fuck, this girl is hotter than an inferno. It's not breakable. You can look. And touch. I watch her eyes flicking up and down my body, and I don't know if she's even realized, but she's taken 3 steps forward.
I want to, Drew. I don't want to disappoint you.
You won't. Tell me what you want to do, and I'll tell you what feels good. But can you lose the t-shirt at least? She smiles and pulls the t-shirt over her head. In the daylight, I can see the bruises more clearly. Focus, Drew. They are fading, and you don't want a reminder of them either. Good girl. Now, if you want to taste me, you should get down on your knees. If you want to touch me, you need to come closer. She steps forward and my blood pumps through my body. I can feel my dick begging for me to just take her. That's so good. Now, have you decided? I ask patiently, although I'm desperately wanting to hurry this up. She nods and lowers herself to the floor. Oh, you want to taste me? That's impressive, Zara. I was sure you were going to just touch. This is good news. I look down at her dark eyes looking back up at me. I can see the nervousness in them, but she's strong-willed. If she wants this, she'll do it. Her fingers wrap around my shaft and slowly move up and down before she kisses the top of my dick. I'd readied myself for it, but just the feeling of her lips makes me want to come all over her face. She kisses again, and then slowly opens her mouth and takes me in an inch, her tongue swirling around and her lips softly moving over the skin. That's good. Really good, I croak out, which makes her confidence grow, and each time she takes me, she pushes herself a little further. My hands find their way into her hair, but I hold back from pushing her too far. My hips thrust slightly in time with her mouth. You're so good at this, Zara. I pant as I feel my balls tightening. But you need to stop or I'm going to come. Her eyes flick back up to mine. There is challenge in them. Zara, baby, I'm going to come. This is your last warning. I can't hold back. I pull her closer to me. My dick finally touches the back of her throat. She gags a little, and that's what sends me off. Ribbons of cum pulse from me right down her throat. Fuck, Zara, fuck! I yell as I pump slowly into her mouth, emptying myself. I look down, and she's looking up at me, pride all over her face. I pull away slowly and watch in awe as she licks her lips. You are fucking magnificent, I tell her, running my hands through her hair. I offer her a hand to help her up. She takes it, and I can't help but want her again. Bathroom, now. I need a shower, and I need to fuck you. Lose the jeans, princess. I'll turn the water on. She enters my bathroom, still wearing her underwear. The underwear I washed and dried for her last night while she slept. It's not the most glamorous I've seen, but it suits her. It makes her look like a real woman, sexy, and the way the bra cups her breasts almost makes me jealous. I'll be in the water when you're ready. I turn my back and I can hear her fumbling around. Come on, Zara. I don't bite. My words are only out of my mouth a split second before her hand lands on my shoulder, and then her nails graze slowly down my spine. I'm taking that last bit back. I do bite, and I'm going to fucking devour you. I turn around and grab her hips, pulling her so close to me that my dick pushes against her stomach.
How are you hard again?
She asks. Are you complaining?
No, but I thought it took like an hour.
Not me, princess, so I hope you're ready. She nods, and before I can move, she wraps her arms around my neck and pulls me down into a kiss that blows my mind. Her naked breasts are pushing against my chest, and the hot water is scattering my back with tiny pinpricks. I lift her up, and she wraps her legs around me as I pin her to the shower wall with my body. Do you want me to fuck you like this? I whisper into her ear.
Yes, please, Drew.
She pants, and I can't hold back. I position my dick at her entrance and suck in her bottom lip as I slide inside her slowly, taking her an inch at a time. I'm aware that I haven't warmed her up, and I need to be careful.
Drew, please, just fucking slam me, will you? I need to feel you fill me up.
I don't want to... Ah, you little bitch. I laugh as she bites my lip hard enough to make me want to punish her. I slam into her hard, and she lets out the sexiest scream I have ever heard. I do it again until I'm gliding in and out of her, her hips moving with mine.
Fuck, Drew, I'm going to come,
she cries as her thighs begin to crush around me. Come on, baby, come all over my dick. I want to feel you tighten that magic pussy around me and drive me crazy. I slam into her so hard I think I'm going to break down the wall that we are fucking against. Ah, she screams over and over whilst I keep fucking her harder and harder. I can feel my own orgasm building. I need her to finish, so I need to pull out before I come. The tightening waves subside, and I pull out of her slowly. We forgot the condom. I plant a kiss on her lips.
Shit, I'm not on the pill.
It's okay, I didn't come. I'm going to get one now, though, because I'm not finished with you yet. I search in the drawer in the bathroom and find an empty box. Shit, I won't be long. I open the bedside table and find another empty box. Fuck. I walk back into the bathroom. I'm out of condoms.
So, do we have to stop? Can't you just pull out?
Normally I would say no and take a hand job to finish off, but I want to be back inside her as soon as possible. Come here. I pull her over to the sink. Bend over just enough, that's it. Now hold on tight, princess, because I'm going to ride you like you've never known before. I slide back inside her easily, her back glistening with the water from the shower, her dark hair hanging down her back. I take a handful and pull back like I would with reins. Look at how pretty you look with me fucking your pussy. Open your eyes, princess. I want you to see this. She opens her eyes and closes them again. Open your eyes and keep them open. I want you to see what I see when we both come. Each thrust and pump, I push harder and harder, and when I feel my balls tightening, I reach round to her front and find her clit.
Oh, Drew! Oh, fuck!
She moans and closes her eyes as I feel her orgasm building. Open your eyes, Zara. Open them now. Her eyes fly open as her orgasm hits. I can't stop as I flick her clit wildly. I pull out just as I push myself over the edge.
Drew! Oh, God!
I bend over her, my lips attacking her neck as I come hard on her back and my stomach. Fuck, you are amazing. I growl as I straighten up and pull her into my chest, and then back under the water of the shower. She looks dazed as I soap up a sponge and begin to wash her down. That was pretty fucking spectacular, I pant, still trying to catch my breath.
Yeah, it was,
she whispers, her eyes heavy. You're not going to sleep, Princess. We've got stuff to do. I grab a towel and wrap her up. Go and get ready. I'll be out soon. I pull the car around as she waits for me in the yard. I'm giving us both a treat. I've pulled out my Bentley. I love this car. It's not sporty, but it's classy and it screams money. I don't normally drive it around town. I use it for when I need to show who I am. But today Zara deserves to be treated like the lady she is. She's made her outfit work. She's made big cuts in her jeans, borrowed one of my better designer t-shirts, and cleaned her boots. Her hair is glossy, and she's wearing it in some sort of updo that exposes her neck. It's only when she's sitting right next to me that I realize I've left her a hickey. I honestly think she'd kill me right now if I told her. So I keep quiet, put the car in drive, and set off on my first shopping excursion with a woman. I've heard all sorts of horror stories, so I'm prepared. I've got a million emails to respond to and other work to catch up on. But my phone is fully charged, so I'll be cool. And if all else fails, I'll give one of my brothers a call.
Can we have some music on?
She asks. Yeah, what do you like? Rock, pop, classical?
Anything. I'm not really versed in the latest trendy songs, but I do like most stuff.
Lisa, play playlist 2, I say. The sexy voice I've programmed in replies,
Certainly, Drew, darling.
Fuck, I forgot she said shit like that. I burst out laughing as Zara looks at me in surprise.
Did you program it to feed your ego? She asks, giggling.
I might have done. I like it when a woman does as she's told. I don't even have to say please. I take a quick look at her beautiful face, smiling like she hasn't a care in the world.
Oh, so you like to be bossy? I would never have guessed.
She tries to sound serious and fails. Less of the snarky comments, Princess, or I'll show you how bossy I can be. I have a feeling you'd actually like it. We continue to laugh and take jabs at each other, much like I do with my brothers. She's more easygoing than I thought she'd be, and the nickname Princess seems a little out of place, although she'll always be a princess in some form to me. We pull up outside the shopping mall, a place Carlos told me would be perfect. I'm not used to these places, but as Zara needs a whole new wardrobe, she needs choice, and lots of it. We start in a huge department store that sells clothing for as little as a few pounds. I'm astounded. The t-shirts are £5 and are not bad quality. They'd be great to muck out the horses in. So I pick up a pile and put them in the basket.
Drew, they don't have a label on them.
Do you think Jasmine or any of my other horses will give a shit? I reply, pleased with myself. She shrugs and walks around the store looking at some items and then putting them back. She picks up a fleecy jacket and then puts it back. Do you not like it? I ask.
I did, but I don't want to buy just anything.
I pick up the fleece and put it in the basket. I can tell she's feeling uncomfortable, so I head to the cashier. Just these, I say, handing over the basket. She scans all the items and then asks if I want a bag. I look at the woman, puzzled. How does she think I'm going to leave the store? With the items tucked under my jacket? Yes, we need a bag.
That will be an extra £1, is that okay?
She asks, and I look at her, dumbfounded. The bags are nearly as expensive as the clothes. I don't reply, I just nod, and when she's totaled up the items, I hand her my card.
I don't need it, sir. You can just tap and go.
Again, I don't know what the hell is happening. Tap and go? She points to the card machine, and I tap my black card, and sure enough, it works straight away. Do you not need me to enter my PIN? I ask.
No, your transaction was only £51. You can use contactless payment for anything up to £100 now.
I've never felt so stupid and unconnected. When was the last time I paid for anything under £100? I take the bag and walk away from the counter. I'd heard about contactless payments, but I've just realized I've never done it before, I say, taking Zara's hand.
Laura uses it all the time. I don't have a card of my own, and if I did buy anything, it would be gowns for the galas.
So where do your jeans come from? I ask, slightly lost.
Laura. She either gives me her cast-offs or she'll treat me and buy me some new ones.
You wear your cousin's old clothes? I stop and turn her around to face me. I don't believe what I'm hearing. Every time she talks, I learn something new about her, and most of it is not good.
Yeah, I don't mind though. We're the same size, and I give her my ball gowns and dresses, and then she donates them to charity when she's finished with them.
You could have sold them and made some money. I shake my head and wonder why not.
But at least someone gets something good for next to nothing.
She's too kind for her own good. She could have made a lot of money reselling those dresses. But I can tell it's something that Zara likes to do. She says it's giving back, but she's not had anything given to her in the first place. We walk around a lot more shops, and I feel guilty when I look down at the shopping bags and realize I've bought way more than she has. You need to buy some more clothes. I'm not going to do your washing every night so that you've got clothes to wear. I smile and kiss her on the nose, and she shakes her head.
You're being bossy again. I've not seen anything I really, really like.
You don't have to fall in love with anything. Just like it, buy it, and wear it. It's pretty simple, really.
Okay, I'll try,
she says as we walk into the next store and then the next one. And then I see a sign that is going to save my life. Personal shopper. I nearly drag Zara through the store and over to the desk. We need help, I say to the heavily made-up woman behind the counter. She looks Zara up and down and then looks back at me and smiles. Her teeth are bizarrely white and stupidly straight to the point they look like plastic.
Is the help for your lady friend?
She asks, and I'm not happy about her tone. It is. Is there a problem? I ask.
No, not at all. What's the occasion?
She asks, and her eyes roam up and down Zara. I know Zara is getting annoyed, but yet again, I underestimate her.
Do you treat all your customers like this? My home has been destroyed and these clothes are all I've been left with. If you don't want to wait on me, find someone else who will. Your manager, maybe.
Zara says calmly, and a sly smile forms on her lips. Ouch. But fuck this woman. I forget she knows how to deal with people. The assistant apologizes and promises to work hard to ensure Zara is happy. We both give her a list of clothing lines whilst we take a seat in a nice area. We've been given coffee and cake, and they even offered champagne. 45 minutes later, a line of women walk into the room wheeling in a clothes rail full to the brim of color. I smile at Zara, who looks almost horrified. We're not in a rush. Take your time and just enjoy buying things you like for a change. She takes a big deep breath in and then breathes out. She gives a nod to the assistant, who starts pulling items off the rail, showing them to Zara, and then putting them on the no rail. My patience with Zara starts to wear thin. Stop, I demand, and the women all look at me. I walk over to the rail, take a look through, and turn to the assistant. Bag it all up.
Drew,
Zara snaps at me. Zara, I snap back. You were going to have me sit here for another hour whilst you said no to everything. Anything that doesn't fit or you really hate, we can bring it back, okay? She goes to speak, but I raise an eyebrow and give her my I'm not fucking happy look.
Fine, but I really don't suit blue,
she says, folding her arms across her chest. Can you disregard anything that's blue except for denim? The assistant nods, and I give her a smile and a wink, which Zara notices. Her slightly pissed-off face turns to a face as dark as thunder. Hey, you will thank me later, I promise. You needed me to step in or we would still be sat here at breakfast tomorrow.
Can we go after they've bagged everything up?
I can tell she's upset, frustrated, and floundering. You bet we can, and you can choose where we eat. This brings a slight smile to her face. I feel like I've taken too many choices away from her today. I don't let Zara see how much the clothes, shoes, bags, and other items cost. It'd only add to the pressure she's already feeling. As we set off in the car, I look over to her. She's not as bubbly as she was on our way here. I think you need to open a bank account. She looks at me as if I've just spoken in German. I'll need somewhere to pay your salary into. I can't pay you cash. I decide to let it sink in, let her think about it for a while. There isn't a rush, after all. Have you decided on where you want to go eat? I ask, changing the subject.
Can we get a takeaway? Laura gets them sometimes, and I love Chinese.
I'm offering you anything your heart desires, and you've chosen a Chinese takeaway? You're a conundrum, Zara.
Chapter 12. Zara. I don't know what to think. I don't even really know why I'm angry. Drew has been nothing but wonderful to me, and that makes me feel ungrateful. But I think that may be the problem. I don't want to feel gratitude to anyone. I've had it drummed into me how lucky I've been to have the life I've had. Lucky isn't a word I'd use, but it's what they used. My parents. My father is a bully, and my mother, I don't think she ever really wanted me. But that doesn't answer the burning question in my mind. Why? Why is Drew being so kind? I was disgustingly awful to him, yet he doesn't seem to remember it. I've brought trouble to his door, yet he doesn't seem to care. I shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth, as my father would say, but I can't shake the feeling that all this runs deeper than I know. There was some sort of underlying meaning to my father buying a horse from Drew, a man who my father has decided he hates, and my father wanting Richard to train it. It doesn't make any sense. As we pull up at the stables and get out of the car, I can see that Drew isn't as happy as he was before. I didn't want to annoy him or make him upset with me. I'd just had enough of being pushed around in front of people. Not physically, but when he told the assistant to bag everything up, I felt like a child, someone who couldn't make a decision if my life depended on it. Maybe he's right. Maybe I am so pathetic that I need him to buy my clothes for me. He doesn't speak as he opens up the doors and lets me inside. He locks and bolts them again after us, and we head upstairs to his apartment. "Do you want wine with it?" he asks, taking out some plates from the cupboard. "I'm fine with water, but if you're having wine, I'll join you." He puts the plates down harder than I would have expected, and it makes me jump a little. "Did you just flinch?" he asks, his eyes staring into mine. "You made me jump, that's all," I reply, my chest tightening as I look into his deep, dark eyes. He steps closer to me, and I can feel myself starting to panic. "Zara, I am going to get annoyed. I am going to be pissed off at times, and I'm going to bang shit around. I'm human. But I will never, ever take my anger or annoyance out on you. If I bang a plate or slam a door, it's normal. What isn't normal is me grabbing you or hitting you, and that will never happen, not while I've got breath in my body. Do you believe me?" he asks, his tone sincere but firm. I nod. I know how my father treated me isn't normal. Laura has been telling me for years to run away. I think you've had a lot to deal with. And I'm sorry I took over tonight. I was getting bored. I'm sorry. Men and shopping don't go together. Carlos tried to warn me, but I thought I could handle it. So you weren't mad at me for not picking any of the clothes? I ask, looking him straight in the eye, wondering if I'll know if he lies. I was a bit. My stomach was starting to rumble and I was getting pissed off with being cooped up in that room, he says truthfully. Why didn't you say so? We could have left at any point. Because you own one bra and one set of panties, and I've seen you in those. I wanted to see you in different ones too. You don't like my underwear? I snap, feigning being offended. Oh, I like you in underwear, but I'm a man that likes variety. It's the spice of life, or so my mom says. So you took me shopping to buy me new knickers. Those, amongst other things. Look, Zara, you've been to hell and back in the last 2 days, and I shouldn't have pushed you so hard. And I don't want our first argument to be over panties. I nod and smile. He's made it all sound so trivial and unimportant. I move into the kitchen, collect the silverware from the drawer and pick up the plates and take them to the dining table. Drew follows with 2 large carriers of food, which he lays out around the empty spaces.
Help yourself and eat as much as you want. I will finish off what you don't eat. I look up at him and blink. There are at least 4 full meals here, with side dishes and prawn crackers. I normally eat a lot, and I'll need the extra calories for all the extra exercise I'll be doing. I feel the heat on my face. He's talking about sex again. It's only been a few hours. You've got a dirty mind, princess. I was meaning the longer runs I'll have to put in. I've had a few days off and I don't want to be getting a dad bod anytime soon. You run? I ask, trying not to sound disappointed that he didn't mean sex. 10 miles a day usually. You can join me in the morning if you think you'll be up to it. I shake my head. No, I'm no good at running. I've never had to. I don't see the appeal of getting out of breath and sweaty. You saw the appeal earlier. You were certainly out of breath and both of us were sweaty. He fills another fork full of food and practically inhales it. Why don't you give it a go? I'll do 1 mile with you, and then I'll do the rest on my own. You got some pretty fancy running shoes in that haul. I smile. I might as well get some use out of them, even if it's only one time. Okay, but don't get mad if I'm sick. He laughs, shakes his head and inhales more of the food. By the time we've washed the dishes and cleaned up, I'm so tired. Drew is right. It's been a damn awful couple of days. I thought my father would have come back again today, but he hasn't, and that's more unnerving than him banging on the door. I'm going to head to bed. I can hardly keep my eyes open. I yawn at the thought of a comfy pillow. I'm just about to open my bedroom door when Drew's fingers wrap around my wrist gently. Where do you think you are going? He asks, leaning in so close if I reached up I could kiss him. I didn't want to assume that you'd want me in your bed again. I know we're not an item. Oh, right. Okay, well then. He steps away from me and I know I've hurt his feelings. Good night, Zara. Sleep well. He opens his bedroom door and closes it behind him. You're such an idiot. Why did you have to say that? I change into the t-shirt that Drew gave me last night. It's not dirty. I've only had it on for a couple of hours and it makes me feel closer to him, even though I've probably just blown it completely. I brush my teeth and notice that my bathroom has been stocked with female products, and when I turn and look in the shower, there is coconut shampoo and conditioner. How did he know that's my favourite fragrance and, more importantly, where did it come from? I try to get comfortable, but this bed is not as soft as Drew's. I toss and turn, and eventually I get up and walk to the kitchen. I need a glass of milk. Milk always helps me sleep. Can't sleep? Drew asks from behind me. No, and I didn't mean to say what I said. I don't know what we are, and I shouldn't assume. I'm not a fan of labels, so let's just take it a day at a time. There's no rush to declare our feelings or even our lack of them. I'd like for you to get to know me and me to get to know you before we take that step. Does that make sense? It does. But can I ask just one thing? Yeah? He asks as he pours 2 large glasses of milk. Please don't bring anyone back here. You mean another woman? To have sex with? I nod. He's so goddamn handsome, he must have women queuing around the block, and from the 2 times we've slept together, I could understand why. Do you think so little of me? Why would you think I'd do that? It never stopped my father, even with my mother in the house. Zara, I like you a lot. I'm just not ready for a label on us yet. You might hate me in a week. And you could send me back in a week also. I will never send you back. Now drink up so that we can get to bed. The sun blares in through the windows. Drew must have opened the curtains when he got up. I check the time, and it's nearly 9 a.m. Why didn't he wake me? I shower quickly in my own bathroom with my coconut gel and shampoo and try on some of the work clothes we bought last night. I still don't have good work boots, but I feel 1,000,000 times better than I have in a long time.
Drew didn't pin me to the bed last night, but he did hold me close until I fell asleep. As I enter the stables, I can hear raised voices. Carlos and Drew are both shouting, and the horses are getting anxious and making noise. I walk out of the stables and turn the corner into the yard, where I see what all the noise is about.
"Get off my property before I call the police and have you arrested for assault."
Drew is right up in my father's face. He towers over him, and the sight is frightening. My father spots me.
"What bullshit have you been filling him with?"
My father screams at me.
"Don't fucking go there. I've got the proof. You even think about laying a finger on her again and I'll make sure you regret it for the rest of your sad, pathetic life. You little bitch. You need to come home. Your mother is sick and she needs you."
He yells again, but there is something in the way he said mother was sick. "What's wrong with her?" I ask. "And why do you need me to come?"
"She wants to see you. She misses you,"
he says, and I know instantly he's lying. I laugh loudly, and Drew and Carlos both glare at me in surprise. My mother has never missed me. She's been away on holidays for months on end and not even a phone call. You think because I've been gone for 2 days she's going to declare her love for me? I am not going to that place you call home. This is my home now.
"You will regret this, Blackmoore, and you'd better not have defiled my daughter. She's promised to someone else. Are you fucking kidding me?"
Drew screams in my father's face. His hands grip hold of my father's jacket. "Drew, stop! Stop him, Carlos!" I cry as Drew throws my father to the floor.
"You are a fucking piece of shit. Get off my property. If I catch you or anyone connected to you snooping around, you'll be sorry."
Drew walks over to my father, and I think he's going to kick him, but he kicks dust in his face.
"If you even think about coming after Zara, I will ruin you and your associates. Do I make myself clear?" "I will never back down, Blackmoore," he says as he finally gets to his feet. "Bring it on. You want to ruin everything you've got? Be my fucking guest. I might be some horse trader to you, but you have no idea who or what you're dealing with. I have more of an idea than you think, and you will regret ever being born by the time I've finished with you."
My father gets into the back seat of the car, and the driver pulls away.
"Why didn't the driver get out to help?"
Carlos asks me. He probably was rooting for Drew. None of my father's employees like him.
"Good to know," Drew says, and then wraps an arm around my shoulders. "Anyway, did you sleep well? You were completely out of it this morning."
I nod, but I'm totally flummoxed. He's just gone from nearly fighting with my father to asking me if I slept well. The day goes by with no further interruptions, and I do my light duties of making coffee and sandwiches for lunch. It's all good, but I'm bored to tears. Drew, please, can I help with something? I don't like standing around like a spare part.
"Not today, but maybe tomorrow. I forgot to ask, you didn't bring your passport with you by any chance?" he asks.
"No, I didn't think I'd be staying here," I reply, wondering where this conversation is going.
"No problem. You do have one, don't you?" he asks.
"Yeah, but I don't know if it's in date. I don't get to see it, other than walking through security and passport control."
Then I think we need to get an appointment at the passport office. That's a job that'll take you a few hours. Give them a call and tell them that you've lost it."
"Why? Are we going somewhere?" I ask stupidly.
"We are going to visit my family in New York. I think getting you out of the country for a few weeks might be a good idea. I've got a few horses to look at in Texas, and I've got one of my horses running in Kentucky."
"One of your horses? I thought they were all here." He shakes his head and smiles.
"I have facilities in the States, too. I've not been to visit them in a while."
I'm surprised. I never thought about him having other places.
"Oh, right. And you want me to come with you?" "I'm not leaving you here. You saw how fucked up your father was this morning. Carlos found him trying to sneak in. If we'd both been in the paddock, he could have made his way upstairs, which reminds me, I need to make sure we put a security system on the gates. You don't need to go to all that trouble, Drew. I feel like I'm causing you more problems every day. Your father already has a grudge against me for a reason only he knows. If I'm not here and you're not here, he might lay off for a while. Or he might completely combust. He's a nasty man, Drew, and I don't want to drag you into this anymore. What are you saying? He snaps. I don't know. I know I don't want to go back, but I don't want you to lose your businesses. He steps forward and takes my hands in his. I won't lose my businesses. And even if I lost everything, which I wouldn't let happen, but if I did, my family would step in. Collectively, we have a fifth of the world's wealth. I stand there, not understanding what he's saying, and then it hits me hard in the chest. He's not just rich. He's untouchable. You're one of those Blackmoores. You're in the Forbes rich list, I stammer. Yeah, I thought you knew. I don't walk around with a placard, but it's not a secret. I never put the two together. You don't dress like a billionaire. He laughs and smiles at me. And what do you suggest a billionaire wears to shovel horse shit? I wouldn't have thought you needed to shovel horse shit yourself. I don't need to do it. I want to. It's grounding. It reminds me of something my dad said to me. What's that? You only get out what you put in. He laughs and releases my hands from his to wrap around my waist and then presses a soft kiss to my lips. And this conversation has gone far enough. Go upstairs and ring the passport office and get an appointment. I want to get out of here as soon as we can. 4 hours on hold, and I have an appointment for tomorrow. The apartment door opens and Drew walks in looking tired, hot and sweaty. Hard day, I ask, smiling. It's not been too bad. Did you get an appointment? He asks, and I nod. Tomorrow at 2 p.m, but... What? He asks, a frown appearing on his face. It's in London. And the problem? It'll take up the whole day, and I know how busy you are. Stop worrying about me, please. It's actually becoming a little annoying. I'm a grown man, Zara. I have managed all these years in the UK on my own, he grumbles. I didn't mean to upset you, but you have to remember I've been used to walking on eggshells. It's not easy to turn it off. I snap back at him. Well, you need to try a little harder. I've seen you in action, Zara. You're feisty and strong, and that's the Zara that gets my dick hard. I don't like seeing you scared to open your mouth. I know your father is to blame, but I'm not him. Trust me enough to be yourself. Please? Has something pissed you off? I ask, tentatively. There you go again, asking questions like a mouse. You're gonna have to toughen up, Zara, if you're gonna be around me. Drew! I snap at him, hurt and anger bubbling up inside me. What the hell has gotten into you? If this is because I didn't want to try all those clothes on last night, I did it for you. Me? How the hell would you behaving like a mute benefit me? If any of those shop assistants walked in on me and saw those bruises, who do you think they would blame for them? Huh? Not my father, that's for sure. He looks at me like he wants to scream and then shakes his head. Luna's Paradise is sick and we don't know why. The vet said that the kindest thing to do would be to put her to sleep, but I can't do that. Not when there's a chance. Do you have any idea what's wrong with her? I ask, taking his hands in mine. He shakes his head. No. Carlos is staying with her and will call me if I need to go back down. She was lame this morning when I went to turn her out, and now she won't even stand. Lifting her head is a real effort. I pull him close to me, rest my head on his chest, and wrap my arms around him. I'm so sorry, Drew. Is there anything I can do to help? Maybe we can give Carlos a break and go and sit with her for a while. I'm sorry for being a complete twat. I shouldn't have said all that to you. You didn't deserve it. I promised I'd never take my anger out on you, and I couldn't even keep that promise for a day.
Drew, you weren't angry at me, you were upset.
I think I needed to hear it too. Feeling sorry for myself isn't going to make me move forward. You're a special woman, Zara. Most women would have told me to fuck off if I'd spoken to them like that. I'm glad you didn't. But don't let me get away with shit like that. Stand up for yourself and tell me I'm being a prick.
I won't. You can be sure about that. But what about the passport office tomorrow? Should I try and rearrange? I ask in my strongest voice.
No, I'll get someone to take you if I can't leave Luna. It'll be someone I trust, so don't worry.
We spend the rest of the day and the evening taking turns to look after Luna. She doesn't seem to be getting any better. She needs to stand up soon. Being on the ground for too long isn't good for her. It's 5 a.m. when Drew's phone rings and he jumps out of bed like lightning.
I'm on my way.
He pulls his clothes, and as I sit up, I say, "You go. I'll make some coffee and bring it down." He turns and half smiles at me before running out of the room, still trying to put his boots on. I give them a good 10 minutes before going downstairs. If Luna was in distress, they didn't need me hanging around. But when I get to the bottom of the steps, I see Drew and Carlos leaning over the barrier, looking at a really happy horse. I put the tray of coffee down and walk over to where they are standing. "What's happened? Is she okay now?" I ask, looking up at Drew. He's smiling, but there is something else there in his eyes.
"Yeah, she seems okay. But we'll know more when the blood work comes back. The vet took several samples. I'm just glad she's back on her feet."
"Me too, but I think it counts her out of the race for next week," Carlos says, stroking Luna's nose.
"Definitely. And I wouldn't normally be suspicious, but it's a bit of a coincidence that she has been the favorite to win since her last race."
"You think someone poisoned her?" I ask, shocked. Drew drags his hands through his hair and then down his beard.
"I don't know, but we'll find out. Someone wanted to stop her racing, and it doesn't take a brain surgeon to work out who. My only question is, how and who actually did it?"
Chapter 13. Drew. I need to get Zara away from here. I'm 100% sure that this was down to Doyle. I don't know how he did it, but I know he's good for it. Carlos and two of my trusted stable hands have been searching the CCTV all morning whilst keeping an eye on Luna and her stablemates. The last thing we need is a virus that we don't know about knocking down all the horses. We are sitting waiting in the passport office when the vet calls me to tell me that Luna was given a near lethal dose of ketamine. He assures me that she'll just need to be looked after well and given some supplements and she'll be fine. She won't be able to race again for a while, which is a bummer because she's just gotten into her stride. I do what any respectable person should do in this situation. I call in the cops. I ask them to go and search my business for anything illegal. I've already told them that they shouldn't find anything, but if they do, it's not because I've put it there, and I want them to find out who did it. I call Carlos, who thinks I'm crazy for bringing in law enforcement. What if they do find something? I want them to. If there are illegal drugs on my premises, I want to know. I want them gone. Plus, they might get fingerprints or something. And if the culprit hasn't been involved in a crime before? Well, shit, I don't know. I just don't want Doyle to be the one who brings the police to my door, not when I'm going to be flying out soon. "Where the hell are you going?" he asks, and I can hear the annoyance in his voice. "I'm going to see my folks for a few days, and then I'm going to visit Texas and Kentucky." "And what if something else happens while you're gone?" "Then you call me. I'm not going to the moon. I can be on a flight home in a few hours." "Fine, we'll sort it out when you're back." "How long do you think you're going to be?" he asks, and I look at the clock. Zara's appointment was at 2 p.m. and it's already 4 p.m., and she hasn't been called yet. This place closes at 5:30, so we should be back around 7. Don't leave the place unattended. I hate to say it, but it could be one of the staff. The thought had crossed my mind. You pay very well, but a lump sum might come in handy to someone. Thanks, Carlos. There'll be a nice bonus for you this month. Yeah, okay, like every month. I'll see you later. He half laughs and ends the call. But his comment of, like every month, gets me thinking. Do I pay him enough? Does he get the bonuses and overtime I approve each month? I send a text over to my payroll team to make sure that Carlos gets double pay this month. It's 4:15 when Zara finally gets called into an office. I offer to go with her, but I'm told to sit and wait by the security guard. By 5 o'clock, Zara walks out holding a brand new passport in her hands, the widest smile I've ever seen on her face. Her cheeks are pink and glowing.
I got it,
she shrieks, waving it around. I can't help myself from laughing at her. That's great. Let's go. We've got quite a bit to do before we go. We're halfway home when Zara starts pressing buttons and asking,
what does this do? And if I press this, what will happen?
Behave and stop touching shit. You might press something that makes us crash. I bark at her and she sits back and smiles. Were you doing that on purpose? I ask, turning to see her smirking out of the window.
I just wanted your attention for a second. You've been distracted since we set off back. Is everything okay with Luna?
She's fine. She was given a near-lethal dose of some drug. She'll be okay.
So, what's bothering you?
The police have just done a search of the stables. Sadly, they didn't find anything.
You wanted them to find drugs?
She asks, surprised. Yeah, I was hoping they would find some evidence. She nods, understanding what I mean.
When do you think she was poisoned? You and Carlos were both around, and I'm sure you would have seen anyone who had been near her.
That's the thing. The only two people who were near her all day were me and Carlos.
You don't think...
No, of course not. But it's a mystery as to how. Oh, hey, we never went to see your cousin last night. Do you want to drop in now and let her know you're okay?
We don't have to. You've had a long day.
But didn't you say she'd be worried? Put the address into the GPS. We're going. And no arguments.
I love it when you're bossy,
she says and punches in the address. The GPS pops up with a map showing me directions. But what I don't expect is Zara sliding her hand over my thigh and between my legs. I nearly lose the steering wheel, and the car swerves slightly, but I manage to pull it straight. You could have warned me.
What did you want me to say? I'm going to caress your dick now, sir.
Jesus. Her small hand cups my dick, and I can feel it getting harder and harder. She starts to open my zipper. No, don't do that. There are cameras all over the place. I don't want to get caught with my dick out. She bites her bottom lip, but continues to massage my now throbbing hard-as-rock dick. Zara, you need to stop, sweetheart. I really can't concentrate on the road.
Does it feel good, though?
It feels too fucking good. I really don't want you to stop it. Fuck, Zara. Oh, shit. She's not stopping, though. I click the car onto cruise control and hope to God I don't need to brake quickly. I see a sign for a service station and pull across the 3 lanes.
Where are we going?
She asks. I don't answer. I can't. I'm on the verge of coming in my fucking pants, and being on the road doing 75 miles per hour isn't the best idea. I spot what looks like a country lane with a no unauthorized vehicles sign. Fuck it. I turn left and head down the road for about 50 meters and pull into a lay-by. I stop the engine, push back my seat, and open my jeans. Come on, fucking suck me. You want to drive me crazy, go for it, but I promise you there will be no orgasms for you tonight. She smiles and then dips her head and takes my dick into her mouth. I lean back in the seat and relax while she takes care of me, her warm mouth and tongue making easy work of my impending orgasm. Oh, baby, you are so fucking good. So good. So good. My hips thrust upward as cum spills into her mouth. When I've calmed down a little and she's wiped her mouth, I turn to her and ask, "Why did you do that? That was ridiculously dangerous."
You were in your head overthinking everything. I wanted to bring you back, take your mind off it for a second.
You certainly did that, and I loved it, but please don't do that again. I don't want to be the guy known for death by blowjob. We make it to her cousin's house in one piece, although Zara looks a little less put together than she did in the passport office. I take a look at the house, and it surprises me that it's not a huge property. Is this the address? I ask.
Yes. I know what you're thinking, but they are good people. My aunt and uncle are really kind. They don't like my father either.
That's a sign of good character to start with. I get out the car and go to open Zara's door, but she's already halfway out. Did you not want me to act proper in front of your family? I laugh.
It doesn't matter to them, Drew. They will like you at first sight because I like you.
A girl comes flying out of the house, her arms flailing everywhere.
Jesus, Zara, where the hell have you been?
She screams as she nearly falls down the steps.
It's a long story. I just came by to let you know I'm okay, but I'll be away for a few weeks. I didn't want you to worry. Are you going with him?
She asks and points at me.
Yes, sorry. Drew, this is Laura, my cousin. Laura, this is Drew Blackmoore. I know who he is. Jesus, you are hotter in the flesh. I've seen pictures of you in Horse and Country. I have to say they don't do you justice.
Yeah. Zara told me you have a horse. I look around and don't see any stables. Where do you keep it?
In my bedroom,
she replies, and then laughs.
At some stables not far from here. But they're putting the livery fees up again, so I'm going to have to move across town.
A thought flashes through my head, and before I can think it through, it comes out of my mouth. Why don't you use my facilities? I'll do you a really good rate. She starts laughing and then coughing as she laughs harder. What's so funny? I ask.
You don't want my old bones mixing with your royalty, and plus, even at a special rate, I couldn't afford your plush surroundings.
Well, I can give you it for free, but you'd owe me. I wink at Zara, who is utterly confused.
And how would I repay you? I'm not into incest.
Look, Zara obviously trusts you, and I need people that I can trust around. I need you to be around and keep your eyes open. Help Carlos with a few jobs while we're away.
And that's it? What happens when you get back? Will we have to move again?
I can arrange for a 3-year contract, but we need you to be vigilant, keep your eyes open, and make sure nothing happens to my horses.
Is this guy for real? He's never even met me before, and he's coming to my rescue. I know I'm the prettier one, but Zara deserves a nice guy.
Don't flatter yourself. It's actually more for my benefit than yours.
You've got yourself a real charmer here,
Laura says, and I wince at my shortness.
Can you two stop it? I never expected your first meeting to be like this. I hoped you'd get along.
I can see the disappointment in Zara's face. We are getting along, aren't we, Laura? We'll be best of friends before you know it. I smile widely and give Laura's shoulder a little hug. Despite me being a little offhand, I actually do like her. I'm not normally wrong when I meet people, and Zara trusts her. Sorry, I was trying to be nice. I'm just not used to it.
I get that. I'll think about your offer, Laura replies with a sarcastic smile.
So now you know she's safe, we should go. We've got a lot of stuff to get done before we leave, I say, taking Zara's hand.
What? Wait, where are you going? Where are you taking her?
Laura asks in a panic. To meet my family in America and to visit a couple of my businesses over there. Why?
Don't you think it's a bit sudden? You've only just met.
Laura grabs Zara's hand and holds it tight. I'm not going to hurt her, Laura. I'm doing it to keep her safe. Your uncle has been a bit of a thorn in my ass, if I'm quite honest, and I don't want him to do anything else stupid.
Oh, and you're happy about this, are you?
She asks Zara.
I am. Drew even took me to the passport office, so I didn't have to go home and try to find mine. God knows where Father would have hidden it. It wouldn't surprise me if he carries it around with him, the bastard that he is,
Laura snaps. I look at Zara for her reaction, but she doesn't flinch or tense. She just smiles.
I'll be fine, but please think about Drew's offer. It would make me feel better knowing Carlos had someone on hand that we trust. Things are a little weird at the minute. I will. Do you have a number I can contact you on?
She asks, taking out her phone. I smile and nod at Zara. Go on, give her your number. You two can text and call as much as you want to now.
She's got a phone,
Laura exclaims excitedly. Of course she has. I've not kidnapped her. They exchange numbers, but it takes longer than normal because Zara hasn't remembered hers yet. That's 3 people you have now. By the time we are finished in New York, you'll have a lot more. The girls hug and I walk back to the car. I know Laura is making sure Zara is okay with everything, and I want to give Zara the opportunity to talk to her without me there. I need to build Laura's trust, too. I need to make her see I'm not the evil player her uncle has painted me to be. I've had a few texts and calls over the last 24 hours with people, each one of them a damn client telling me about the rumors Doyle is spreading. It's a good job they trust me more than him, or my business would start to suffer. It's also another reason to get Zara out of the way. She doesn't need to hear lies about my so-called sordid past. A few minutes later, Zara gets back into the car and smiles.
Thank you. I think Laura might actually like you.
I must admit, it got a bit rocky for a minute. I forgot that I needed to be charming. I laugh, and so does Zara.
Why did you offer to stable her horses for free?
I just thought it made sense, and it might also be nice for you to have someone around that you know. She's your best friend as well as your cousin, right? She nods.
Sad to say, she's my only friend. Or she was. I've got you and Carlos now, and a couple of the stable hands have said hi and smiled.
You'll have so many people in your life by the end of next week that you'll be begging for peace and quiet. And that phone, you'll probably want to throw it out of the nearest window.
Why?
Because I have 2 sisters-in-law who like to fucking text constantly. They keep adding me to the chat groups and I keep leaving, but then another one appears.
It must be nice to have a close family.
It is. Most of the time, but sometimes they don't get it when I want to just work or be on my own.
It's only because they care. I wish someone had cared about me that way,
she says, taking my hand. Sorry, I sound ungrateful, but they ring at stupid times. They are 5 hours behind, so it's not unheard of for my phone to ring at 3 a.m.
Oh, yeah, that could be annoying.
It is. But all that said, they are really nice women. My brothers have fallen on their feet, and it looks like Carter is on the same train with Brooke.
Carter is the footballer, right? The one who had that awful accident?
Yeah, he's a lot better, and he owns the club, too.
The one my father used to own? Zara asks. I remember when Carter was trying to save it. My father was being really difficult about things. I don't know why. He could have put his hand in his pocket, but he chose to just let it go under.
So, your father has had dealings with us Blackmoores before, then?
Only Carter. He was really pissed off when Carter took legal action over the accident.
That's what employers' liability insurance is for, though, if your staff gets injured at work.
I don't think he was insured, or not as fully as he should have been.
So, that makes a little bit of sense as to why your father dislikes me so much. If my brother sued him, and I know how much he got paid out, that might piss me off a little too. Zara's phone pings with a text, and I can't hide the smile as she picks up her phone excitedly.
Laura, tell your hunk of a man that I'll accept his offer. I need help moving stuff up there, though.
She reads it out excitedly and then reads out her reply.
Okay, we will arrange something when we get back.
I watch her as we drive back. She keeps looking at the phone in her hand. You okay? I ask, noticing her smile is faded.
Yeah, I just miss her, that's all.
When we get back from the States, you can spend as much time as you want with her.
Promise?
I promise. I'm not your keeper. You'll have to learn to trust me, but if I say I don't want you to go somewhere and do something, it's only because I care. I'm not going to keep you in a prison. Just safe.
Chapter 14. Zara. I've flown business and first class everywhere I've been, but none of that compares to the luxury of Drew's private jet. It's one of a few that belong to his family. The pilot comes and greets us personally, and the steward looking after us is really attentive, making sure we have everything we need. Just after takeoff, the pilot turns off the seatbelt sign and we're served champagne and some snacks. This is unbelievable. Is this how you travel all the time? I ask.
Most of the time, but I do fly commercial if Carter has taken the jet somewhere. He's taking his football team out to Spain at the end of the football season, so hopefully we'll be back before he needs it.
How long are we really going for?
As long as it takes. I've got business to do. It's not just a holiday.
What will I be doing while you're working?
Whatever you want. You can take some of the horses out, relax, read a book.
I smile, a little worried that I'm already not going to fit into his world.
You look tired. You can go and have a sleep if you want. I've got some emails I need to deal with.
Is that a nice way of telling me I look like crap? I ask.
No, you're always beautiful, but it's a 7-hour flight. You should rest while you can, believe me, when we land. G and Ruby will be dragging you around New York so fast your feet will burn.
What if they don't like me?
They are nice people. They will love you.
Do they know I'm coming with you?
Nobody knows we are coming, he says, quietly opening up his laptop.
Why? How come?
I just didn't have time to call them, and it's only been a couple of weeks since I was last there, so it'll be a surprise for all of them.
So, do you visit often? I ask, getting confused.
Not really. It was my mom and dad's anniversary and they had a party, so I flew out with Carter and flew straight back after.
Did you want to stay for longer?
I couldn't. I had something more pressing going on back home.
Really? What could be more important than being with your family? He's quiet for a moment.
You. And Jasmine, of course.
His confession takes the wind out of me. I don't know what to say, so I say nothing. I pick up one of the magazines and start to flick through while Drew goes back to his emails. The first one is dreary and nothing interesting, but the second one, there's a photograph, and I have to look at it 3 times before I realise what I'm looking at.
Is this you? I ask, pushing the magazine in front of him. It could be, I don't know. The paparazzi are always taking photographs. Why? He asks, not bothered about the content.
The headline reads, "Another Blackmoore playboy on the streets of Manhattan," I read out.
Let me see.
He snatches the magazine back and takes a closer look.
That is from a long time ago. I don't know why they're printing it now, he says, unconcerned.
How do you know, though?
It looks fairly recent.
The picture is of Drew, with 2 women sitting in his lap in what looks like a nightclub. He has his arms around both women and each of his hands is holding a breast.
Because I've not seen those 2 since that night.
I don't know why, but jealousy floods me. I know he's had women before me, but 2 of them. Is one not enough for him?
Did you... I'm not answering that question. You don't need to know stuff like that. But while we are on the subject of my past, it's colorful, okay? Things will be brought up and plastered everywhere. It's just part of the job. I'm usually very careful, unlike my brother, but sometimes things slip. However, I'm not a cheater. I never have been, and I never will be. If I'm with someone, that's it.
So you don't even look at other women?
To be honest, I don't know. It's been a very long time since I was... He starts to cough, and I begin to worry. Sorry, the words got stuck in my throat. In a relationship. And then he laughs and takes my hand in his.
This isn't funny, Drew. We're not putting a label on us, and I get that it's too early, but I need to know that we're not seeing other people, too.
I'm not. Are you? He asks, his eyes playful. Ha ha, you really are hilarious, although I do have options, you know. There's Richard, for example. Ouch, I shouldn't have gone there. I knew it the second it came out of my mouth, but I don't get a chance to tell him I was joking. He puts his laptop down, stands up, loosens his tie, and then grabs my hand, pulling me out of the chair. What? Stop! What are you doing? I argue as he drags me to the back of the plane. Oh God, is he going to throw me out of the back? He opens the door at what I think is the back of the plane and pulls me in. The door slams behind me and I hear him twist the lock. His body is up against mine so fast. You think you can get away with talking to me like that? He growls into my ear. A warm sensation floods down below. Drew, we shouldn't. There are people out there. And they might hear. The room is soundproofed, Princess. No one will hear you. He slides his hand up my blouse and pinches my nipple hard. Scream. Ow! That hurt. But you can do it again. His lips crash onto mine, his free arm wrapping around my waist while his other is twisting and pulling my nipple. One twist of our bodies and he's pushing me down onto the bed. I need to hear that you will never be with that dick, he says, kissing my neck, and then I feel his teeth graze across my collarbone. I was joking. I swear, I stammer. Oh God, this feels so good. I didn't find it funny. He grips my blouse and pulls. The buttons fly everywhere, leaving me exposed in my new bra. Fuck, Zara. I love this on you. But it has to go. I need your tits in my mouth now.
I sit up a little, and he pulls off what's remaining of my blouse and unfastens my bra. Both go flying on the floor. His strong arms push me back down, and it doesn't escape me that one of his big hands is around my throat. His other hand is squeezing and twisting my nipple while his tongue flicks over the other. "Drew," I quietly cry out. He doesn't answer me, but his eyes catch mine as his mouth takes my nipple and he sucks hard. "Oh, jeez. Drew," I moan, but this only makes him tighten his grip around my neck. When I think he's going to stop, he switches sides and gives the other nipple the same treatment. I can feel an orgasm already building, and he hasn't even touched me down there yet. Him holding me down by my throat is petrifying me, but it's also hot as fuck. He moves the hand twisting my nipple and slides it down the front of my body and into the front of my jeans. "Are you wearing matching panties?" he asks. "Yes," I answer softly.
"Such a shame I'm going to ruin them."
He pushes up from me, undoes my jeans and pulls them off in one swift movement.
"I like these, too."
"Such a shame," he says, kissing my panties. Then I feel his teeth against my skin and his fingers inside the fabric. "What are you—" I begin to ask, but then I feel what he's doing. He snapped the elastic and has pulled them off with his teeth.
"I'm so fucking hungry for you,"
he says, pushing my legs up, opening them wide and putting them on his shoulders.
"Put your heels together on my back. I want you as open as you can be."
Each sentence is followed by a lick of my pussy, and when I'm open wide to him, he doesn't waste any time. 2 fingers slide into me. I open my eyes and see him watching me.
"You're so beautiful, Zara. You are driving me fucking insane."
He slides his fingers out and then places them in his mouth. He sucks on his fingers hard.
"I can't get enough of you."
He groans before thrusting them back into me, once, twice, 3 times, and I can feel my orgasm starting to roll as he uses his thumb to tease my clit. "Ah!" I begin to cry out, but he pulls his fingers free and immediately slides them into my mouth.
"Taste how fucking amazing you are."
His fingers still in my mouth, I open my eyes to see him smiling down at me.
"Suck 'em, baby. Suck 'em and enjoy it. Taste what you taste like. Wrap your tongue around them and take them like a good girl."
When he slid his fingers in my mouth, my heart pounded, but he didn't force them. The gentleness in his voice reassured me that he wasn't going to do anything bad. Oh God. His other hand slides in between my legs and he slides 2 more fingers into me. His head lowers, and I feel his lips caress my skin and then his tongue gently flicking at my clit. I try to speak, but with my mouth full of his fingers I can only moan. He's bringing me to the edge of my sanity. I want to cry out, but I can't until the rush of power floods through me and my body has a mind of its own. My hips jerk and grind against his mouth and finger, and my heart is racing, white lights flashing in the back of my eyes.
"That's it, princess. Let it go. Let it go just for me."
He slowly slides his fingers from my mouth as my orgasm hits its peak. "Fuck!" I scream. "Fuck!" I'm so loud, I bet even the pilot heard me. I don't know when he lost his clothes and I don't know when he put the condom on, but I'm so fucking glad when he slides into me, his face centimetres from mine, his eyes looking down at me as if I belonged to him and him alone.
"I'm going to fuck you now,"
is all he says before he slams into me hard. I place my hands on his chest to try to slow him down, but he moves them and pins them above my head.
"You'll get your turn soon, princess. That I promise."
His voice is strained as he fucks me over and over, his hips smashing into me, and I can't stop the emotion as it pours out of me. I look deep into his dark eyes, and they're filled with passion, tension, and possessiveness. And that's when my body gives in again. I feel my walls starting to tense, my body starting to shake uncontrollably. "Drew!" I cry out breathlessly. "I can't stop it." "I'm close," he growls, but he never looks away, his eyes locked like a target on mine. "Drew!" I call out again as I feel the most amazing sensation. My pussy is throbbing hard against his dick, but there's something else, something different. "Oh, princess, you just made me your king." His lips twitch and then his eyes close. Fuck. His voice is so deep it almost doesn't sound like him. And then he closes the gap between us and kisses me softly. We lie there kissing for the longest time until his body becomes too heavy. And I also need to pee. "I need to use the bathroom," I say in between the kisses. "Okay," he says, rolling over to expose his naked body. "How the hell are you hard again?" I ask, pointing at his huge, erect dick. "It's not difficult when I'm lying next to you. So hurry up. We've still got a few hours to kill before we land." And he wasn't joking. In the 5 hours we spent in the bedroom, we did more than join the Mile High Club. We fucked in the shower through some mild turbulence, which was interesting to say the least, showered again, and fucked some more. And then he had some champagne brought to the door, which he decided would be a great idea to drink off each other's bodies. And then we fucked again. I don't know where he gets his stamina from. The last time I was so spent, I would have let him do anything to me just to let him come, but he had other ideas. He flipped me over so I was on top and made me do all the hard work. We're just about to land. I'm back in my seat wearing a different blouse to the one I boarded with and a completely new set of underwear. Drew threw my other set in the bin, stating it wasn't fun if he'd already seen it. The plane lands, and within a few minutes we're guided to a waiting car, which then takes us to the terminal building. The crew is following behind, bringing our luggage. We go straight through passport control without me even having to show mine. Everyone around us knows who he is. Everyone smiles politely, but nobody speaks. It's as if they have been told to leave us alone. Another car is waiting for us as we exit the terminal. It's not long before we are driving through the streets of New York. I know they call it the Big Apple, but the place is crazy big, with even crazier buildings. I'm looking out of the window, mesmerized at the view. "You've been to New York before, right?" he asks. "Yes and no. We stopped here for a day when we were on a cruise. I didn't get off the boat." He didn't ask why. He already knows the answer. The journey isn't as quick as I thought it was going to be. As we hit mid-town, the traffic slows and nearly grinds to a halt. "We could walk from here. You could see some of the sights if you want." I look at him, deadpanning. "Walk? Really? You think I can walk after the 6-hour flight of, you know?" He tilts his head and pulls a confused-looking face. "Are you sore, princess?" he asks, trying not to smile. "I might be. And if I am, it's your fault," I tease back. "You shouldn't get me all riled up then." "How did I get you riled up? I was just sitting there." "My point exactly. You don't have to do anything in particular, but having your button on your blouse open was a pretty big invitation." I slap his arm hard, and he pretends that it hurt. "Where exactly are we going?" I ask. "I have a key to my brother's apartment. He doesn't live there anymore. It's above his nightclub. He won't mind if we use it." "Are you sure?" "It's got an open-deck pool, too. He tried to keep it a secret from us, but since he doesn't use it anymore, Carter and I have first reserve." "It sounds lovely," I say, and the realization of how rich his family is starts to sink in. Private jets, an apartment in New York with a pool that they just keep vacant for family. Cars waiting for you at the airport, not touching my luggage since we left England. This is a different life, even for me. The car pulls up outside a huge property, the venue. The driver helps us with our bags to an entrance around the side. "If you need me again, Drew, I'll be available.
the driver says, leaning in for a man hug. Cheers, Paul. And don't forget, I'm not here, okay? I want to surprise them when I'm ready. If they find out I'm here, those women will be across town faster than a subway train. Paul laughs and nods. You know them well, boss. I'll just keep out of their way. They can smell something's up just by looking at me. Best idea. Keep your head down at least until tomorrow. It's been a long flight and it's time for a nap. Drew takes my suitcase and leads me inside an elevator, and a few seconds later we are walking into the most beautiful place I've ever seen. Is this really your brother's? I ask, looking around like a child in a sweet shop. Yeah, he lives in town now, near Braxton, my other brother. So, which brother owns this? I ask, trying to remember what he's told me. Kane. He's married to Ruby, and they have a little girl, Melody. It suits her, too, seeing they are, or were, both DJs. Wow. I can't stop looking around. I walk into the huge kitchen and put my bag down on the counter. Can I make you a coffee or something? Yeah, and then we are going to bed. For some strange reason, I'm fucked.
Chapter 15. Drew. I'm out like a light the minute my head hits the pillow, and I don't wake up until I can hear voices coming from the living room. I run my hand over the other side of the bed and find it empty and cold. I rub my eyes and crawl out of bed. I took the piss out of Zara yesterday for being sore. The laugh is on me now. I can hardly move my legs. Truth, I made her ride me because my legs were burning like a furnace. I open the bedroom door and walk towards the kitchen. Zara, what are you doing? I yell. But when she doesn't answer me, I begin to worry. I can hear her voice. Zara, where the hell are you? I shout louder.
I'm in the living room. I'm on the phone to Laura.
Thank fuck. I don't know what I thought could have happened to her here, but it freaked me out. What time is it? I walk up to her and her face blushes bright red, her hand covering her mouth. What? I whisper.
You're naked, she whispers, and then points to my chest and the rest of my body. I can't see what she's looking at, so I go in search of a mirror. I stand in front of the mirror in the bathroom, and I can see exactly why she blushed and why she was pointing. It appears that she also likes giving hickeys, which makes me smile. My chest is covered in little tiny ones, and then I see the fucking huge one on my neck. Fuck. Shit, fuck, I mutter. Did she try to fucking eat me? I've never seen anything so fucking huge in my life. On closer inspection, it's not one, but several all clumped together, which isn't any better. How the fuck am I going to cover this up? I can't wear a jumper, it's 85 degrees outside. I walk back into the bedroom and put on some shorts and head back to the living room. Zara has finished on the phone and is trying not to laugh when she sees me coming. I'm not laughing, though. What the hell is this on my neck? I snap. It's the same as you left on my neck and on the back of my shoulder, she replies.
Shit, I didn't think she'd seen that one. It's not funny, Zara. We've got to see my brothers and my parents. Do you know how much they're going to take the piss out of me? My mom is going to think I'm dating a fucking vampire. Her face falls, but then she bursts out laughing again.
I'm sorry, Drew, I really am. I can cover it with makeup. I've got some really great stuff that covers all sorts of stuff.
And then my heart almost shatters. I'm complaining about marks she's given me in the throes of passion that I pushed and pushed her to, and yet she's brought the stuff with her that she used to cover up her bruises. No, I'm sorry. I overreacted. It's as much my fault as it is yours. If I remember right, you have a fair few of these on your breasts.
We should try not to bite each other as much.
Fuck that. I love biting you. Let's agree to stay away from the neck or anywhere that people can see. I say, hoping that she agrees. I love it when I suck on her skin. She mewls and her body reacts. I can't stop doing that.
Okay, but I can make that one disappear, if only temporarily.
I now realize it's daylight outside. What time is it? I ask, remembering I asked before.
My phone says 9 a.m. You were asleep for a really long time.
I'm just about to tell her to come back to bed when I hear the elevator moving. I look at Zara and she looks back at me.
Are we really allowed to be here?
She asks, panicked. Yes, of course. I just don't know who's coming up. I run for the bedroom, but I'm not fast enough.
Drew! Drew! Oh, hello. And who might you be?
G's unmistakable British accent rings through the apartment. I sprint back down the hallway and half slide into the living room. Hey, what are you doing here? I ask breathlessly.
Kane asked Brax to come and check on the place. Apparently there was some movement on the motion detectors. And since no one was staying here...
Brax sent you to check on the place? I ask. Why didn't he come himself? G can't lie to save her life.
He rang Carter and he's at home. He then rang you, and guess what?
He got the U.S. dialing tone.
You're not just a handsome face, are you? Anyway, aren't you going to introduce us?
G asks, smiling so widely at Zara that her face looks like it's going to crack. G, this is Zara. Zara, this is G, my eldest brother Braxton's better half.
That's so kind of you to say,
she says, squinting her eyes at me. What? What have I said now? I was being nice.
Yeah, and that's what's weird,
G says, turning her focus back to Zara.
You look really familiar,
she says, smiling honestly.
Do I? I don't know how you'd know me.
G shrieks and screams.
Oh my God, you're British! We all thought Drew would fall for a Brit. He spends so much time there. Oh my God, wait till I tell Rubes. She's going to be over the moon. Not as much as I am, but having someone who understands my sense of humor is such a bonus.
G rambles on, and Zara looks at her with her eyes wide but a big smile on her face. I'm going to put some clothes on. Don't interrogate her too much, G. I don't want you to scare her before she's even stepped foot out of the place. I go and throw a pair of jeans on. I grab a t-shirt, and then I wrap a V-neck jumper around my neck. I look like a fucking yacht boy. I swear she's going to suffer for this later. Sore or not, I'm going to make her pay. Hey, you girls okay? I ask as I walk back into the room.
Yeah, I knew I recognized Zara. She used to be in all of the newspapers in the society pages.
I see Zara stiffen, and the smile she's wearing is as false as a porn star's tits. Yep, that's where we met, at a gala. Now, please, can you tell me why you're here if you knew it was me? G shuffles in her seat a little, chews her lip, and picks at her nails. G, why are you here?
Braxton wanted to make sure you were okay. You left in a rush and you weren't in the best headspace.
I glare at her to shut up, but does she? No.
He was in such a bad mood the whole weekend. There was no talking to him. He even fell out with Carter.
G, I yell. Please, can you stop giving Zara my life story? I had shit going on at work, okay? Stuff you guys wouldn't have a clue about. Now, please, can you leave it alone?
No need to shout at me, Drew. I'm not the one who fucked an air hostess to piss off your brother.
G slaps her own hand over her mouth. I just close my eyes and take a deep breath in. I don't want to even look at Zara. I can't. If she doesn't hate me now, then I'm a very lucky man.
Oh, God. I'm so fucking sorry. I didn't mean to say that. Zara, please don't take it out on him. It's all my fault.
I turn and walk away and pull my phone off the charging point. Braxton, I snap when he answers the call. Hey, you're okay, I take it? No, I'm fucking not. Get your woman out of this place now, or I swear I will not be responsible for what I do next. Don't you talk about G like that. She only came to see if you were okay. No, she came to snoop to see who I was fucking. Well, she's fucked everything up, so thanks for nothing. Fuck off and leave me alone. What the hell has she done? She told Zara about Shelley. That's what. And don't I look a fucking prize prick now? Call her and tell her to leave. I can't deal with her right now. I've got Zara to explain to, and... Fuck, Brax, I swear I am so fucking angry right now. Calm down, it can't be that bad. Oh yeah? You remember Carter's little stunt with you in the shower? Times it by fucking 10 and then 10 again. Okay, give me 2 minutes. But who's Zara? I end the call and wait.
Brax is called. I have to go. I'm sorry, Drew.
I don't answer. I just wait until I hear the elevator doors close and then walk out to see Zara sitting quietly on the couch. I'm really sorry about that, I say.
I hope you are. That's no way to treat anyone. What the hell got into you?
I didn't want you to know what I'd done. It was bad enough when Carter told my brothers and having them be pissed off at me. I didn't want you to get the wrong impression.
Drew, it was before we met.
But it wasn't. It was on my last flight over to New York, my parents' wedding anniversary.
Okay. It was before we first slept together, right?
Yeah, of course it was.
Then it's nothing to do with me. You made a mistake. You paid the price. I'm not going to judge you because you've had 1,000,000 women.
It's not that many.
It wouldn't matter if it was. I only need you to promise me that if you want someone else, you'll tell me first. I've had my fair share of looking and feeling stupid.
I don't want anyone else, Zara.
Call G and apologize. There was no need for the way you spoke to her. She came here and made me feel really welcome. That's not the way to thank someone.
Jesus Christ. You're going to get on well with my mom. I huff and pull out my phone and dial G's number.
Hello,
she answers, sniffling. Shit. Gee, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gone off at you. I'm just embarrassed by how I behaved. Zara is cool, so everything is okay. Please don't cry, or at least don't tell Brax I made you cry.
Are you sure everything is okay?
She asks, still crying. Zara pulls the phone out of my hand and puts it on speakerphone.
Everything is fine, G. We had a long day yesterday and Mr. fucking Grumpy here needs more sleep. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to drop him in it. I just got carried away. Nothing to apologize for. It would have come out anyway. Better now in private than on the center pages of some shit magazine. Go home and let your man look after you. We're going to be great friends,
G says, and all I can do is roll my eyes. Oh, my fucking life. The drama of the morning doesn't stop there. My phone explodes with calls and texts. The family chat is full of my 3 brothers asking the same question. Who is Zara? I'm tormenting them by not responding. They'll find out soon enough. I was only hoping that I'd have a little time alone with her first. I thought we could take a walk in Central Park. It's a nice day, and it shouldn't be too busy with it being a weekday.
Can we go on one of those rowboats?
She asks, and I almost want to laugh and say no. Sure, why not? Oh, Lord, save me now.
Can we go to the zoo, too?
She asks, and I have to take a good look at her. These are things a child would ask for. Are you sure you want to go to the zoo?
If it's okay. I've never been to a zoo or been on a rowboat, and since I now have freedom, I'd like to do some of the things I never did as a child.
It all makes sense, and who am I to deprive her of that? Hell, we visited the zoo so many times when we were children we used to beg not to go. And as for the rowing boats, they became a battleground between us boys. Of course it is, and anything else you want to do, just ask. Oh, and here, I forgot, you'll need this. I hand her a black card.
What's this for?
She asks, looking at it front and back. I know you'll get embarrassed if you need to pay for something. This is just in case I'm not with you at the time. There's no limit on it, but the bank will call if you try to spend over $50,000.
I can't accept this. It'll freak me out carrying it around.
Don't argue. Put it in your purse and go and get ready. The zoo was about as interesting as watching paint dry. It must be 12 years since I've been, and it hasn't changed at all. The rowing boats, however, I forgot how much fun they can be when you're not being rammed by your own brothers in the hope that you'll capsize and drown. By early afternoon, I've had enough of my phone blowing up, so I convinced Zara it's probably best we go and face my mom and dad and my brothers. As luck would have it, as they put it, they are all having dinner at Braxton's, and wouldn't it be wonderful if we came along too? Fucking hell. All of them at the same time. I need you to promise me that whatever they say, you're not going to up and leave. I think G has probably told you the worst of it, but just in case there is shit I've forgotten.
You worry too much,
she says, kissing me just as Braxton's door opens.
Drew, darling, I can't believe you're back so soon,
my mom screeches as she pulls me through the doorway. Mom, this is Zara.
Oh, wow. Aren't you a beauty? And a fellow Brit, too, I've been told. Yes, Mrs. Blackmoore, that's correct. And she speaks so eloquently, too. The King's English. I just love hearing it. Makes me miss home a little, though.
If you came to visit once in a while, you might not miss it so much, I said dryly, which only gets me a glare from both my mom and Zara. I catch Braxton staring at me from across the room and Kane standing next to him. Both have their arms folded and are looking slightly pissed off, to say the least. "Let them in, Mom. We all want to meet the woman who's caught Drew in her net," Brax yells across the room. "I'm not a fucking fish," I snap, feeling very much like the youngest brother.
"Leave him alone," my mom yells back at Brax, making me feel even more like a child.
"Come on in and take a seat. We're just about to serve drinks," my dad says, easing the tension that suddenly appeared between me and my oldest brother. I know he's pissed at me for yelling at G. I would be too if someone yelled at Zara like I did. But she also shouldn't have said what she did. We sit down in Brax's large living area, one that was once pristine and mainly white, gray, and black. It's now scattered with color, and with baby items everywhere. I sit Zara as close to me as possible. I don't want the women getting to her and telling her any more of my history. I've kept myself to myself. I've never disgraced the family, but they will still find something.
"Zara, why don't you come and help in the kitchen?"
my mom asks, and my stomach flips over. "You don't have to. You're a guest." I take hold of her hand, hoping she stays put.
"It's okay. Don't worry. Unless they tell me you're a serial killer, I think we'll be fine."
I huff out a breath and let her go. I wasn't worried about her meeting them until G showed me what women are really like this morning. "So," my dad says, sitting in the spot where Zara was. "So what?" I ask. "The girl. Who is she? And how come we didn't know about her before?" "It's a recent thing, and I'm also helping her out of a situation." "What type of situation?" my dad asks, his tone changing from playful to serious. "She's got a few family issues. I'm just getting her out of the way for a while." "So, you're not an item?" "I wouldn't say that. We're not putting a label on it. Not yet, anyway." "So you think it might last a while?" "I'd like to think so. She's a nice girl, fun and feisty as hell." "She'll fit in well with the other women, then?" Braxton chips in. I stop myself from saying my next thought. I don't want to let her down. Instead, I smile at my brother, who from the looks of it has forgiven me. "Where is she from?" my dad asks. "About 20 minutes from my house. She lived in one of those big, stately homes." "What did you say her last name was?" "I didn't say, but it's Doyle. Why? Do you know many people around my area all of a sudden?" "No, I just wanted to know a little more about the woman. You seem to like her a lot. I'd hate to see you get taken in." "Taken in? By Zara? Are you kidding me? It's me that's been a pain in her ass," I snap angrily. "Okay, calm down, Drew," Kane joins in. Always the reasonable one. Why do I feel like I'm being interrogated? The women better not be doing this to Zara. I stand up with every intention of going to save her. My dad pulls me back down, and then I hear laughter coming from the kitchen. "What is it you want?" I ask, looking at all three of them. "Nothing. We only want an idea of what's in your head." "And did you do this to him and him?" I direct the question at my dad, but point at Brax and Kane. "No, but they're older than you, lived a bit more of a precarious life." "I wouldn't say that," Brax mutters under his breath, and I give him a squinted glare. "You still think I'm a kid? I'm 25. You'd had Braxton at my age." "Yes, and I knew the second I saw your mother that she was it for me. It was the same with your brothers. If you don't feel that way about her, don't string her along. She seems too nice to be shit all over." "You've met her for 5 seconds. "Dad," Kane interrupts, "leave him alone. No wonder he doesn't come back that often. It's the first woman we've met and you're going the right way about him not coming back." "Don't be ridiculous," my dad snaps at Kane. "He's my boy, and I—" "He's right, Dad. Give him a break. He is a grown man and he's doing okay. He doesn't need us arranging his life or making sure he's made the right decisions. He hasn't needed that since the day he turned 18, Brax says, coming to stand next to where I'm sitting. "Thanks, I think," I mumble under my breath, a little confused why both brothers are defending me. They're usually the first to stick the boot in at any opportunity. The women come back from the kitchen, and I notice my mom isn't as chirpy as she was before. I don't worry about it because Zara is laughing and smiling with G and Ruby. The evening goes on with no more arguments or tension, and by the time we leave, we've arranged to meet up again on our return journey home. The next 2 days, I take Zara around all the usual tourist places, do some shopping on Fifth Avenue, and I even manage a horse-drawn carriage ride around Central Park. My baseball cap and glasses stop me from being recognized, and it's nice to feel relaxed until we're heading for the airport on our way to Texas, and I get a text from Carlos. "We've got another sick horse. We've given it the antidote the vet left. Just thought you should know." "Thank you. Which horse?" I wait and wait for the reply. Just before we take off to Texas, I call him, but there's no answer. I've even tried calling Laura, but she doesn't answer either.
"Whichever horse it is, it'll be okay. At least they know what's causing it to happen."
But it's not okay, is it? Someone is trying to kill my horses, and each one that gets sick means that they can't race until they are fully fit, which could be anything up to a year, I yell. And I know I shouldn't. It's not her fault, but it isn't fucking okay.
"Drew, if you want to go back to the UK, let's go. I'd rather that than you be screwed up."
I'm not screwed up. I'm angry, and I swear to God, Zara, if your father has anything to do with this, I will kill him myself. I yell at her again.
"If he has got something to do with this, I'll bloody well help you,"
she shouts back, and then smiles. I'm about to apologize when my phone pings. "Greenland's pastures. He's doing okay. I don't think he had as much as Luna." "Do I need to come back?" "No, I've got it under control, and Laura has been a great hand. We'll catch whoever is doing this. We're going to watch that 3 days of CCTV to see if we spot anything." "Thank you, and thank Laura too. If another horse goes down, I want to know." It wasn't Jasmine, but it was a horse that was due to race next week. It could be one of our competitors, but why? I've never had an issue with any of them before, I tell Zara.
"What if it's Richard? He's a competitor."
"Is he bright enough to think of this?" I ask her, being serious.
"He might not have thought about it, but he could be arranging it."
"Whoever it is going to be really fucking sorry." We sit quietly for a while. I'm answering emails, and Zara's reading another shitty magazine.
"Drew, do you think your parents liked me?"
she asks out of the blue. "Yeah, of course. Why? What happened in the kitchen?"
"Your mother asked me about my family. She said I looked like someone she used to know."
"Did she say who?"
"She asked who my mother was, and when I told her, she said she didn't know her, and she must have been mistaken."
"You do look a lot like your mother. Obviously a much more beautiful version, but you can see the genetic imprint."
"A lot of people have said that. They also say I don't look a bit like my father."
"I'd say that's a bonus, especially for me." I laugh and pull her into my lap. "You're right. Things will be okay. It's just a bit worrying that we might have someone sneaking around doing God knows what to my horses."
Chapter 16. Zara. We land at a private airstrip just outside of Austin. The first thing that hits me when I step out of the plane is the heat. It's dry and it almost feels like it's burning in my throat.
"You'll get used to it, although I don't know how long we'll be staying now,"
he says as he pulls the door closed on the waiting car. The air conditioning kicks in immediately, and I feel the relief. I didn't think it would be this hot.
"It's going to get hotter, believe me. I can't wait to show you the ranch. I've got some trail horses there. We can take them out tomorrow in the morning before the sun gets too high in the sky."
Okay, but you need to do what you came here to do first. I'm not going to be a distraction.
"You're always a distraction. Even when you weren't around, you were distracting me."
What do you mean?
"Nothing. But when I can't see you, I wonder what's going on."
That sounds like you have some weird stalker syndrome. Don't be telling anyone else that. I laugh, and he smiles back. He's a lot different to how I imagined him to be. His family is totally different from mine. They talk to each other and laugh and joke. His brothers poke fun at him, which I found amusing. But needless to say, Drew found it annoying. It's not a long drive to the ranch, and as we enter the long, straight driveway, Drew turns, takes my face in his hands, and kisses me so softly.
"There's something I need to tell you," he says, his head tipped downward.
What?
"The woman who runs the stables."
Yeah, I think I know where this is going.
"She's a bit of a bitch."
Oh, not exactly what I thought he was going to say.
"She sees me as a surrogate son. Don't be surprised if she's not as friendly as you'd like."
Okay, but you do remember telling me to stand up for myself, don't you?
Yes. He rolls his eyes. Just don't let her piss you off. Best thing you can do is stay out of her way as much as possible. I nod, and as the car pulls to a stop, I take a look around. Wow, there are 6 big outbuildings and another that looks like a giant warehouse. And then I spot a house. Just how I imagined an American house would look. A white wooden building with a wraparound veranda. This is huge, I gasp. It's a pretty big operation. I should spend more time here than I do. Why don't you? I love England. I love the seasons and I love the people. Mostly, he says with a wink and a smile. Drew Blackmoore in the flesh. Why didn't you say you were coming? A woman who appears to be in her 60s walks towards us, and when she sees me, she slows her steps. Good afternoon, Kathleen, he says, opening his arms wide. Oh, my boy, I hope this isn't a flying visit. I've got so much to tell you, she says as she falls into his embrace, but quickly pulls out of it again and starts to walk away with him, her arm wrapped around his waist. He takes a couple of steps and then stops. Kathleen, I've brought someone to meet you, he says, turning around. This is Zara, my... He stops talking and rubs his foot into the ground like a shy teenager. I step forward and offer out my hand. Hi, I'm Zara, Drew's friend. Kathleen replies, not taking my hand and not really looking at me either. Kathleen, Zara is important to me. Please, be kind to her. If you say so, sweetheart, she replies, and I feel like the invisible man. I hope this trip improves drastically and quickly. Let's go over to the house. I've got coffee on. I know how you love your coffee after a long flight, Kathleen says, linking arms with Drew, leaving me standing there again. He's at least 10 steps away from me when he turns and waits for me to follow. We walk through the front door of the house. It's beautiful. It's not like Drew's apartment or like his brother's homes. It's homely, a mix of wood colours in deep reds and dark brown, a mishmash of different furniture scattered around, and a huge fireplace that takes pride of place. It's a beautiful house, I say, hoping to catch their attention, but they don't respond. They just continue, deep in their conversation. So, you've had 2 horses poisoned since the girl came into your life? Kathleen spits and sends me an accusatory glance. It's not Zara. It could be her father, but it's not her. She was with me in New York when Greenlands went down. She could have arranged it, she snaps. I am standing here, I bark at them both. If this is what staying here is going to be like, I'd rather sleep with the horses. You're not going anywhere near my horses. They are far too valuable. Kathleen, do not talk to Zara like that. She isn't responsible. I have never fallen out with you over anything, but if you don't pull your head out of your ass, there will be consequences. The old cow looks at me, and I can feel the hate burning through my skin. I don't know why she hates me already. I've been here all of 5 minutes. Can we start over? I ask, hoping to make things easier. Whatever, darling. You just stay on your side of the fence, okay? Stay away from my horses, stay out of my kitchen, and don't use all the hot water. She smiles at me sarcastically, kisses Drew on the cheek, and leaves. You weren't kidding, were you? I ask, shaking off her sharp words. No, she'll come around. Just stick by me and you'll be fine. Why was she so awful to me? She wants me to move here permanently, and you know that I don't want to. She'll see you as a pull to keep me in the UK. I just shake my head in disbelief. My life just keeps getting worse, and I get a real pain in my chest. It feels like I'm being crushed. Zara? Zara! I hear Drew calling me, but I can't get my words out. Kathleen, get your ass in here, he yells. I can hear him, but everything is swishing around and I can't catch my breath.
It's okay, Princess. You're gonna be fine. You just need to try and slow your breathing. Just stop trying to breathe so hard.
I can hear the old cow saying something, but I'm trying to stop myself from dying. Eventually, I manage to swallow and take a breath, and then another, and then someone passes me a bottle of water. I take a sip of the cold water, and it burns as it goes down my throat. I'm sorry, I croak out. I just couldn't breathe.
Let's get you upstairs. You can have a rest,
Drew says, lifting my legs off the floor. My arms wrap around his neck. I don't need a rest.
You'll do as you're told. You nearly passed out.
He puts me on a big 4-poster bed. The decoration is anything but masculine. The curtains are white with huge pale pink flowers. The bedding matches perfectly. It's so old-fashioned. I feel like I've been transported back into the 1980s. Fine, but only for a few minutes, I agree, and turn my back on him and curl up in a ball. Drew must have been right, which is really frustrating, because I must have fallen asleep. I wake up when he comes into the room, and I realise the sun is setting. What time is it? I ask, yawning and wiping my eyes. Drew walks over to the bed and sits down next to me.
Time to get up, or you won't sleep tonight.
This bed is really comfy. I snuggle further into the pillow.
I know. If I could have it shipped to the UK, I would.
Why don't you? It's really nice.
You've met Kathleen. That would be another nail in the coffin. She's sorry, by the way.
Really? I don't think she'll mean it.
She does. I've explained a little of what we've both been going through.
I tilt my head and look at him. Why? So she'd feel sorry for me? I sit up sharply on the bed.
No. To give you something in common. Kathleen's husband was a bastard. That's what made her hard to new people. I was hoping she wasn't going to be so difficult with you.
Did her husband?
Yeah, he did. Nearly killed her a couple of times before I knew her, and she still wears the scars.
How did you meet her?
I've been to a few trainers to learn to ride, but she taught me how to race and how to connect with a horse. You could say she was my best friend for a long time, the son she never had.
Oh, Drew. I lean forward and wrap my arms around him. You're not a total asshole, are you?
It's asshole, not arsehole,
he says in a very poor English accent, which makes us both fall back onto the bed laughing.
Dinner is ready, Kathleen shouts from downstairs.
What are we having? I whisper.
Barbecue, wine, and beer.
He smiles and offers me his hand and helps me up from the bed. The evening goes by really smoothly. Kathleen is like a different person, and I'm surprised to see Drew in charge of the grill. He's not bad, I joke to Kathleen, who isn't looking at me like I'm her next kill anymore.
I taught him everything he knows. He couldn't even make pancakes when I first met him, and pancakes are part of an American staple diet. You know how to make them, don't you?
I do, but don't ask Drew about the mint omelette I made him. We both nearly threw up. Kathleen laughs so hard I think she's going to keel over.
What are you two laughing at? Drew calls over. Mint omelets, Kathleen shouts back over. Yeah, she tried to kill me and she didn't even know me that well. She knew you enough, Kathleen cries with laughter.
Drew places the steaks down on the table, along with chicken, baked potatoes, rice, and so much other food. I look at him wide-eyed, and he smiles back and then nods at Kathleen. She pulls a whistle out of her pocket and blows it 3 times hard. My eardrums nearly pop. What the hell? You could have warned me, I shriek. Drew smiles and waves at someone behind me. I turn to see who it is and see 5 huge guys walking towards us. I spin back around to see Drew smiling wider than I've ever seen him.
Boss, you should have said you were coming. We would have had Sapphire ready for you. It was meant to be a surprise. I just wanted to drop in and see how things are going. Kathleen says that we're on track to take a few cups this year. Should be. We've also got a perfect stud. His foal should bring a few $1,000s. Good to know. Maybe we can bring him over to the UK and let him have his way with my British girls. The biggest one shakes his head. He ain't going nowhere. He likes his women here just fine. Drew's head snaps up, and he stares the big guy in the eye. If I want that horse in England, that's where it will be. Remember who you're talking to. Yeah, of course, boss. I just don't think he'll travel well. We'll see. Now, let's eat. The table soon fills with huge bodies, and the food disappears off the plates in a flash. The bottles of beer that sat in the cooler also disappear, leaving the wine for me and Kathleen. 4 bottles of wine. The conversation flows, and so does the wine. The guys are all telling jokes and stories of what's happened over the last few months since Drew was last here. The wine and open air hit me all of a sudden. I think I need to go to bed, I announced, trying to stand up, my legs betraying me and becoming jelly. I think your girl has had too much of that lady drink, one of the guys says. I think you're right. I'd best make sure she gets to bed okay, Drew says, helping me up from the table while I giggle and wobble all over the place. He walks me into the house and up the stairs. Why the hell did you drink so much? He asks. Why did you put 4 bottles of wine on the table? I reply. I didn't think you'd drink them all. You do realize that Kathleen has had the same glass all night. Really? I exclaim. That means... Oh, fuck. What does it mean? His breath hitches as he struggles to maneuver me through the door into the bedroom. It means you're drunk. But you still like me, don't you? I slur out the words, my body sagging against the wall. Yes, as long as you don't make it a habit. Ooh, you like nuns in habits? Maybe I'll dress up for you one day. Zara, you're smashed. Here, he says, moving me around on the bed. Lie there and go to sleep. Yes, boss, I mumble sleepily. I'm thinking I love you, I sing in a very drunk, off-key voice. He doesn't answer, but eventually he says, Night, Zara. Bang, bang, bang! Bang, bang, bang! Oh my God, what is happening? I open my eyes and the sun blaring in through the window blinds me. Oh God, I groan, lifting my hands to hold my head. Headache? Drew's voice echoes around the room. Yeah, and I feel sick too. How much did I have to drink? He laughs, and it hurts my head. Enough for 5 people, I'd say. Oh no. Did I do anything to embarrass you? I'm sorry if I did. I don't remember much after we had dessert. No, you didn't. But I don't think you should drink that much again for a while. Your liver will be literally pickled. I wonder how Kathleen is, I ask. He continues to laugh. She's fine. She's been hard at work all morning. I sit up too fast and nearly vomit. What time is it? It's noon. I thought I'd better make sure you were still alive and bring you some painkillers. I reach out my hand. Please, give me anything that will stop this banging and stop laughing. It really hurts. He hands me 2 tablets and a bottle of water, which I take immediately. He looks different this morning, like something's on his mind. Have Laura or Carlos been in contact? I ask. Yeah, it's all quiet. Greenland is back on his feet and Luna is doing well too. So it's not his horses. So what's up? He dips his head and smiles and then lifts it to look at me. Do you remember anything you said last night? I shake my head, and it feels like it's going to come off my shoulders. No. Why? Oh, God. What did I say? I didn't upset Kathleen or one of the guys, did I? He leans forward and kisses me on my lips. No, Princess, you didn't piss anyone off. It's all good. I'm confused, which wouldn't take much right now. So why did you ask me if I could remember anything? He moves some of my wild hair out of my face and kisses my nose. Someone might have told me they loved me. My heart stops, and my stomach rolls over. Oh, God. I can't deny it, but I can't admit it either. I'm going to be sick. I jump up out of the bed and run for the bathroom. I hear him flop on the end of the bed. That's not a cool thing to do, you know? He yells from the bedroom. Telling someone you love them and then running to be sick, it's not the most convincing declaration. Shut up, Drew Blackmoore, I yell back whilst looking at the most horrific sight in the mirror. I pull my hair up into a bun on the top of my head, splash my face with cold water and take another long look. My eyes are bloodshot, and my skin is an awful grey colour. I look around for my makeup bag and realise that I haven't unpacked it yet. Shit! Oh well, this is the real me. I hope he won't have nightmares. I walk into the bedroom, and Drew is laid on the bed with his legs crossed, and he's reading something on his phone. I'm so sorry, I whisper, my hands covering my ghastly face. Don't be. It was quite entertaining. I crawl onto the bed and curl up into a ball next to him. Please don't make fun of me. He turns over to face me and pulls me close. I'm not. But you did get me thinking last night. About what? About us and not putting a label on this. I think I would like it if I could call you my girlfriend. Are you officially asking me, Drew Blackmoore? He sighs and kisses my head. If it'll stop you declaring your undying love when you're drunk, yeah. I want to make it official. I cringe and bury my head into his chest. Please tell me I didn't go into detail. He chuckles right from his belly, and it warms me all the way through. No, Princess, you didn't. You didn't get that far. But I think it's only fair to tell you that... Oh, God, he's going to tell me he doesn't feel the same way. That I have feelings for you, too. Is it love? I don't know. I've never been in love. I only know that I will do anything and everything to make sure you're happy and safe. I want to lean up and kiss him and tell him that I do love him, but I don't. I cuddle in tighter and just enjoy the moment. We spend another night in Austin, Texas before the car arrives to take us back to the plane. Kathleen pulls me to one side and gives me a huge hug. They never change, sweetheart. They will promise it won't happen again, but it will. It always does. And it'll only be a matter of time before he goes too far. Stay as far away as possible and let Drew protect you. He's a good man, Zara, with a very kind heart once you find it. I smile and kiss her on her cheek, a nod in response to her message. I've already promised myself, it doesn't matter what my father says, I'm never going to forgive him. I'm surprised that when we board, the pilot has changed. Hey, Drew, the pilot says, shaking his hand. Graham, this is Zara, my girlfriend. A flush of heat runs through me, making me feel safe and cared for. We are waiting on the crew. Late, as always, he says, and I feel Drew stiffen. We take our seats and I take his hand in mine. What's wrong? Remember that stewardess that G was on about? He says, holding his head in one hand. You're joking. He shakes his head. No. My palms become sweaty as I hold his hand. I don't know if it's mine or his. How do you know? They're not even here yet. Shelley is the only one of them that is ever late. I can't fucking believe it. Now I know how Carter felt. He's still shaking his head, and I want to tell him it doesn't matter. The captain is waiting by the door when I hear him shout, "Where the hell have you been?" But it's not a female voice that replies. "The damn taxi went to the wrong hotel, then it was on the way to Austin Airport and not here. I swear I could have throttled the guy." Drew's head snaps up as he sees a tall, blonde, surfer-type guy board the plane. The breath he lets out could have powered a hot air balloon. "I think you and Carter are even now. I've never seen you look so scared since I've met you." "She's fucking scary, Zara. I never, ever want to see her again. No wonder Carter didn't want anything more than just sex with her." He grimaces and realizes he just made things worse. "Forget everything I just said." We take off with no further problems, and the pilot comes over the speakers to tell us the flight time will be just under 10 hours, but he's expecting a tailwind, which should cut an hour or so off the time. Is it really that far to Kentucky? "We're going home. I know I said we'd be away a couple of weeks or maybe more, but I need to be there. I need to protect my business and my employees." "Okay, but you didn't think to let me know?" "I just did. I only decided this morning and called the team to see if it was possible." So, my escape from reality is cut short. My time to heal is over, all because Drew decided it was. I've never been so angry in my entire life. He spends a lot of the flight napping or on his emails while I pretend to sleep or read. I know that if I open my mouth now, I'm going to sound petulant, so I stay quiet and brood. Thank God I'll have Laura around when we get back, and if this is how he's going to be, I'll unpack in the spare room. My internal rant goes on for hours. Things I wish I could say to him, things I know I shouldn't say but really bloody want to, until it all becomes too much, and I move from my seat into the bedroom at the back. I'm only in there a few minutes before Drew follows. "You should have said if you were tired. I'd have come with you." The words, "I just did," are on the tip of my tongue, but instead I rest my head on the pillow and close my eyes. "Is this because I didn't ask your permission?" he snaps. I don't reply. At least he's worked out why I'm annoyed. "Zara, I am not arguing with you about this. I wanted to go back home, and that's final." I still don't reply. It's not worth it. He closes the door to the bedroom, and I think he's gone. But when I open one eye, he's standing there looking at me. "I don't understand women at all. I thought you'd be pleased to be going home." "Did you even ask me? Or even tell me what you were thinking?" "I shouldn't have to. I was away on business and you came with me. If my plans change, I don't need to have them approved by you." I close both eyes again and breathe in the cool air, wishing time to pass so the stupidly long flight would suddenly go 10 times faster. I open both eyes and take a good look at the man I thought I'd fallen in love with. Did it ever occur to you that maybe I didn't want to go back so quickly? That I was feeling relaxed for the first time in years, not looking over my shoulder and worrying what's going to happen next? Did it? He stands there staring, and then he shakes his head and moves to the door. The plane suddenly hits turbulence, and Drew, despite his size, bounces around like a ping-pong ball until he finally lands on top of me on the bed. "Ow!" I yell, batting him off me. "Let's not fight, Zara. I know you don't want to go back so soon. I should have told you what I was thinking. Yes, you're right. But I've never had to consider anyone else before. I do my own thing, go at my own pace, and go where the hell I please." "You also said you'd call in and see your parents on the way back." "They'll understand. They always do with us boys. We're not exactly the most reliable when it comes to visiting our kin, but if it makes you feel any better, I'll arrange another trip soon." "Has something happened?" I ask. He's silent for a long second and then he says, "Your father has started spreading rumors that I'm drugging my horses. He's also registered you as a missing person. The police want to speak with you as soon as we get back." "But I'm not missing. He knows I'm not missing." "The police are concerned I've coerced you in some way. You just need to tell them the truth." "Have you spoken to them?" He seems to know more about this than he's letting on. "They called me in the middle of the night. I didn't wake you because you've already dealt with so much. They just want to see you in the flesh on your own. They just want to make sure you're safe, and being with me is your decision." I can't believe it. I can't actually believe he would stoop so low. I look at Drew, and he looks both angry and worried. "Is this why you've been like a bear with a sore head today?" "I was going to tell you when we neared landing. I didn't want you worrying about it for the next 8 hours. You've got to stop protecting me from things like this. It makes me feel stupid and weak, and I could have simply spoken to the police and put them straight. They want to see you. They demanded I bring you home, or there would be a warrant out for my arrest. Your father has convinced them that I've kidnapped you." "Tell them to speak to Laura and Carlos." "I did. Your father has said they are on my payroll, so they are not reliable as witnesses." I fucking hate him. I really do. Why can't he just leave me alone to live my life? He hates me. Why does he want to ruin my life too? I ask angrily, but then tears start to fall. I wipe them away quickly and sit up on the bed. I'm not going to let him get away with this. Do you have those photos on your phone? Yeah. Why? Because I'm going to show the police exactly what I was running from.
Chapter 17. Drew. I'm not sure revealing our ace card right now is the right thing to do, but Zara isn't for budging. We land at London City Airport, and a car is waiting for us to take us home. The police will be waiting for us when we arrive back. Zara looks like she's about to either cry or murder someone. I just hope she can hold it together enough that the police will listen to what she has to say. I watch as she puts on her makeup, and the transformation happens before my eyes. She goes from the beautiful, fresh-faced princess to a stunningly attractive woman who wouldn't look out of place on a red carpet. The woman I met at the gala. Why are you putting all that on your face? I ask, confused at why women feel the need to cover up their natural beauty.
It's war paint. I'm going into battle and I need all the help I can get. If I look put together and fresh after a 10-hour flight, it'll help make them believe.
You don't really need to go to all those lengths. You're 24, not a minor. He can't force you to do anything, and this isn't a custody battle. They just want to make sure you're okay. I can tell she's nervous. To be honest, so am I. Being accused of kidnapping someone isn't something I wanted on my list of achievements. The car drives up past the house where 3 police cars are waiting. I tell them to follow us through to the stables. I let Zara out of the car first, which is a big mistake. Her father comes storming over to the car and pulls her into an embrace. "Thank God you're alive. I've been so worried," he says, too loudly, obviously for the benefit of the cops.
Get off me,
she says, pushing him away, which makes me have to try really hard to hide a smile. I stand next to her and take her hand. "Officers, please, can you ask Mr. Doyle to leave? He's not welcome here. He has been told twice now not to come here, but he seems to keep forgetting." A policeman, who I think must be in charge, steps forward. "Is there a reason for that?" he asks, eyeing me and Zara up and down. "Zara will discuss that with you in private, but I would like him removed immediately." I turn to see Carlos and Laura standing in the doorway. Laura isn't smiling, and neither is Carlos. I was hoping for a warmer welcome home. "Mr. Doyle, you heard Mr. Blackmoore. He would like you to vacate the premises. We will be in touch once we have spoken to your daughter." "No, I'm not leaving without her and that stupid horse." "Mr. Doyle, I won't ask you again. If you don't leave now, you may be charged with trespass." "Trespass? Trespass? It's him that needs charging with more than trespass." Doyle starts to become really agitated, and his face turns a really ugly shade of red. "Mr. Doyle, the policeman says in a warning tone. Fine, I'll go. But you better throw the book at him. He should serve time for what he's done. A police officer takes Doyle by the arm and leads him away. I can see Zara trembling, so I grip her hand tighter. All you have to do is tell them the truth. Don't worry about anything else.
Is there somewhere private we can talk to Miss Doyle? A policewoman asks.
I hand Zara the keys to the main house. You can use the house. Zara doesn't know where anything is, so you'll have to find a place to sit. If you want coffee, I can send someone over. The policewoman takes the keys from Zara and smiles.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Blackmoore. I'm sure we won't be too long. It's only a formality. Mr. Doyle was causing a bit of a ruckus down at the station.
The police officers and Zara walk over to the house. She turns back to look at me, twice. I nod and smile, but inside I'm raging. That fucking bastard has to keep ripping her apart one way or another. The worst thing is, I don't know why. Do you want me to sneak in the back and listen? Carlos asks. No, we need to leave them to it. I haven't anything to hide and neither is she. You heard the copper. Doyle was kicking off. It'll all be fine. So, tell me, how are the horses doing? Any more incidents? No, but we did find something on the CCTV. It might be a good idea to get the police to look at it. It's from a week before Zara and Jasmine came. A week before? What happened? It's better if I show you, but in short, I was showing Laura where the feed was kept and which horse gets which brand. Right.
Luna and Greenlands are both on the same feed,
Laura interrupts, telling me something I already know. Carry on, Carlos. The top bag of their feed was fine, so we didn't notice anything wrong. But the bag underneath had been tampered with. I never noticed. I just thought it had got a little damp, which is normal. So how do you know it was a week before? We have it on camera. He lifts up the top bag, splits the bag underneath, does something with the feed, and then replaces the top bag. It's not clear who it is. It isn't one of the staff, that's for sure. It does look like someone we both know, though. Dick, I ask, and they both nod.
Can I point out that it was me that found the footage?
Laura says proudly. Only because you were looking at the wrong date. Carlos laughs and ruffles her hair. These two are getting on pretty well. I'm going to take the cases upstairs. Don't let the police leave before we've talked to them. I pull the cases up the stairway and nearly launch them through the door. Why the hell did I miss that? I watch those cameras day and night. And Dick, he's going to get a lot more than he bargained for. He lives up to his name, that's for sure. My phone rings in my pocket with a text. Mom.
I'm sorry you had to fly home. We really wanted to get to know Zara a little more. How would you feel about a visit from me and your dad? We could do with dropping in on Carter and Brooke, too.
I read the message over and over. Why are they wanting to visit? They never visit. I've had that great big house for years just so the family can stay there when they come, but they never do. That would be great. The police are here now talking to Zara. He registered her as fucking missing, Mom. What type of man does shit like that?
Give me and your dad a couple of days to get things in order here, and we'll be there. I'm sure having us around will help.
How the fuck does she work that out? Having my parents here will only stress me out further. I don't want Zara to see me like they do, still a child. Okay, sounds good. But please don't get involved. I don't need your help. I'm a grown man who can handle his own business.
Understood. I'll let you know when we are arriving. We love you, Drew, but don't be afraid to ask for help if you need it.
I put the phone down on the table. Why do they think I can't manage on my own? I've been doing this on my own for years. It was harder when I was younger. People didn't take me seriously until they had no other choice but to listen. I change out my clothes and into some work gear. I might as well keep busy until they've finished with Zara. It doesn't take as long as I thought with the police. Zara comes bounding across the yard with a big smile on her face and jumps into my arms. I take it everything went well. I laugh as she peppers my face with little kisses.
Yeah, they're going to question my father on the bruises. He'll deny it, and he'll probably blame you for them, but at least they know now. They said I should think about getting a restraining order.
It'll be handled, but I do need to speak with the police.
We'd like to speak to you, Mr. Blackmoore. We just need to corroborate Miss Doyle's account of things, but I think we know exactly what happened.
Carlos, Laura, and Zara come up to the apartment, and we sit with the police officers and watch the footage. It's exactly as Carlos described. In theory, I nearly killed my own horses.
Can you arrest him? Zara asks.
It's pretty bad footage. If it was clearer, we would stand more of a chance of conviction, but we can at least pay him a visit and talk to him. I thank the police officers and see them out. Then something dawns on me, and I run after the 2 officers that we've been talking to. Excuse me, but why 3 police cars? I ask. Mr. Doyle said you were a very violent and dangerous man. We needed to be sure it couldn't escalate. As it turns out, it wasn't you we needed to watch. I nod and walk back inside. Jasmine throws her head over the side of her stall. Hello, my beautiful girl. Have you missed me? I give her cheek a good scratch and then kiss her softly on her nose. I've missed you. But I might have a surprise for you soon. I might have a boyfriend for you. It's about time you had a bit of fun.
Drew, is that what you meant about the stud?
Zara asks, making me jump. It's only fair she gets a bit now and again, and I'd like to see her as a mum.
So would I. Imagine the foals we'd have,
she says, and I laugh. I can literally see pound signs in your eyes. I thought they'd be cute. I continue to laugh.
Cute? You thought about them being cute? I don't believe you. But I do agree they'd be beautiful.
She wraps her arms around my waist and rests her head on my back.
I don't think I'll ever forgive him for what he's done,
she says. I don't blame you, but I don't understand what his problem is. I don't know why he hates me so much, and he wasn't keen on Carter either.
I don't suppose we will ever find out unless he tells us, which I highly doubt he will.
I turn around to face her, and Jasmine puts her head over my shoulder too. My mom texted me earlier. She and Dad are coming for a visit.
Really? When?
In the next few days. They want to call in on Carter too.
It'll be nice to get to know them a little without everyone else around. Don't get me wrong, your family is wonderful, but they are extra.
I pull her as close as I can. That is a really nice way of putting it. Extra. I like it.
I heard it on one of the reality TV shows. I know a lot more than you think.
I don't doubt it. Maybe you can show me something else later, but we need to give Carlos and Laura a hand. They've really held up the business these past few days. We work together for the rest of the day, and it's torture. Every time she bends over, I want to rip her jeans off her and bend her over the nearest bale of hay. I've seen the look on Carlos's face, too. He can't stop looking at Laura. I thought he was monitoring her at first, but I recognized that lustful look. It's the same one I have when I fix my eyes on my princess. Can I give you a lift home? Carlos asks Laura, and I can't help but laugh. Either they've not got it on yet, but it'll be soon, or they're pretending I'm stupid.
That would be great. Thank you.
I can't help myself and want to watch them squirm. How did you get here this morning? I ask, biting the inside of my cheek so I don't crack up. Her eyes dart to Carlos. She spent the night here with me. Don't worry, we slept in the house. I don't care what you two do, by the way. Just don't do it in my apartment. Ever. I turn and walk away, smiling at the budding romance that's building between them. It makes me think of the distance me and Zara have gone in a really short time. Every couple will face problems during their time together. It's part of a relationship. But we had them from before day one. If we can see this through to the end, I think there is real hope for the two of us. The more I think of her declaration, the more I want to tell her I feel the same way, but not when I'm as drunk as a skunk. I want it to be right, in the right moment. I'd sent Zara up to the apartment a while ago. She said she was tired and wanted to have a nap. When I walk in, I can hear soft music playing, and I know where it's coming from. The door to the bathroom is cracked open, and I can't help myself. I take a sneak peek of her lying in the water. Her head is resting on the cushion, and her eyes are closed. She looks at peace.
I know you're there. Why don't you stop stalking and come and get in? This bath is big enough for 4 people,
she says softly, still not opening her eyes. I hope you don't want 4 people in there with you.
You're enough for me, Drew Blackmoore. I don't need or want anyone else.
I was going to take a shower, but this is a much better option. I pull off my clothes and throw them onto the floor. You don't have to ask me twice. I climb into the hot water and step over her. This is bliss, I groan as I lie back and let the heat soak into my bones.
It really is. I didn't understand why you had such a fancy bath, but I do now.
It was one thing I really wanted when I did the place up. The builders thought I was crazy and suggested that I put a hot tub outside.
Why didn't you?
When I've finished in the yard, I don't want to be outside. I want to come in here and shut out the world and tune out from all the external noise.
I've never known anyone who works as hard as you do, and you don't even need to. You could laze around a pool all day and just live off your billions. But I like the fact that you don't. I like what lifting those bales of hay does to your arms and back.
Really? What else?
I like how your thighs are solid and your stomach looks like it's been airbrushed.
Carry on, I laugh.
I like the way the sun catches your skin, making it darker, and I like the way you always wear a watch.
You like that I wear a watch? She lets out a small giggle.
Yeah, it's really sexy. Laura calls it arm porn.
You find my forearm sexy? I look at her, checking if she's taking the piss or not. Not my dick or my ass, but my forearm.
I love those bits too, especially your backside when you wear those tight jeans.
I pull her over to straddle me. Do you know what I like about you? I asked.
No, I wouldn't be surprised if you said you were struggling to find something.
I ignore her comment. I like the way your neck dips here. I brush my finger down her neck and onto her collarbone. I like how these beautiful nipples are permanently hard and ready for me to bite. I lift up one of her breasts and suck her nipple into my mouth. Her head falls back and a small moan escapes. I'm hard as steel already, and I can't wait to be inside her. I lift up her hips and position myself against her entrance.
Oh, Drew,
she gasps as she lowers herself down onto me. That's it, baby. Take whatever you need.
Drew, oh, God.
She moans louder as she rocks her hips. I use one hand on her hips to guide her back and forth, my other hand teasing her nipples.
You feel so good.
So you do like my dick, then? I was getting worried. She giggles, and the vibration runs all the way to my balls. I was enjoying her riding me, but I need more. I really need to give you something.
Anything?
She moans, leaning back and riding me like a pro, her tits gently bouncing, and I can't take any more. Up on your knees. I need to hear you scream, Zara. A quick maneuver, and she's leaning over the top of the bath. Holding onto her hips, I find where I need to be and slam into her. Tell me what you want, I growl as I slam into her, pinching her nipples hard.
I need you to fuck me harder.
Her panting voice spurs me on. I feel her tightening, and I know she's close, so I pick up the tempo as well as the power. She grunts as I plow into her over and over.
Drew, oh, fuck. Yes, don't stop. Fuck, yes.
She screams, and I feel the unmistakable tightening of my balls, and despite wanting to stay there and mark her walls, I have to pull out.
What the fuck?
She yells, turning her head to look at me, and her eyes on fire as I wrap my hand around my dick and spill my load onto her wet, shiny ass. I'm not wearing a condom, and you're not on birth control.
Shit.
Don't worry, I'm not going to leave you hanging. I only need a few minutes and I'll be ready to go again. I'm going to take you over the edge and back again, but in the meantime, I slide 2 fingers into her and pump hard. It's not the same as my dick, I know, but I'm not going to let her go without. By the time we're finished in the bath, both of us are completely done in. I carry her through into the bedroom and place her on the bed. She picks up one of my t-shirts and pulls it over her body, and it's in that very moment that I know I can never lose this woman. I pull her into my arms and hold her close to my chest. What do you think about birth control? I ask.
I think I should see someone and get it sorted. I never want you to stop what I'm about to shatter again. I thought I was going to die.
I laugh hard, but a dirty thought runs straight through my mind. Wait until I start edging you more and more, princess. I'm going to make you beg for your life. My alarm goes off far too early. I don't want to move. Zara is still curled up in my arms, and my dick is hard as it normally is in the morning. I yawn and reach for my phone, but the alarm on the phone isn't ringing. It's the alarm for the stables. Shit, I roll out of bed, waking Zara in the process.
What's going on?
The alarm is going off downstairs. Stay here and call the police. Keep an eye on the cameras. I've dressed in the time it's taken to give her instructions, and I'm halfway down the stairs when the stable doors open and in runs Carlos. Why's the alarm going off? He asks. Fuck knows. Zara is on to the police. We should check the horses and make sure nothing is out of place. Carlos nods, and we walk together, making sure all the horses are fine. There is nothing out of the ordinary. The horses are calm, but something feels off. I can't put my finger on it, and I can't see it, but I can feel it. We've checked the doors and windows. Everything is intact. It just doesn't make sense. The police arrive and are as useless as a chocolate fireguard. Their theory is that a spider crawled over one of the sensors. I am a fucking billionaire. I don't have a shitty security system that goes off if a mouse decides to set up house. It's 4 a.m. when we finally crawl back into bed. My heart is still hammering in my chest from the adrenaline rush, and despite being dog-tired, I can't get back to sleep. Zara's soft snores soothe me, but not enough, and after tossing and turning, I get up, making a very strong coffee, and sit in front of my screens, watching back the CCTV footage. I watch it over and over again until my eyes are sore. But then I see what we've missed. I race down the stairs and into the stables, and there, digging into some horse feed, is a tiny puppy. I walk over to it slowly. It must have hidden before when we searched the area. "Hey, little one, what are you doing out here on your own?" I ask softly, and bend down to pick it up. It's filthy and it stinks. Its belly is round from the food it's been eating. The horse feed will swell in its belly and could kill it. For the second time in less than an hour, my heart is pounding as I pull my phone from my pocket. "What do you want, Drew? It's not even daylight outside." "I need you here, now." Jeff, the vet's voice changes. "Have you got another one?" he asks. "No, I found a puppy." "You're ringing me at this unearthly hour because you found a stray?" "Yes. No, it's eaten horse feed. Its stomach looks like it's going to burst open." "You better bring it down to the surgery. If it needs treatment, I won't be able to do it there, and we'll need to be quick." I run up the stairs with the puppy under my arm and grab my car keys. I'm on my way. I look in on Zara, who is fast asleep, and decide to leave her be. I lock the door behind me and make sure every entrance is secure. I'm halfway down the drive when something catches my eye. It's like a light shining in the trees. But when I look again, it's gone. I look down at the puppy, who is now throwing up all over my bespoke leather seats, and I let out a frustrated groan. What the fuck do I do? If I take you to the vets, I'm leaving Zara on her own. I don't know who's out there. If I don't take you, you could die. I call Jeff back. "The pup is puking all over my car. It's probably got most of it up now. Can you not come to me?" "If it's been sick, that's a good sign. I'll be there in 20 minutes. I turn the car around and head back up the lane. I can't see the light I saw before, and it makes me feel even more uneasy. Instead of pulling up outside the stables, I stop just before the house. I grab the pup and walk the rest of the way. Something isn't right. Where did this pup come from? We don't have any dogs around here. As I open the stable doors, I notice that a light has been switched on. Jasmine is making a fuss, and so is Greenland's. "It's okay, I'm back," I say softly to the horses, who seem to settle down a little. With the pup firmly under my arm, I quietly climb the stairs. The door to the apartment is open, and I know I made sure it was locked. "Who's there?" I shout loudly before switching on all the lights. "Shit!" Laura cries as I lock eyes on her. "What the actual fuck are you doing in here?" I shout at the top of my lungs. The pup yelps, and I realize it's scared. "Answer me, for fuck's sake. Why are you sneaking around in the middle of the night?" "What's going on?" Zara asks, walking into the living area. "Explain, now," I snap at Laura. "It's not what it looks like." "It looks like you're robbing a place, or up to no good is what it looks like."
"Drew, Laura wouldn't do anything like that."
Zara walks over to her cousin and stands next to her. Both women are now staring back at me as the pup decides to piss all down my t-shirt. "Fuck!" I put the pup on the floor and look back at the girls, who are now trying not to laugh. My fury is about to be unleashed on them both, but they're saved by the pup throwing up yet again, this time all over my fucking carpet. "I want answers now!"
"The pup was a present for Carlos. He's been really nice to me, and he said he always wanted a dog."
"So you just thought you'd buy him a puppy? How fucking sweet, but that doesn't explain why you're in my apartment."
"It escaped when we let it out for a toilet break. We'd been looking for it all night."
"And you didn't think to say something when we called the police? Zara and I thought someone was breaking in."
"I was going to, but I didn't know if it was the puppy or not."
"So why are you up here?"
"I heard you drive off, and the one place we hadn't looked was in here."
"Where the fuck is Carlos?" I snap at Laura, and the pup isn't making things any better. Not only am I covered in dog piss, but my carpet is ruined with puke, And now it's taking a shit.
He went back out to look. With the stable doors being open, we thought it could have either got in or out.
I pick up the pup and hand it over to Laura. Here, you need to wait for the vet. It's been eating horse feed and I am going for a shower. At this point, Zara lets out a squeal, her hand firmly pressed against her mouth. You think this is funny, do you? I growl, stepping closer to her.
It is a little,
she says, trying so hard not to break. I pull my t-shirt over my head in one swift movement and dangle it in front of her face. You're lucky I'm not going to wipe that smirk off your face with my piss-ridden t-shirt, but your seat in my car is fucked. It's full of puke, and someone, I look at Laura, is going to be cleaning it up all day tomorrow. I storm out of the room and into my bathroom, pulling off my clothes and holding in the scream that's in my chest. A fucking puppy? I thought it was a trap. I thought someone was trying to get me to leave Zara on her own. This Doyle thing is getting to me more than I thought. By the time I've showered and calmed myself down, Jeff has arrived. He's checked out the pup and is just about to leave. Is it okay? I mumble, looking at the filthy-looking animal. Yeah, he's going to be fine. Looks like he got rid of most of what he'd eaten. I've given him a flea and worm treatment as well. The fucking thing has fleas? I ask, my lips curling up in anger at Laura. No, but being here, he could easily pick them up, he replies. What breed is it? No idea until it's cleaned up. I'd say an average-sized dog, looking at its paws. I look at the pup, its fur all dirty and matted, its dark eyes looking back at me helplessly. Give it here, I say, taking it from Laura. What's its name?
We were thinking Devil.
Devil? I look at Laura, and then at Zara.
Yeah, Devil Dog. It's a pretty cool name.
I shake my head, wondering what fucking Twilight Zone I've woken up in. I run some warm water in the sink and cover him in shampoo. As I wash, it's becoming clear that this pup isn't black or gray. It's bloody white. After rinsing it off and wrapping it in a towel, I sit down on the couch and begin to dry it off.
Can I have my dog back?
Laura asks. Not yet. I'm still too angry at you. Where did you get it from?
There was a homeless man in town, and he had 2 of them. I only had £20 on me, so he would only let me have the one.
I look up to the ceiling. Don't say it. Don't. First thing tomorrow, you go and get the other one. You can't split them up.
I don't want to. This one has caused enough trouble.
You'll do as you're told. Now find Carlos and get some sleep. We have a busy day tomorrow preparing for the race at the weekend. Laura comes and stands in front of me.
My dog?
She asks, holding out her hands. You'll get it back tomorrow. It needs to dry off and sleep like the rest of us. Jeff and Zara are both looking at me like I've just landed from another planet. Laura is staring at me like she's about to scream. Everyone out! I wave my arm in the air as I stand, the pup still curled up in the towel in my arms.
But my...
Laura starts, but Zara guides her to the door.
I'll talk to him,
I hear her say.
See you in 2 hours.
Lock the stables up, I yell as Zara closes the door. She sits down next to me on the couch.
You do realize you can't keep him?
Why not? I ask.
He's not yours,
she says, and I know she's right, but when I thought it was going to die, something snapped at me. I can't stand by and watch an animal suffer. Okay, I'll give him back. I look at the pup, who's fallen asleep in my arm, and then I look at Zara. She's so beautiful, and I realize how fucking lucky I really am. But I'm keeping the other one.
Chapter 18. Zara. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Drew's reaction to finding Laura in the apartment. I can understand why he was angry, but what I didn't expect was for Drew to be instantly besotted by a puppy, even to the point where he took it and bathed it. The man who has a hard as steel shell is complete mush on the inside. I know he treats me well, and he often speaks kindly to Carlos. But it's rare to see him smile at anyone other than the people who are really close. Laura and Carlos went into town to find the other puppy, but the guy was nowhere to be seen, which pissed Drew off so much. I spent much of the afternoon in the apartment tidying round and doing laundry. I know he is capable, and he also has help a couple of times a week, but I want to feel useful. The team is preparing some of the horses for a big race at the weekend, and it means we'll all be travelling up to Scotland. I wasn't expecting it, as we were supposed to be in America, but as we are here, Drew wants to go and keep a really close eye on things. I've just finished making everything tidy and putting all the dishes away when Drew walks through the door.
Mom and Dad have just landed at the airport, he announces.
Already? I thought they weren't coming for a few days, I reply, looking around the apartment anxiously.
Zara, the place looks amazing. They'll be staying in the house anyway.
But they will be coming up here at some point. I don't want them to think I don't know how to keep house.
You're not my maid, and I don't expect you to do anything other than your own laundry. Your underwear will be far too distracting for me to deal with.
I can't help it. I don't want them to look around and judge me.
Stop it, he snaps. My parents won't judge. You saw the state of Braxton's apartment. Fucking diapers and bottles and shit everywhere.
I understand what he's saying, and I've not been here that long to be able to make any changes. The apartment is beautiful, but it's very masculine, and after all, me staying here is only temporary, until I can afford somewhere of my own. Our relationships have gone from arguing to having the hottest sex ever to spending every single moment of the day together. I don't want it to change, but if and when things get settled with my father, it's bound to happen. Drew will no doubt get sick of me hanging around him. The thought makes me sad inside, and I secretly hope that isn't how our story ends. I give the bathrooms another once-over, and then it dawns on me that I'm cleaning the wrong place. They're staying in the main house. I start piling up all the cleaning products into a bag.
What are you doing now? Drew asks, watching me.
I need to go and make sure the house is okay.
It's fine. It always is.
But what if it's not? What if Devil Dog has left a present for them somewhere?
Then someone will clean it up. But that someone isn't you.
Drew, you don't understand. If they see the place is a mess,
Zara, they will be staying there for a couple of nights and then they'll go and see Carter.
Won't his girlfriend be freaking out too?
I don't think she really gives a shit. Her whole world revolves around my brother.
Hey, can I come in? Laura shouts from the doorway.
If you must, Drew replies.
No need to be fucking grumpy. I've brought you a present, she says, holding Devil Dog in her arms.
I thought you said you couldn't find the guy.
I didn't want to leave it like that, so I went back into town. He was just about to sell it to another woman, and I got into a bit of a bidding war.
Over a pup?
He bites.
You said you wanted it.
She snaps back and thrusts the filthy pup into his arms.
How much did it cost?
100 quid. I would have said it doesn't matter, but I'm pretty skint until payday. Drew fumbles in his pocket and pulls out his wallet and hands Laura a stack of £20 notes. This is too much, she says, fanning them out.
We'll need proper puppy food, some toys, and real shampoo. You can keep what's left, but get the best stuff.
He picks up the pup and looks it straight in the eyes.
You stink worse than your brother, he mumbles and heads towards the bathroom.
Don't you dare, Drew! I've only just finished cleaning, I call after him.
It's a bathroom. It's where you have baths, where you get clean. I'm sure my mom will understand, even though she won't be seeing my bathroom any time in my lifetime.
He disappears, leaving me and Laura in the lounge. So, you and Carlos? I raise my brow in question.
He's nice. It's nothing serious. Well, I don't think it is, but you never know where things can go. What's the deal with you and Billy Billionaire?
Don't call him that, Laura. He's been really good to you. I snap at her, but Billy Billionaire is quite funny. We are getting along fine. I don't know what'll happen in the future. I wish my father would leave us alone, though. It'll be nice to see how things could work without Drew having to protect me 24/7.
I hate to say it, Zara, but I can't see a time where he'll be okay with any of this. My mum called me this morning to ask if you were okay. Uncle Thomas called her shouting and bawling because he'd found out I'd come up here too.
How the hell did he find out? I ask, shaking my head. Is someone feeding him information?
They better fucking not be, Drew says, coming into the room. But I hate to admit, it has crossed my mind. The 2 horses that were favourites in this weekend's races both put out of action. It's more than a coincidence.
What are you going to do? I ask.
I'll be watching. And if I find out anyone on my team is stabbing me in the back, they'd better fucking emigrate before I get my hands on them.
He holds out the puppy, which is now white and not as smelly. It still smells of wet dog, but it looks a lot better.
What do you think? He asks.
I smile and nod. He looks much better. What are you going to call him?
I don't know yet. It won't be anything relating to the fucking devil, that's for sure.
He brings the pup back to his chest and kisses it on its head.
Snow suits him, but I want to see him in action first.
You can't call him Snow. It doesn't match with devil.
I don't give a fuck what you call your dog, but I'd definitely be rethinking your decision. Unless it develops red eyes and breathes fire, devil is a pretty shit name for a pure white dog.
I'm going to help Carlos, Laura says, stomping out of the room.
I wish I'd never fucking bothered, she mutters as she closes the door.
Why do you have to be so snippy with her?
I ask, straightening the cushions for the 100th time. Because she doesn't understand the boss-employee relationship. She might be your cousin, but she isn't mine. I hired her to do a job, not rehome puppies.
You asked her to go and get him.
Yes, because I'm the boss. But I don't need her to advise me on names. I name racehorses all the time.
I shake my head and wonder if they will ever really get along. We both look at the cameras at the same time as a car pulls up outside. My stomach drops when I see it's a black Mercedes, just like my father's. Please don't let it be him, not when Drew's parents are so close. We stand and watch for a moment, and then both back doors of the car open and familiar figures step out. Drew's parents have arrived. He puts the pup on the couch, opens the door, and heads down the stairs. I follow, making sure I close the door properly. My heart flutters, and I feel more and more sick. I desperately don't want to disappoint them.
Wow, his mum says. This is some setup, Drew. You've really done an amazing job. It's a lot bigger than I remember. It's 4 times the size. I've been expanding every year. Son, his dad says, pulling him into a man hug, I'm really proud of you.
Tears fill in my eyes, and I try to hold them back. The emotion hitting me hard is a mix of happiness and envy. Zara, you're looking tired, my sweet. Is everything okay? We've had a rough few days, and I'm still not over the jet lag. I look at Drew's mother. She looks perfect. How do you do it? You look like you just stepped out of a beauty salon. That's very kind of you to say, sweetheart, but these days it takes a lot more to keep up the act. I did sleep for a few hours on the plane over here.
And the rest of the time she spent nagging me.
His dad jokes as she elbows him in his side. I don't nag, I simply advise, she replies. They both look at each other, and you can see the love still flowing between them. They look like they're still very much in love. I don't think I've ever seen my parents look at each other that way.
So, what do you want to do? Drew asks them.
I'd like a cup of tea with real English tea bags and English milk. You wouldn't believe how I miss the small things. I laugh, understanding exactly what she means.
Let's go upstairs. We can talk more up there, Drew says, leading the way.
As I walk in the door, I instantly notice a smell that wasn't here before.
Oh, God. Drew, I groan. What? He asks, walking straight into the kitchen.
Your pup has,
Oh, shit, he moans, walking back into the room.
Exactly. And the other. You have a puppy? His mother asks me.
I laugh and point at Drew. It's nothing to do with me. He was adamant that he was having it.
His father bends down and picks up the ball of fluff. Its coat has dried out a little, and it looks more like a pom-pom.
It's a cute little thing. It's not cute, Drew snaps. Okay, it's cute. But it'll grow out of it, I'm sure. I look at his mom, and we're both holding in laughter. He's always been the same, always looking out for the injured and strays, she says. And my skin prickles. Is that what he's been doing with me? Looking out for me because I was a stray that had nowhere to go? I rush into the kitchen before anyone sees me upset. Half of me knows that she wasn't having a go at me, but the other half knows that she's right. He is generous to those who need him. But what will happen when he's fixed me? Will he let me go like he does his horses? I make the tea and coffee and put some biscuits on a plate and carry them through to the living room on a tray. The pup is running around and nearly trips me over, which would have been disastrous. His mum sits back with her cup and a digestive biscuit. You don't know how much I miss these. I get tea sent over, but it's not the same. The water and the milk just don't work like they do here. I bet there are a few things you miss living in America, Mrs. Blackmoore. Please, call me Meredith, and you can call him anything but late for his dinner. She laughs and points to Mr. Blackmoore, and it eases the anxiety I'm feeling a little, but I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. Drew laughs and says, I didn't get a chance to tell you that we have some horses racing in Scotland this weekend. I should have told you, but... Scotland? Oh, Frank, we've not been to Scotland in years. This is going to be such a perfect trip, Meredith says, taking Frank's hand in hers. It always rains in Scotland, he says, not looking as enthusiastic. We came here to spend some time with our son, and if he's going to Scotland, so are we, she says, putting her foot down. Yes, my love, he replies, rolling his eyes. I could argue, I could say no, but what's the point? If it'll make you happy, you know I'll do anything. It's a bonus that there are a few really good golf courses there, too. You and your damn golf, Meredith snaps and shakes her head. Why did you think I brought my clubs? It wasn't to show them off at the airport. Meredith takes a large sip of her tea and puts her cup down on the coffee table. I think it's time we had a look around. The temperature in the room has gone a little frosty, don't you think? She says, looking at me. I smile and then look at Drew, my eyes widening in a plea for him to speak. Absolutely, he says, standing up. Follow me, and Dad, bring the pup. Drew walks us through the stables, out to the paddock, and then out to the yard. Do you want to go for a ride? He asks. Can we? Meredith asks excitedly. Of course, Drew replies and sends a text to someone. I want to introduce you to Jasmine, though. She's the one that brought me and Zara together. This is that horse they said should be shot, Frank says briskly. Drew's head turns so fast to face his dad, his eyes dark and angry. Don't ever say those words in the stables. These horses are not stupid, and we certainly don't talk about that. Drew, I don't think he meant it as it came out. You know your father. He doesn't always think before he speaks, Meredith says, glaring at her husband. The loving couple that sat upstairs is changing before my very eyes. Jasmine is her normal, charming self. She rubs her face on Drew's head, and he scratches her hard behind her ears. If she was human, I'd get jealous. I don't think he has eyes for anyone else, sweetheart, his mom whispers. I can hear you. Drew huffs and pulls out his phone. The horses are ready. As we exit the stables at the far end, 4 horses are ready for us. He helps his mum up and fixes her stirrups. Then he does the same with his dad, and finally I hoist myself up and settle in. Drew leads the way down a small track and then out into a large field. I haven't been down here before. We walk slowly for a while. If you want to go a little faster, don't let us hold you back, his dad says, looking really uncomfortable. Drew looks at me, his eyebrows raised. Fancy a race? He asks, a cheeky grin on his face that I've never seen before. Not really, but I'll try and keep up. He shakes his head at me. Never had you down for someone who gives up before they even start. You've disappointed me, Zara. His tone isn't serious, and I know he's trying to get under my skin.
Game on, Billy Billionaire. I squeeze my legs hard and give Cherry some encouragement, and she sets off into a trot, and a lot quicker than I knew was possible. We're galloping through the grass. My heart is racing. I've never been this fast before. "You're doing well," Drew shouts as he comes alongside me, his posture completely different to mine. His stirrups are a lot shorter, his knees are up against his chest, and his head is so close to the horse's neck. "Thanks," I shout back, but the speed I'm travelling at is becoming too much. I can't get back the control. "Drew," I cry out. I push my feet forward and pull gently on the reins. "Whoa, whoa," I call softly, but she doesn't want to slow. Drew comes back alongside me and takes one side of the reins. "Give up, Cherry." His voice is strong and commanding. He pulls twice on the reins and the horse begins to slow. "She wouldn't stop," I pant. "It's because she's used to running for a lot longer. She didn't want to stop because she didn't want to lose." He's holding both sets of reins in his hands as we trot back to his parents, who haven't really moved much. "But did you enjoy it?" Drew asks. "It was fun, until it wasn't, but I'd like to learn how to be in full control." He smiles widely and nods. "I'd like that, too." The horses are loaded into the transporter. Drew had insisted on driving, and Carlos and Laura are following behind in Drew's car with his parents in the back. It's nice to be alone for a while. His parents are really lovely, but when Meredith said she wanted to spend some time with her son, she really did mean it. The only time we've been alone is when we've been in bed, and that's only been in the evenings. The spontaneous sessions have been impossible. 9 hours later, we arrive at the racecourse. Drew and Carlos unload the horses while the rest of us go to check into the hotel. We take our room keys, and it's not surprising that we are all on the same floor, the top floor. I've just unpacked our suitcase when I get a text. "Drew, I'm staying down here for a while. We're going to take it in turns to keep watch until the rest of the team arrives." I'm a little disappointed, but I also understand why. By 9 p.m. I'm starving, and I haven't seen or heard from Drew or anyone else. "Zara, what are you up to?" "Laura, I'm watching TV. Just had a bath and waiting on room service." "Zara, what have you ordered?" "Laura, beef stroganoff. Why?" "Zara, because I'm starving and I didn't want to order without Drew." "Laura, I couldn't wait. Carlos hasn't been back even though he said he was going to be." "Do you think they are okay?" "Zara, don't put ideas in my head. The idea is there, and it isn't going to go away." So I pull up Drew's number and click call. It rings out for a while, but eventually he answers. "Hey, are you okay?" he asks. "I'm fine. Are you okay?" Laura and I were getting a little worried. "Yeah, everything is fine. The team arrived a while ago, so we've been chatting to them and trying to work out if any of them are the ones betraying us." "Oh, yeah. Sounds good. I'm going to order some food. I was trying to wait, but I'm so hungry I could eat a hippo." "Good save, princess. Get some food and some sleep. I don't know what time I'll be there, but ring me if you need to." "Okay, well, night then." "Good night, princess." And then the line goes dead.
Chapter 19. Drew. I wake up stiff, cold, and starving. My mouth feels like I've been licking hay, and my back is killing me. I must have fallen asleep in the stall. Date Nights Off stands next to me, stamping his foot. "I hope you'll treat my daughter better than this," a voice says from outside of the stall. I jolt upright and come face to face with Thomas Doyle. "What are you doing in here? You're not supposed to be anywhere near here." "I was just having a wander around. I was hoping to see Zara and show her what type of man you really are." "I'm sorry, what the fuck do you mean? It's too early for your bullshit." "It isn't bullshit when you have the photos as evidence." "I don't know what the hell you're talking about, and quite frankly, I don't care. You can say whatever you want to me, but you stay the fuck away from Zara." "I'm sure it'll be the other way around by the end of the day, Mr. Blackmoore. I want my daughter back at home where she belongs. At least until she turns 25. What do you mean? What's the significance of her turning 25? It's her wedding day. She's betrothed to Richard King, and has been since she was a week old. Betrothed? I repeat, and then start to laugh. Betrothed? What fucking century are you living in? Next you're gonna tell me she needs to be a virgin, too. My daughter wouldn't give up her virginity to a fucking American. I know her better than that. I know I shouldn't, but I can't stop the words from coming. Your daughter was far from a virgin when I met her, but she's a lot further from it now. You fucker! He screams, trying to lean over the stable gate. That I am, and damn good at it, too. I goad him. He unbolts the gate and pulls it open wide. Date Night's off stamps his foot as Doyle walks in. I move slowly around the side of the horse. That's it, Blackmoore. Back yourself into a corner, he says, thinking he's got the upper hand. I wait until Doyle is right where I need him and then give Date Night's off a little slap in just the right spot. His back leg kicks out once, twice, 3 times, each time slamming into Doyle until he's on the floor crying like a baby. The argument, and Doyle's crying, must have caused a commotion, because there are several people looking on in shock. Someone call an ambulance, a woman shouts, and I want to shout back, don't bother, but I don't. The horse must be out of control, someone else shouts. I appear from behind the horse and step over Doyle's crying body. Mr. Doyle attacked me, and my horse is a hero. It saved my life. What the hell happened to him? Carlos asks, looking me up and down. He came to attack me and was talking shit about Zara. I moved out of his way, but he got a little too close to the horse's back end. Carlos looks me in the eyes. He knows exactly what I've done, but he doesn't know the full extent as to why. Doyle is being loaded onto a stretcher when I spot Zara walking towards us. This is not going to be fun, I mumble to Carlos, who simply nods and slaps me on the back. Who's in there? Zara whispers, trying to look around me. Your dad. I'm sorry, he came here and started talking utter crap. He got too close to the horse and it kicked him. The paramedics said he should be okay, but they are taking him to the hospital to be sure. What's my dad doing here? He came to cause trouble. He said he's got photos of me doing something. What, I don't know. He also told me that your 25th birthday present is a wedding to King Dick. He wasn't too happy when he realized you're not so innocent anymore. You told him? She asks, her face scarlet red, and then she turns and sees my mom standing right behind her. It's okay, sweetheart. I'd have been more concerned if you were untouched at your age, my mom says, putting her hand on Zara's shoulder. Zara covers her face with both of her hands in embarrassment. The paramedics wheel Doyle towards the ambulance. He turns to look at Zara, but then his face changes. His eyes open wide and his mouth opens and closes like he's trying to say something, and when I follow the direction of his stare, it's not where I thought it would be. Doyle is staring at my mom. My dad is also staring at my mom, and now I am staring at her too. I pull Zara into my arms and hold her tight against my body. I need to show him she's mine, but I don't understand why he's locked his sights on my mom. The ambulance doors close and it begins to drive away. I look over at my mom and dad. My mom looks like she's seen a ghost. Does someone want to explain what the fuck that was all about? Don't speak to us like that, my dad snaps as he wraps his arms around my mom. Can someone tell me why you two look like death warmed up all of a sudden? It's water under the bridge, Drew. Please, sweetheart, not now, my mom says, her voice cracking as tears appear in her eyes. The penny drops, and it drops hard. She knows Doyle. What the hell did he do to you? I roar. My dad tightens his hold on my mom and his eyes glare back at me. Leave it alone, Drew. This doesn't concern you. You've got work to do, and I suggest you get on with it. My dad growls, giving me a cautionary look before walking away with my mom under his arm. I look at Zara, who is as confused and nearly as upset as I am. Carlos is holding Laura in his arms, too. I want to chase after them and get answers, but my dad is right. I have a job to do. Races to win, and I'm not letting Doyle ruin one more thing for me. I try my best to push the morning's events to the back of my mind, but it's like a black storm cloud looming over my head. The horses are ready to race. We take a quick trip back to the hotel to change into our race attire, and we make our way over to the owner's enclosure. Zara has hardly spoken a word, but neither have I. I have too many questions running round in my head, and she doesn't know the answer to even one of them. I suspect she's having the same problem. Date Night's Off struggles through the first 4 furlongs, but he eventually finds his stride. Avril, the jockey, pushes him hard, and when they come into the final corner, he pushes forward into second place, and for a few minutes, the only thing that matters is my horse coming first. It's neck and neck all the way down to the finishing line, and as the 2 horses cross, it's a photo finish. We all celebrate anyway. Zara jumps into my arms, and I swing her around, kissing her and holding her tight. The results come in. Date Night's Off is first. I don't register who came second and third. I'll watch the race back when I do my rerun. The crowd goes crazy as we enter the winner's enclosure. Buckets of cold water are being poured over my horse's sweaty skin, steam rising as his body cools. Pride blooms in my heart. I love my job. I love my horses. And I turn to Zara. No matter what else happens today, I want you to know, I fucking love you, princess. Cameras are flashing, and the press members are shoving microphones in my face, but all I want to do is kiss my girl. My lips find hers, and she smiles as we hold each other tight. I love you too. We answer a few questions about how I feel about winning the race. It's all standard stuff, but I feel more elated because I've won something greater, the love of a very special human being. The second race isn't as good. Redfoot Charlie is pulled up just over halfway around. It pisses me off no end. The horse is good. It could have run the course, but the jockey didn't ride like he should have done, and he never finished. Back in the stables, I pull Mason, the jockey, over to one side. What did you pull him up for? I ask. He lost his rhythm. It happens. I pay you a fucking fortune to ride my horses. You're supposed to be able to handle a misstep. It wasn't a misstep, it was more like 20. He went off the boil and started veering off to the right. I watch the race intently, and I know he's talking shit. So, when I watch it back later, I'll see that, will I? He stumbles at first. Yeah, he just wasn't feeling it. You're fired, and I'll make sure you never ride another horse in any race in the country or anywhere else, come to think of it. You can't do that, he protests. You're not supposed to take a bribe, but you did, and I'll make sure every single owner and trainer knows it, too. I didn't, I swear to you. I've seen and heard enough bullshit today. Get out of my sight and never contact me or anyone connected to me again. You're finished, Mason. I just hope whatever they paid you was worth it. I turn and walk away. Zara is standing with Carlos and Laura. He threw the race, didn't he? Carlos asks, and I nod. He says not, but Redfoot should have won it easily. We all stand around in silence for a few minutes, and then the floodgates open. I need to see my parents. Can you sort the horses out and drive them home? I'll take my car back. I have a few things to sort out, I ask Carlos, who agrees. Half an hour later, I'm knocking on my parents' hotel suite. Zara is standing beside me, and my heart is in my throat. My dad answers the door, but he doesn't let us inside. Your mom had a nasty shock today. Be nice, or I swear I will give you the first good hiding of your life, son. My dad has never threatened to beat my ass, so I know whatever is coming is seriously fucked up. Mom, I say as gently as I can as I sit down next to her on the couch. She's been crying. I shoot my dad an accusatory look, but he shakes his head and nods for me to speak. What happened today? I ask, my voice as soft as it will go. I'm sorry, she stammers. I thought I could handle it. Handle what? Frank, I need you to explain, she says, taking a tissue out of a box and wiping her eyes. He lets out a short breath and pulls up a chair. Zara, you are the daughter of Thomas Doyle. We suspected as much when you came to New York, but we couldn't be 100% sure until we asked you outright. It didn't seem right when you were visiting, hence our visit to you. What's that got to do with anything? I ask. My dad looks at my mom, who closes her eyes and nods. Your father, Thomas, has always been a wealthy man. He could have had the pick of anything he ever wanted. And he picked Meredith. He swept her off her feet, and within 3 months of dating, he proposed. Everything was going great until your mom found out he was cheating on her, so she broke the engagement off. Thomas didn't want to break up, and he begged for forgiveness, but when your mom said no, he beat her up and sexually assaulted her. I'm sorry, Zara, that you're having to hear this about your father. I should be shocked, but I'm not. I'm upset he did this to you, but I 100% believe it, Zara says comfortingly. I, on the other hand, am only just holding it together. How my dad can say all this so calmly is beyond me. My blood is on fire, and I wish the horse had killed the bastard. Your mother and I wanted to be sure it was the same Thomas Doyle before saying anything. Your mom thought she could handle seeing him again. Maybe she would have if she'd been prepared that she'd see him today. Zara squeezes my hand as if she knows I feel guilty for putting my mom in that situation.
He'd no reason to be there, only to cause trouble, she says.
Anyway, when I met your mom, we fell in love instantly. I promised her then, and I promise her now that that bastard would never hurt her again. But it's like it's come full circle. What are the chances of you two finding and falling for each other? When Thomas found out about your mom and me, he swore he would ruin me, and he'd make sure I suffered for taking away his love.
Do you think that's why he hates Drew so much?
Zara asks the question I was thinking. Unfortunately, I don't think it is. I know it is. He owned the football club that Carter played for, and he was an absolute bastard back then. I begged Carter to find another team, but he had his heart set, and you kids were too young to understand the past, even if we told you. We never wanted you to find out. It's dead and buried. Or it was. Like that fucker will be when I get my hands on him. I should have held him down and let D&O stamp all over him. Zara wipes a tear from her cheek.
So, he's always been like this? I thought it was just me. But he's awful to my mother, too.
My mom looks up at Zara.
What's your mum called, sweetheart? Carol? What was her name before she was married? I think it was Jacobs.
My mom stands and walks over to the drinks cabinet and pulls out a bottle of whiskey. She pours herself half a tumbler full and drinks it all in one go.
Can I ask why you wanted to know about my mother?
Mom doesn't speak. She pours another extra-large whiskey and again drinks it down in one. I've never seen my mom so broken. My dad looks both worried and enraged. I want to join my mom in the whiskey, but I don't think it will do anyone any good if I get trashed. Mom finally turns and faces Zara.
Your mother is about 39 years old. Yes. Do you know how your mother and father met? No. No one ever talks about it. Your grandmother used to be a cleaner at the house, and your mum used to go along and help sometimes. She was only young when I was around. A few years later, my friend, who I'd kept in contact with, called me and told me that Thomas and Carol were getting married. I wasn't sure who she meant at first, because your mum would have only just turned 16. It turns out your mum was pregnant with you, and Thomas wouldn't have an illegitimate child damaging his reputation. That explains so much. They literally hate each other, and they both hate me. I can't speak for them, but I don't imagine your mum had an easy time of it.
The rage and the hatred running through me finally boils over. I'm going to fucking kill him! I'm going to skin the bastard alive and leave him in a pool of fucking blood and let the foxes finish him off! I scream at the top of my lungs. No, my father shouts back. We're going to do what we should have done 35 years ago. And what's that? Because if it's anything less than torture, I don't want to know. Your mom and I are going to the police. She's agreed to tell them everything. But they won't believe you. You don't have any evidence. They'll laugh in your fucking face, I yell. They can't be serious. Drew, we have enough. I've spoken to our lawyers, and they are already working on it. It's not enough. He deserves to suffer. He deserves to be beaten like he has the two of you. My mom and dad both look at Zara, and my mom bursts into tears.
Oh, God, no. Please, no. Please tell me he didn't hurt you.
Of course he did. That's why Zara was staying with me in the first place. He's a fucking beast that needs shooting.
I agree. I really do. But I'm not losing my son to prison for him. He took enough from me years ago. He needs to pay for what he's done, and if that means we plaster it on every front page of every single newspaper, then that's what we'll do. He'll never be able to walk the streets again.
I don't like it. I want him to feel pain, and lots of it. But my mom is right. Me doing time because of him only means he'd have won. We talk, and I shout, until the early hours of the morning. My voice is hoarse, and my head is completely fucked. And as Zara and I crawl into bed, I know that she was sent to me to protect and to love forevermore. Just like my dad has with my mom. The last 2 months have been nothing but a shit show. The police have been backwards and forwards, and my mom and dad are constantly on video calls with the police and lawyers. But Thomas Doyle is behind bars on remand, awaiting trial. When my mom went to the police, they interviewed several other women who had been in contact with him. Each one gave more names, and now he's been charged with 37 counts of assault and 22 counts of sexual assault. There were more women, but some of them refused to give statements. It's the middle of the day on a lazy Sunday. Zara has been trying to house train Snow with very little success. It doesn't seem to understand what puppy pads are for. It pisses and shits everywhere but where it's supposed to.
I'm going to take him downstairs and see if he'll do his business outside if I stay out long enough,
she says, and I roll my eyes. It's the same every day. I think he's actually broke, although he has learned to give me his paw on command. I sit in front of the screens and watch as the pup drags her around the yard. The vet was wrong about it being a medium-sized dog. It's 4 months old and the size of a small Shetland pony and as strong as an ox. I tilt my head as I see a car coming up the drive. I'm not expecting anyone, and all the staff are on a well-deserved day off. As the car gets closer, I get an uneasy feeling in my stomach, and it only gets worse when the car stops and the door opens.
Chapter 20. Zara. The damn dog won't pee outside. No matter what I do, he just won't go. I walk around with him for ages, trying to get him to sniff and cock his leg. Even squatting would be a great improvement. I'm so busy trying to get him to go that I don't hear the car pulling up in the yard. It's the door slamming that startle both me and Snow. I turn quickly, and my heart stops dead. Please, Zara, I just want to talk, my mother says. Talk? To me? What the hell about? I reply. I need to explain. I need to tell you the truth. I know the truth. Everyone knows the truth. You married that bastard because you got pregnant. What else is there to know? A lot. There is a lot you don't know, and I know I don't deserve a second of your time, but I think it would help you understand why things were the way they were. Oh, and you think I should just invite you in for coffee? I snipe at her. I don't think so. You had millions of chances to talk to me, but instead you shut me out in the cold and left me to deal with him on my own. I don't want you here. I don't ever want to see you again. Her eyes fill with tears, and my heart hurts. I want to be the bigger person, but my own hurt goes too deep. Drew appears in the doorway.
I think you should invite her in. It can't hurt to hear what she has to say, and I'll be right there with you.
I close my eyes and take a deep breath and walk inside. If she follows, she follows. Snow bounces up the stairs and dives into his bed. I sit on the couch and wait.
If you upset her, or even try to hurt her with words, I will throw you from the nearest fucking window. Do you fully understand what I'm saying?
I hear Drew warning her, and my tummy flutters. She comes in and sits down opposite me. There's a silence for a long time as she stares at her nails.
Can you hurry it along? We were in the middle of training the dog,
Drew says, sitting on the arm of the couch. She looks at me with tears in her eyes for a long moment before speaking. I need to tell you how sorry I am. I also need to tell you why I did the things I did. Drew and I remain silent and listen to what she has to say. I was 15 when I got pregnant. I didn't even know until I was 4 months gone. I told Thomas and he tried to make me have an abortion, but because I was under 16, I would have needed my parents' permission. That would have caused a huge scandal if it got out, so Thomas insisted that I marry him, and 2 days after I turned 16, I became his wife. It was the biggest mistake of my entire life. He didn't want to be married, and he proved it over and over. He would bring women back to the house and sleep with them right under my nose, and each day my belly grew, and I loved you more and more. You were the only thing that stopped me from killing myself, Zara. I hated my life. I was a prisoner and a punching bag. The day you were born, he came to the hospital, and when they told him you were a girl, he went crazy and told me I was useless, that I couldn't even get that right, and that I needed to be punished.
the midwife who delivered you convinced me to have an implant in my arm, a contraceptive to stop me from getting pregnant again. The first day home from the hospital, the punishment started. The only time I was allowed to hold you was when you needed feeding. I couldn't even change you, bathe you, or comfort you when you were crying. I wanted to, Zara, I really did, but he told me that if I did, he would put you up for adoption and I'd never see you again.
You believed him? I ask, not grasping what she's saying.
Yes. I was 16, and your father was already a powerful man. He said I needed to produce a boy, an heir to his fortune. I had no interest in being with him anymore, but that didn't stop him. He tried and tried to get me pregnant, and thankfully the implant did its job. He was desperate for an heir, which is why he did the deal with Mr. King. King invested in one of your father's schemes in return for you being betrothed to Richard, and you would marry on your 25th birthday. Every time I tried to get closer to you, he would punish me. You thought I'd gone away on holiday, but I was locked away in the basement. I heard him tell you about my infidelities, but I swear I have never been near another man. Why didn't you leave? Take me with you. I began to cry. I was scared. He had everyone in his pocket. I had no one to turn to. Even my own sister couldn't help. Laura would tell her mum if she was too worried, and then she'd tell me. I couldn't do much, but I did try. I'd cause a distraction by arguing with him so that you could escape at least one beating. I'm so sorry, Zara. I'm not here to ask you for your forgiveness because I don't deserve it. I just wanted you to know that I did love you. I do love you. I just wasn't allowed to show you. And I hope you and Drew will be happy together. Are you going to testify in court? I ask. I'm their star witness, apparently. I want them to lock him up and throw away the key.
It's a lot to take in, and I sit in silence for an hour after she leaves, the story playing out in my mind. The few times she was pleasant to me were always when my father was away. Lots of pieces of the puzzle start to fall into place. It wasn't because I was a bad child. It was because I wasn't a fucking boy. The despicableness of it all finally gets to me. Hurt and anger surge through me, and the book I'd been reading earlier gets thrown across the room before I break down and cry. Drew comes and sits next to me and then pulls me into his lap. There's one thing for sure. You've always got me, and I'll always be here for you. I know, and I appreciate it. I really do. You've got your answers now. It's time to close that door and start a new beginning. You're right. I'm always right. He kisses me gently. I love you, Zara, more than you will ever know. I love you too.
Epilogue. Drew. A year later. I open the door to the apartment and I expect to see Zara in the kitchen. I'm not a Neanderthal, but she said she was going to make coffee. Zara, I shout. In here, she sobs from the bathroom. My heart races as I push open the bathroom door. What's wrong? I ask as I take a look at her tear-stained face. Her mascara has run all down her cheeks and her eyes are puffy and red. Is it your father? I ask softly. A week ago, Thomas Doyle was sentenced to 23 years in prison for his crimes against women, and I've been waiting for Zara to show even a little bit of emotion. She's been stoic throughout the whole trial and never once shed a tear. No, she sobs and hands me a small white stick. I hold it in my hands and my stomach flips, my heart races, and my words seem to have disappeared. My eyes flit between the two blue lines and Zara. I'm pregnant, she splutters. I'm so sorry. I don't know how... She stops and begins to sob again. I put the test down on the side and take her hands in mine. Why are you upset? I ask, my mind racing at 1,000 miles an hour. I'm going to be a father. But then I stopped getting excited, remembering what happened to Kane.
It's too soon. We've only been together a year. You might not even be sure you want to stay with me.
She sobs more. What the hell? It has never ever crossed my mind that we are not it for each other. Zara, why are you crying? Do you not want a baby? I ask, treading carefully. I can't force her. She nods, and then her eyes meet mine.
I don't want to think that I've trapped you. I don't know how it happened. We've always been careful.
Guilt floods me, as I know I need to confess. Well, there have been a few times when I've gotten a little carried away and forgot about a condom, and, well, it's entirely my fault.
Oh my God, Drew.
Zara, if you want this baby, you will make me the happiest man on earth. A baby wasn't on the cards right now, but things happen for a reason, right? She nods, and I can see the cogs ticking in her mind. Say whatever it is that you're thinking. We don't have secrets.
Are you sure?
She asks, her sobs subsiding. If you weren't in here crying, I'd have jumped for joy. A baby isn't a bad thing, sweetheart. My brothers have done it, so it can't be that difficult. She lifts her head and smiles.
Are you sure you're not angry?
No, I couldn't be happier. How far along do you think you are?
I don't know. I've missed a couple of periods. I put it down to the stress of the trial, but it was the fact I couldn't fasten my jeans this morning and the fact my bra felt extra tight that made me think. I've not been eating a lot more than normal.
I fucking knew something was different.
What do you mean?
She asks, confused. You taste different. Not bad different, just different. I thought it was me, but now I know. Fuck, it's the sexiest thing ever. She laughs harder and wipes away the remaining tears.
Maybe we should get a scan or something.
I think it's probably best. I don't want to remind her that she did a pretty heavy ride yesterday. I don't want to give her anything else to worry about. I take her by the hand and lead her out of our bathroom and into the living room. Sit down while I make us a drink. We've things to sort out. 2 hours later, we are on our way to my doctor, and we have an appointment with a private sonographer straight afterwards.
I'm so nervous,
she says, her hands shaking. I'm not. I'm fucking excited. I'd have done the scan myself, but I think our baby deserves to have it done properly.
Drew, our baby is not a horse. You might scan your fillies, but...
Zara Doyle, the nurse says from a doorway next to the reception area, and we both stand.
Follow me. The doctor is ready to see you now.
She gives me a huge, flirty smile, which I know Zara notices. I love you, Zara. I pull her close and kiss her on her lips. Her eyes flick up to mine, and I see the gratitude as clear as day. She knows I love her, but to put the flirty nurse in her place is one step above. A simple urine sample confirms that we are in fact pregnant, and my heart thumps hard hearing it confirmed. The doctor draws some blood, but the results won't be available until tomorrow. It doesn't matter as we have the scan next. It doesn't take long to drive into town, and as we head into the sonograph office, I'm the one who's nervous now.
I can't believe this is happening so fast,
Zara says, smiling the brightest since she handed me the pregnancy test. It's the beauty of having money. Anything I need is at my fingertips, and that includes you two, too. I dip my eyes to Zara's stomach, but as I raise them, I see her eyes are filled with tears. What's wrong? I ask.
Nothing. I don't think I've ever been this happy in my life,
she says, wiping away another stray tear. We're guided into a room where Zara takes her position on the bed. The sonographer takes down her details, and we hand over the confirmation of pregnancy letter that the doctor gave us.
So I'm going to pop some gel on your tummy. It'll feel cold at first, but it helps me get a better picture. I'll keep my screen facing me for now, but I'll show you as soon as I can, okay?
The sonographer, whose name badge says Bridget, smiles, and although she's really calm, my heart is racing and my palms are sweaty. I rub my hands down my jeans before taking Zara's hand. Bridget rubs the instrument over Zara's tummy, and I watch both her face and Zara's intently. But when Bridget smiles and then frowns, my heart stops. What's wrong? I ask abruptly. Zara's eyes widen at me.
Nothing is wrong. I'm just taking some measurements and making sure I do my job properly. I'll be with you both in a minute or two.
My heart is still stopped. Although she's said nothing is wrong, her face hasn't broken out into the smile again.
Okay,
she says, turning to face us both.
So you are 15 weeks pregnant.
She turns the screen around to face us. I know enough about scanning horses, but humans, not so much. It looks so much different from what I'm used to.
The whooshing you can hear is your baby's heartbeat.
Is your machine faulty? I ask.
Not at all, Mr. Blackmoore. This machine is the best you can buy. But if you're asking why the heartbeat is fluttering like crazy and it sounds like you can hear two heartbeats, it's because you're having twins.
Zara's eyes fly to mine. My mouth gapes open like I'm catching flies.
Twins?
Zara stutters.
Yes, twins. I can even tell you the sex of them if you like.
We both look at each other and then back to the screen. Now I know there are two of them. I can see them more clearly. Two little babies, two little hearts pumping away, and one of them seems to be waving. What do you think? I ask, squeezing her hand and praying she says yes. I've come this far. I need to know.
It would make life easier for picking out clothes and stuff,
she says, smiling at me. But I can see the shock all over her face. I'm sure mine is just the same. Yes, we want to know.
Okay.
She scans around again and then smiles.
They are both boys. Congratulations.
Boys. Two boys. Oh, Zara, you are so fucking beautiful. I love you so much. I bend and kiss her on the lips, my hand resting on her tummy, and then I realize my hand is now covered in the gel.
I appreciate your happiness, Mr. Blackmoore, but please can you keep the PDA to a minimum?
Zara blushes, and I feel a little embarrassed for her, too. Sorry, we only found out this morning that we're expecting, so it's all a little overwhelming right now.
That's fine,
she smiles.
Zara, would you like to go and wash off the gel whilst I print out your photographs?
Zara leaves the room, and it gives me opportunity to ask a couple of questions. So, can Zara fly?
Being pregnant doesn't mean she's magic.
Bridget chuckles to herself.
I meant, yes, I know what you meant. Yes, she can fly for now, but I wouldn't advise it after 6 months. Twins are hard enough to carry at the best of times, and the extra air pressure might get too uncomfortable, and it increases the risk of something happening.
I nod, but it's okay. What I planned is next week, so we're well within the time frame.
And the question all men ask is yes, you can still have sex. In fact, we encourage it, but don't be too rough.
That's great to know. Thank you, I say, nearly blushing myself. But not being a bit rough might be a challenge. Bridget hands me an envelope with the pictures inside.
I'd like to see Zara every 2 to 3 weeks, if that's okay.
I nod excitedly, as it means I'll get to see my boys grow. As we drive back home, Zara stares at the photographs.
I can't believe it. Twins. Are you sure you're okay with these?
She asks. Are you kidding? Twin boys. I'll be able to sit around all day and watch them do the hard work, I joke, and she laughs with me, a sound that always makes my heart beat faster. I love it when she smiles, but her laugh almost kills me. As we settle down with a cup of coffee, Laura comes bouncing into the room.
Laura, what have I told you? We could have been busy,
Zara says, glaring at her cousin and hiding the photos quickly.
Well, you two flew out of here earlier, so I thought you were sick or something. I was worried, and when you didn't pop by to say hi, I got even more worried.
We both look at each other, and Zara pulls the photographs out from under a cushion.
You're the very first to know,
she says, handing Laura the photos.
Oh my fucking good God,
she screams, making me put my hands over my ears.
You're fucking pregnant! I knew it! I told Carlos that you were getting fat, and I didn't think it was because you were eating all the pies. So you suspected and didn't say anything?
Zara half snaps at Laura.
Well, what did you want me to say? Hey, Zara, you're piling on the pounds. You might want to stop with the cream cakes, she says, laughing and still staring at the photos. There is something else, I say, smiling. Laura looks at me and then at Zara, and I shake my head slightly. I know what she was going to say, and I don't want that big thing hanging over us right now. It's twins, I blurt out quickly before she can bring up the whole marriage thing. Fuck me over with a lawnmower,
she gasps.
Congratulations, you two. I need to go and tell Carlos.
She hands back the photos and darts from the room, leaving me and Zara in peace and quiet again. It'll be all around the stables in 15 minutes, I laugh.
Saves us telling everyone. I'm quite happy for her to spread the news.
Zara laughs too. I'd like to tell my parents and brothers in person, though, if you don't mind. We can fly out at the weekend and have a holiday whilst we're at it.
I could do with a break and a change of scenery. So, yes, let's go. It'll be nice to catch up with Ruby and G.
I might ask Carter and Brooke if they want to fly out with us.
That would be amazing. Brooke was only saying the other day that we should get away for a few days together.
Zara and Brooke have become really good friends, and it would be wrong not to include them. Plus, Carter and I made amends a while back, and he's forgiven me in return for riding lessons. Sometimes I wish I'd not agreed, but Brooke says it's good for building his muscles and for his recovery. But the bastard always wants to go just a little bit faster and harder, pushing the boundaries. And keeping him in check is a fucking nightmare. Sunday morning comes around, and we wake up in Kane's apartment above his club. Carter and Brooke are already up. I heard them leave for their morning run, which means I have Zara all to myself. I slide out of bed and slide back in from the bottom, positioning myself between her legs. It's like an open invitation to take what I want. I push her legs open a little more. She moans softly, still blissfully asleep. I know I have morning wood every morning, but I didn't think it was the same for women, until I met Zara. She must have some filthy dreams to be this wet and not even be awake yet. Her pussy is glistening, and the scent of her arousal is driving me ravenous. I kiss her mound softly and then dip my tongue in her slit until I reach her clit. I feel her jump slightly at the sensation, and when I give it another flick, her whole body comes alive.
Drew,
she mumbles, but she isn't telling me to stop. Mm-hmm, I reply, my mouth completely covering her clit as I suck gently.
You're a bad man, Mr. Blackmoore.
Her voice is soft and not meaning it at all. I jump up the bed and hover over her face. You're a dirty slut, Zara. Your pussy is soaking and I barely touched you. Have you been having dirty thoughts about me in your sleep?
I can't help it. They just won't stop.
She feigns being scared, which makes me want to laugh. But seeing that I can't be as rough as I want to be, this is the next best thing. Good. But next time you wake me and ride my cock, understood?
I understand.
She gives me a slight smile, which isn't meant to happen, and I can't resist her a second more. Up on your knees, I whisper on her lips instead of the kiss she was expecting. Her eyes widen, but my sexual desire for her this morning is going into overdrive. She rolls over onto her stomach and onto her knees, her soft white ass on full display. Fuck, so many options. I tease as I wet my finger and gently rub circles around her asshole.
Oh, fuck. Drew, please do something. I need something.
Her begging makes my dick even harder than I thought possible. You like me playing with your ass, huh? Well, I'm gonna fuck this pretty little ass as soon as I can. I should have done it a long time ago, but I promise you now this is mine. My palm lands hard on her ass, leaving a beautiful red handprint.
Ouch,
she cries, but I know she likes it. Ah, sweetheart, did that hurt? I ask, and when she cries yes, I slap her ass again.
Oh, fuck, Drew,
she cries out loudly. I can tell by the way her ass and thighs are shaking she's close. Time to put her out of her misery. I slap her hard again and gently rub my hand over the spot.
Fuck,
she cries out into the pillow, my cock slamming into her hard as she comes. Her walls tightening and her thighs shaking make the perfect combination. She's on fire, and I've made her come this way many times, showing her that pain can lead to the ultimate pleasure. You're so fucking tight, I groan as I fuck her through her orgasm and onto the next. Her half screams, half moans fill the room, making me feel like a fucking king. She shifts a little, and then I feel her hand on my balls, her soft caress sending electric shocks through me.
Come with me, Drew, please,
she begs. My vision blurs, my spine is as stiff as steel, and my balls are on fire. Hot streams of cum pump inside her over and over, and I love it. I am fucking in love with this woman. We lie next to each other for a good while, before I hear the door to the apartment open and close. I pick up my phone and look at the time. Time to face the parents.
Zara. Drew never ceases to surprise me. I thought he would go ballistic when I found out I was pregnant, but he was more okay with it than I was. And for a man who is so set in his ways and has everything locked down to within an inch of its life in his calendar, his impromptu trip to New York is also remarkable. His relationship with Laura has grown into a brother-sister kind of vibe, both of them ripping each other apart, only to laugh and joke in the next breath. I feel like my life is finally mine. Drew makes a lot of the decisions, but to be honest, he's almost always right. If I do challenge him, he always listens fairly, and sometimes he's willing to go along with me. He's not the man my father painted him to be. Maybe he was once, but never with me. And now I'm carrying his babies. He's a whole other level of committed. And it's perfect. He's perfect. I've grown a little close to my mother in recent months, but I feel I need to break the news to Drew's family first. They were the ones who have stood by me this last year, especially Meredith. She has welcomed me into her family with open arms, and for the first time, I have witnessed what parental love actually looks like. After a wake-up call from Drew, I'm showered, dressed, and ready to face the music. His parents arrived 5 minutes ago, but even though I know they'll be happy, nerves are getting the better of me, and doubts keep trying to creep into my mind. I eventually make my way out of the bedroom and into the living area. "Here she is," Meredith says, smiling and holding out her arms to pull me into a hug. "Sorry, I just lost track of time," I apologise as Drew raises an eyebrow at me. "What time are the others getting here?" Drew asks, sounding more impatient. "Any second. Why? What's the rush, son?" his dad asks. "No rush. I just want you all to be here for what we've got to say." I can see Meredith's eyes light up. She thinks we're announcing an engagement. Her eyes unsubtly fall on my hand. I hope she's not disappointed. Braxton, G, Kane and Ruby all walk in together. "Making yourselves at home, I hope?" Kane laughs. If it was anyone else, I'd think he was annoyed at us treating his second home as a hotel, but technically, that's what it is, but for his family only. "So what's the family meeting for?" Brax asks grumpily as Carter and Brooke emerge from their bedroom. "You look exhausted, sweetheart," Meredith says to Carter, who immediately flushes along with Brooke. Drew takes the opportunity to save his brother and fiancé. "We have some news for you all, and we wanted to tell you all in person." Drew pulls me as close as possible and lays his hand on my tummy. "Zara is pregnant," he says, matter-of-factly. Congratulations sound all around, hugs and kisses are shared, and eventually Drew breaks up the celebration. "There's more," he shouts. "It's twins. Twin boys." The room falls into a stunned silence before the cries and celebrations all start again. I was waiting for one of you boys to do this," Meredith says, and we all look at her as if she's just dropped a bomb. "What do you mean?" Brax asks. "It's not something you talk about, but twins run in our family." I watch as all 4 brothers look at each other and then back at their respective partners, and then laughter returns to the room. The next few days are filled with shopping for the boys, and even looking at a couple of apartments here in New York. Drew has decided he would like to have somewhere to call home when we visit. 4 days after we landed in New York, we now own a 5-bedroom, 6-bathroom apartment that looks out over Central Park. It's beautiful, and it's on the floor below Braxton, which is ideal. "I thought we could take a trip to the top of the Rock tonight," Drew says casually. It's my favourite place in New York. The Empire State is stunning, but I just find the top of the Rock a lot less busy. "Thank you, that's great. I love that place." He smiles and kisses me softly. "I know, and then I've booked us a table at the Rainbow Rooms after." I look at him suspiciously. "Why?" I ask. "We've just bought an apartment. I want to celebrate, and I wanted it to be something you'd enjoy too." That makes sense. "Do I need to dress up?" I ask, wondering what I'm going to wear. "No, you can go exactly as you are. You're beautiful with or without clothes, and you know which one I really prefer." His hand slides under my hair, and his other hand pulls me close. Before kissing me passionately, his lips whisper, "You are the most beautiful woman alive." It's 8 p.m, and the sun is beginning to set over Manhattan as we reach the top of the Rock. I look around and realize that we are the only people up here. Drew, where is everyone? I ask.
I told you I wanted to celebrate, but with you, not a bunch of tourists.
I am a tourist, I point out. He smiles and takes my hand and leads me to the part of the tower where you can see Central Park and our new apartment in the distance.
You might be a tourist now, but not for long,
he says, and I turn to smile at him, but he's not there. I look down to my feet and see him perched on one knee.
Zara Doyle, you came into my life like a whirlwind. You made me crazy the first time we met, and I fell in love with you long before you even realized I was an okay type of guy. I've always loved my horses more than life itself, until I met you. You are it for me, Zara. I love you with every breath I take, and I would be honored if you would agree to marry me and be my wife.
Oh my God! I look down at him, an open ring box in his hand.
Say something or you don't get the ring, he jokes.
Of course I will. I'm just stunned. How did you arrange this in such a short time? He stands and slides the beautiful diamond ring onto my finger.
I have been planning it for months, probably before we made the twins. I want you to be my forever, Zara.
I love you, Drew Blackmoore.
I love you, Zara Blackmoore, to be.
Thank you for listening to The Track, written by Martina Dale, performed by Melissa Maybeck and John Lane, both members of SAG-AFTRA. Produced by Blue Nose. Production coordination by Abby Gillick. Engineering by Ron Lipkin. Proofing by Marla Miller. Follow Martina on Facebook, on Instagram, and TikTok at Martina Dale Author, or go to